battle the other day was a standout, and of course he surfed really well in the first round of this event. He's just trying to see if he can see anything coming. Just tiny waves here today. This bank is sucking in whatever swell is out there. Nice conditions with the light offshore wind. And hopefully this swell can just hang in there for another 6 hours.
I reckon it will.
Yeah.
I have high hopes.
You have high hopes?
Yep. I don't know. Maybe I'm just optimistic.
Well, you got to be optimistic. You're competing. You don't want to get negative thoughts in your head.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it should be fun today. I think as the day goes on, I'm hoping it'll get better.
Yeah, well, you never know.
You never know, exactly. But it's still pretty rippable out there this morning. The boys are putting on a good show, dropping 5s and 6s. So that just shows that they can drop big scores, that they can actually surf these waves. And it's really exciting to see. And it's actually better than it looks, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, Axel Rose Carotto with that single highest score so far, 6.83, only one wave. So that is indication of the points that are available out there. Just on 11 minutes remaining in this Heat 5 of round 2. Of course, we ran the first 4 heats of round 2 yesterday. Took us through to about 5 p.m. Big day of surfing. And that frees up a couple of hours later on. It gave us the opportunity actually to extend the heats from the next round on to 25 minutes. And, yeah.
So you see that's little Mannix Green Tree Squires, Nick Squires' son. So it's exciting. We've got the father-son duo out in this one.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
It is cool. There's a lot of second-generation action going on around here, but seeing in I can't remember what club it was. There's a father and son in the team the other day.
Oh,
the Blue
wow.
Riders battle, yeah. It might have been Winona. But, yeah. Of course, out there now, Kai Warner, his dad, Brett, really good surfer from North Narrabeen, long-term surfboard shaper. His grandfather, Wayne.
Yep.
Well, used to be a good glasser. He's too lazy to do it these days. But, yeah, Wayne used to be part of Morning Star Surfboards, one of the first original brands.
Yeah.
You're from North Narrabeen, aren't you?
Yeah.
Now, who do you own it with? This is a big check.
Oh,
Big
I
test
don't
for
know.
you. Goofy Footer.
Goofy Footer.
Legend from North Narrabeen.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot
Okay,
here.
well,
I don't
Kalani
know
Ball.
that far back. Takes off on his backhand. Beautiful first turn. Puts it up there for another one. So Kalani making up the numbers in this one. He gets a third one in and he's looking for this connection and he gets it. So finishes that one off. So that will be Kalani's second scoring ride. Just a quick up and out for Kai Warner.
Yeah, Kalani waited a long time for that one, but it was worth it. Just in the second half of the heat now, so Kalani Ball locking in his second wave.
Yeah. Well, judges are just locking that one in now, so scores coming through. We will give you an update on the situation with 9 minutes remaining. So it feels like this heat has gone pretty quickly, but some exciting stuff coming up. Next heat we'll have Luke O'Connell taking on Mannix Green Tree Squires, Jarvis Earl and Jackson Baker, followed by Aidan Lewin Parsons taking on Lucas Rice, Joshua Stretton and Jamie Thompson. And the last heat we will see Finn McLaren, Brett Bircher, Lucas Pearce and Dean Bowen in that one. And then we'll roll on straight into the girls' quarterfinals. So scores still locking in. And there it is, last of Kalani Ball, a 6.23, so that takes him up into second spot. Axel Rose Carotto is now chasing a 3.08, being bumped down into third, and Nick Squires looking for a 6.34 to take second spot. Off the surfer in red, Kai Warner sitting out in front with a 5.83 and a 4.57. His last wave locked in at a 4.03, so that didn't go into his top two. So he's going to want to update that 4.57 and potentially increase that lead.
Yeah, well, Axel Rose Carotto just with that one wave at the moment. So as soon as he locks something in, we'll have a clearer picture of the situation as this heat continues to wind down. Just into the final 8 minutes now. It has gone, seems pretty quickly. And Kai Warner, Kalani Ball, the two surfers holding down first and second at the moment. Nick Squires still looking for a decent wave, holding 1.5 as one of his scores at the moment. So the surfers just sort of got to maintain a little bit of patience. Yesterday we saw with the wind, little wind swell, it was quite consistent, 3 or 4 wave sets. And today it's cleaner, but definitely not as many waves coming through this morning. But when they do come through, as you saw, some decent scores available. A little peak now. Someone down the beach there. There you go, Kalani Ball. Nice little runner ahead of him, just building some speed. Throws it up and over the lip there. Comes around this section. Nice turn off the bottom into that jamming snap. Tiny little section here. What's he going to do? I think this one's just going to run out. But two good turns there for Kalani Ball. They were looking to get rid of a 3.67. So Axel Rose Carrotta still waiting on that second wave.
Yeah, well, Kalani was one of the first surfers out there this morning. I think there was Annie Dos Santos was probably the first surfer out there, and then Kalani right behind her. And that last wave drops in for the surfer in red at a 4.60, so that takes him up into the lead. Kai Warner drops down into second, chasing a 5.01 to take first spot off Kalani Ball. Axel Rose Carrotta is now looking for a 3.58, and Nick Squires a 6.84 will take him into second to progress through this one with 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So you'd think maybe Nick Squires is sitting out there with first priority, Reggae?
Probably. Well, he's had three waves, so Axel's only taken off once, so unless he's sort of...
Yeah, actually that's true.
He
Well, then
probably
Axel's
hasn't.
probably hasn't.
Yeah, I'd say he's got... I haven't even seen him paddle for anything. Yet he's been very patient. Down into the final 6 minutes, Axel Rose Carrotta, only the one wave, a 6.83. Won't take much for him to move into second spot. Here we see Kalani Ball, another little inside runner. Just throws it into the lip, gets around this section. Nice small wave surfing and busts the fins out into a little spinner. And Kalani getting creative on that 18-inch wave. That was an old rule I used to have in the ASP days. 18 inches. The waves. If the waves are smaller than 18 inches, the event wasn't on.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's when they used to have 22 events in the on the tour.
22.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was a grind, obviously. But,
yeah.
22 events starting on the Wednesday, finishing on the Sunday at 3 p.m.
Wow.
No waiting period, no lay days.
Just rolling on through.
Yeah. So they had to surf so many bad ways.
So, as we see the replay of that last one
cool.
of Kalani Ball, scores are locking in from the judges, looking like it could go into his top two. So we see we're going to stick with the surfer in right, Axel Rose Carrotta, looking for a 3.58. Jams that second turn.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, just getting a bit hung up on that one. And Kai Warner bouncing away on this right. I'm sure we'll get to see the replay of that one. So scores to lock in for the surfers in blue and white, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Last of red still locking in. So we jump over to the replay. So Kai Warner gets heaps of speed down that one. Goes to the air.
Wow. And he rode out of that. So Kai Warner, the speed across that first section.
I was not expecting
we
that.
only saw that bit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit of a dud. But so Kai
I was
Warner.
like, why'd Kai go that?
Now we know. Jackson Baker heading up for the next heat.
Getting ready. I saw Lucas Rice this morning went out there in boardies.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was in a steamer and I was kind of cold.
Wow.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
You said the water, I heard the water at Port Macquarie was cold?
Yeah.
Always is.
Yeah, it was really cold actually.
Yeah, it's a river, Hastings River. I remember once a few years ago surfing Crescent, south of Crescent. It was October, and it was so cold. It was like ice.
Freezing.
Yeah,
Ugh.
it was almost unsurfable. It was that cold.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of cold water.
No,
I'd much rather it be warm.
definitely. So just on 3 minutes remaining. So Kalani Ball. I'm not sure if those last waves have been locked in.
I've just refreshed my thing. So scores are still locking in for Kalani Ball, Kai Warner and Axel. Axel's last wave locked in at a 3.10. Not enough to take him into second spot. So he's now chasing he is still chasing a 3.58. But last of Kai Warner locked in at a 6.40. That increased the requirement for Axel and Nick Squires. Axel chasing a 5.41. and Nick Squires an 8.67, and Kalani Ball's last one locked in at a 6.77, so that increased his lead. So situation, Kalani sits out in front with a 6.23 and a 6.77. Kai Warner sits in second with a 5.83 and a 6.40, looking for a 6.61 to take the lead off Kalani. Axel sitting in third. He has a 6.83 and a 3.10. He's needing a 5.41 to take second spot off Kai Warner, and Nick Squires to progress through this one. He's looking for an 8.67. He's got a 1.5 and a 3.57. There's 2 minutes remaining. What would you be doing if you were like Kai Warner out there and potentially had priority over Axel?
I'd be sitting on him because it's not a big score that he needs. Like it's 5.41. Very doable if he gets the right wave. There's only a minute and a half though, so you're putting the pressure on. I imagine that's what's going on out there. The Kalani Ball, Kai Warner, holding first and second at the moment. There's our current heat leader, Nick Squires. Well, he hasn't been able to find anything decent. Just a 3-point wave is his highest score. Still holding a 1.5, and not much he can do about it at this late stage of the heat. Just 1 minute and 20 as Kalani Ball checks the time. He'll be sitting pretty comfortably at the moment.
Yep.
Axel Rose Carrotto really is the only surfer who can make any changes to the current places. And as we hit the 1 minute mark, Ocean looks very quiet. So surfing white with one, well, be hoping for one last opportunity. But I think there's blue. Oh, here he goes. So there you go, up and riding. Axel Rose Carrotto looking for a 5.4. Didn't see the start of this heat. He might have threw a frontside air reverse,
Yeah, you never know.
Well, it happened when we saw
Kai do
Warner.
it.
Yeah, Kai sort of making his way down. 34 seconds to go. So Axel Rose Carrotto, that was probably his last opportunity. He was hunting down a 5.41. That's a decent score to try and get in these conditions. And we didn't see the start of that wave.
So Kalani might have seen something down the beach. You can see him kicking and scratching to get somewhere, and he's kind of just lowering off on the power on that one. And maybe that wave didn't come through when he thought. So there's 5 seconds remaining in this one.
Yep, it is done. So there you go. That wraps up Heat 5, Round 2. Unofficially, Kalani Ball, Kai Warner moving through to the next round. We'll be back very soon with Heat 6, Round 2 of the men's here at the Australian Open of Surfing. Don't go away.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen. COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Back to the Australian Open of Surfing. As we see surfing, ooh, there you go, the grommet hassling into this one. So this is what, Heat 5?
This is Heat 6.
Yeah, so Heat 6.
That is Mannix Greentree Squires. He's taking on Luke O'Connell, Jarvis Earl and Jackson Baker. So we just saw Mannix's dad unfortunately get knocked out of the competition. So
yeah,
Mannix hopefully running the flag for the Squires family.
Yeah, well, the waves probably suit Mannix a little bit better than his dad.
First wave for Mannix locked in at a 2.57. So that will get his campaign underway. Scores, well, accounts still to be open for Luke O'Connell, Jarvis Earl and Jackson Baker. So this is a pretty stacked heat as well.
Yeah, all these heats in this round are, it's only early round 2, but yeah, they've been pretty solid. There's just so many good surfers around these days. No such thing as an easy heat, as we see Luke O'Connell on his backhand, looking to set up a nice little crack off the top. And another one, jamming that turn, just building up some speed for one last slash on the inside as that one runs out of pace. So not a bad little opening ride there for Luke O'Connell in the red. Be happy getting something on the board in the first 2 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, 100%. It's good to get your feet in the wax nice and early, get your first wave nice and early, and make sure that it's a good one. So scores are locking in for first of Luke O'Connell. Judges just deliberating, making sure they get this score right. With just over 18 minutes remaining in this heat. This is round 2, heat number 6. First 4 heats of the day will be 20 minutes, and then we'll be moving on through to 25-minute heats for the rest of the day. Towards the end of the day, we will see the Open Women's Final, Open Men's Final coming up, which is exciting. But we've got all the quarters and semis to get through first before that. First of red, Luke O'Connell, a 4.50 locks in. So he has jumped out into the lead. Mannix Green Tree Squires looking for a 1.94 to take first spot off Luke and Jarvis and Jackson Baker, chasing a 2.58 to take second spot off the young gun in white. So this is the Australian Open of Surfing, the Kiama Open, presented by Her Wave. It's been a huge few days providing professional and aspiring surfers with the opportunity to win prize money and gain momentum going into 2021. For all of those that don't know, the winners today will walk away with a share in $7,000 in prize money and go in the running to win the overall tour prize of full accommodation for the 2021 Vissla Pro Surf Series. So this is stop number 3 of the event. There's 6 stops. The next one we'll have down in Coffs Harbour, followed by the far south coast, and then we'll finish it off on the northern beaches, which is super exciting. And for all those that don't know much about the Her Wave program, it's for all the mums, sisters, aunties and daughters out there. They say a massive thank you to the Office of Sport Surfing, which Surfing New South Wales has introduced a new women's platform, Her Wave, aimed at encouraging female participation in New South Wales in sport. There's a number of discounted Learn to Surf and intermediate clinics at Cronulla, Manly and Byron. Whether it's fitness you want or just a yarn with some like-minded ladies, sign up and follow at her_wave_ on Instagram for dates and more opportunities. They're also giving out opportunities to any ladies or girls wanting to get into coaching or judging. So just contact the team at Surfing New South Wales. I know for myself, I have done the judging course and it was pretty interesting, and I gained a lot of knowledge from it, and now I can understand where scores are coming from, what judges are thinking. So if you are a female athlete out there, I definitely would suggest doing something similar. And if there's any female competitors passionate about female surfing and would like to get involved, please contact the Surfing New South Wales team, because they'd love to get some up-and-coming surfers involved to spread the word and make a difference in the community of female surfing, which is pretty exciting. I think the program that Her Wave have introduced and kind of created is something that's was needed in the female surf community, and it's important that we have it there. But we're going to cross down into the previous... Oh, we're not going to just yet. We're waiting for a couple of things to roll on first. So, situation in the water, Luke O'Connell sits out in front with a 4.50, Mannix in second, a 2.57, and we are now going to cross live to the previous heat winner, Kalani Ball. Congratulations, Kalani. You were surfing really well out there. You were one of the first surfers out in the morning. Do you think you got a little bit of an edge over your competitors from that?
I don't know if I've got an edge. I just like surfing it before everyone else gets out there so I can get my waves and go in kind of thing. So, I don't know, I probably caught a lot more waves than maybe a few people, so I guess I got that advantage.
Yeah, pretty small waves out there, Kalani. You seem to be generating a bit of power off the bottom. Just how hard is it to find some speed?
I didn't find it too hard to find speed. It's not super steep, so it's hard to actually do like a top turn or like a snap, which is probably going to get you the points today. So, I mean, I found that one left where I got 4 turns off, so I think I'll probably be looking for those throughout the day.
Yeah, that's going to make the difference, isn't it? Just getting in that extra turn, and if you can complete a decent little wave across that flat section. As the day progresses, what are your thoughts? What's your plan?
I don't know. I think I'll have the same strategy every heat, and I don't know, hopefully it keeps paying off, and I don't know, it's just kind of whoever gets the best waves at the moment, so hopefully I'm on a couple of those ones.
Yeah, a lot of it is a bit of luck factor in these small waves. Well, yeah, definitely making the most of your opportunities, and good luck in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thanks guys, cheers.
There you go, Kalani. He has been surfing very well over the last few days. He was a standout at the Board Riders Battle the other day. And, yeah, he's just seems to be on fire at the moment, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's been surfing really well at the moment, so I have no doubt he'll keep it going throughout the event. But live update, Luke O'Connell sits out in front. He dropped a 3.50 just during our little chat then, so he's sitting in front with a 4.5 and a 3.50. Mannix a 2.57 to his name, so red and yellow yet to open up their account, but as I speak we see Jackson Baker up and riding. Beautiful first turn again for his second one. That board is looking really nice and fast under his feet.
Wow.
And finishes that one off, so good looking score to lock in for Jackson Baker. And Jarvis Earl, we cut to him, he's bouncing his way through this one and finishes that one off, so looking forward to seeing the replay on that one. Felt kind of good. I swear, every time I see Jarvis, he's always smiling. He's always looking happy. And he's such a good human to be around, I think. But scores to lock in for yellow and blue. So we'll have to see what situation. Beautiful first turn for the surfer in yellow. He wraps it around for a second one. Kind of channeling that Huntington hop to finish this one off, I think. And he tags that last section and rides out of that one nicely. And the replay of Jacko Baker, beautiful first turn. That's the second turn there. And slices it for a third and finishes that one off really nicely. So scores locking in for first of yellow and blue. We'll have to see what the judges think of that one.
Yeah,
I liked it.
Yeah, good strong wave there for Jackson Baker. Jarvis had two nice turns on the outside and milked the rest of that wave as well. So these small waves sort of offering some good opportunities. The right one, as Kalani said, that left he caught and he sees his high score, allowed him to lock in 4 turns. You just saw Jackson with a similar wave there. Plenty of power for Jackson as well. Yeah, he's a solid unit. And that board just seems to be working so well for him.
Yeah, 100%. Well, a couple of scores still to lock in from the judges, but it looks like these two waves from the surfers in yellow and blue could be the best waves of the heat. We'll have to see who gets the upper hand. With 11.5 minutes remaining in this one, so I feel like this heat might take a bit of a turn towards the end.
I think it's about to turn pretty soon.
Yes.
It'll change. Anyway, the situation is going to change because Luke O'Connell has a 4.5 and a 3.5. And Mannix just with that 2.57. So there you go. So Jarvis, hang on, just chop. Yeah, so Jackson Baker locking in at 8.67. Jarvis Earls was a 7.17. So Jackson, big score, throws him up in the lead, handy having 8.67 in waves like this. Right on the, well, as we approach the halfway mark, here goes Jackson on his second wave. Little right-hander, just throws a nice little snap, keeps that board moving, and again, just running down the line on this tiny wave, just managing to find some speed and throws it up for one last clean turn. So it's a good backup wave there for Jackson. Locks in his second score.
Yeah. Well, Jarvis is only chasing a 0.84 to take second spot, as we see the surfer in yellow up and riding. Tags that first turn, brings it around for another one. So Jarvis is looking really nice on that bright yellow board. We see him surfing all the time. He's always got a smile on his face, as I was saying before. So scores locking in for Jarvis and Jackson as well. So we'll have to see what the judges think of those. With just on 10 minutes remaining, halfway down, halfway to go, Reggae.
Yeah, halfway to go. I think Jarvis, that last wave of his, of course, will most likely put him in, well, will have put him up into second place. So Jackson and Jarvis just waiting on their second scoring waves to come in, but both with a very solid score for their first wave. 9.5 minutes remaining, so things are going to tighten up a little bit. Mannix Greentree Squires, the Grommy, had that first wave really early, but hasn't been able to find one since. Here he goes now in the white. Nice little wave here, just swooping Cuddy out of the top, just building his speed along this inside section. Goes for the old layback and what have I done? Yeah, it's a bit of a drop wallet there to finish with, but unfortunately did not complete that ride. So Mannix, plenty of time, mate. Your Gromit, get back out there. Here he goes on the replay. Nice style. How old's Mannix?
14.
14.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got plenty of time ahead of him. It's all a learning curve for these ones. So scores locked in for Jackson Baker, 3.67 to back up that 8.67. Jarvis locked in a 4.10, so that moved him up into second spot as we see Jarvis Earl up and riding, carves that first turn. Unfortunately, that wave not offering much more, so he kicks out of that one. Last of Mannix locked in at a 2-point ride, so Mannix is looking for an 8.71 to take second spot off Jarvis Earl, and Luke O'Connell chasing a 6.78. So, still plenty of time remaining. Luke and Mannix, if they get the opportunities, I'm sure that they will definitely go to town on the waves and potentially get the scores. We'll just have to see what plays out towards the end of the heat.
Yeah. I'd say one of those guys, Luke, might have priority at the moment. It's been a while since he caught a wave. We're just guessing here, of course. But the four surfers all bunched up. Looks like someone's making a bit of a break to the north. And
Yeah.
7.5 minutes remaining in this. Yeah, that was Jarvis. So currently in second spot, holding a 4.1 as his second scoring wave. And he had that little throw over 2.63. Jackson Baker, the heat leader, looking to improve on a 3.67 to extend his lead. 7 minutes remaining as Jarvis Earl just hunts the line up a bit, trying to find something. Oh, he looks like he's going to have a shot at this one. It's not going to break though.
No.
Just backed off completely that wave.
Yeah, well, 7 minutes remaining. No change to the situation as yet. Up next, we will see in the red, Aidan Lewin Parsons taking on in the white, Lucas Rice, in the yellow, Joshua Stratton, and in the blue, Jamie Thompson. So that's another stacked heat towards the end of the second round for the men's, and then we will move on into the Open Women's Quarterfinals. First heat we will have, let's get my live heats up. In the first heat we'll have Sky Burgess take on Annie Dos Santos, Molly Picklum, and Zalia Short. So that's going to be a great first heat to open up the women's quarterfinals. That will be a 25-minute heat as well, as we see Jamie Thompson. He's just getting ready. That board looks like a pretty good little gravel board, so he's just getting his equipment dialed in for the smaller waves out there today. We are here at Werry Beach, same location as yesterday. This is the Australian Open of Surf in Kiama, South Coast New South Wales Open, presented by Her Wave. Finals day.
It is finals day indeed. We'll be wrapping up this afternoon. And surfing across the low tide this morning. Low tide is at 10 to 10, and we've got a high tide coming through the Savo at 4 o'clock. So the tide should be favourable for the small waves for the rest of the event. And wind forecast to pick up out of the north-northwest up to 15 to 20 knots this afternoon before a southerly rips through late Arvo. So I don't think the southerly, I think will be long gone by the time the southerly comes.
I hope so.
Yeah, because I think it's a strong one. And yeah, it'll be pumping tomorrow, courtesy of the southerly.
Yeah.
Yeah, forecast is for 3 to 4 foot
Oh,
tomorrow.
is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
south
wow.
swell. As we see Mannix Green Tree Squires throwing up a couple of nice little turns. That first hook out of the lip looked really good. The 14-year-old Grom just kicking out there.
He surfs good.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's good. I imagine he's just the classic frothing grommet.
Yeah. There's a few of those hanging around, which is kind of exciting. They're all coming through as we roll on through to. There's 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Last of Mannix, a 3.10 that did lower his requirement. He's now looking for an 8.18 as we see current heat leader Jackson Baker tags that first one and again for a second. So he's just looking nice and strong on these boards. So he'll kick out and get straight back out there for another one. He's kind of just maybe having a little bit of a play around now, getting used to these waves before his next heat, which will be coming up shortly after the women's quarterfinals. Jarvis Earl still in second with that 7.17, a 4.10. Luke O'Connell chasing a 6.78, and Mannix, as I said before, chasing an 8.18. Still plenty of time remaining, just over 4 minutes. This is a 20-minute heat. This morning we'll have the next 2 heats is 20 minutes, and then we'll roll on through to 25-minute heats for the quarterfinals, semis, and the finals of the day.
Yeah, extra 5 minutes will make a difference, gives the surfers a bit more opportunity in these small conditions. See Jackson just, that wave not really offering anything there. Just 3.5 minutes remaining, and Jackson Baker, Jarvis Earl, the 2 surfers in the box seat at the moment.
Yeah, so they're just maybe potentially holding on to their priority, trying to get that upper hand over the surfers in red and white. With 3.5 minutes remaining, you can maybe see Jarvis looking in on his crew, saying, you know, should I stay where I am? Should I go a bit further up? Or potentially looking in to see if he's got priority. We do have that priority board on the beach with some very experienced priority judges making these calls. So we're very lucky to have 4 man and women priority throughout this event. With 3 minutes remaining, no change to the situation. So last of Jackson Baker, 4.03, that did increase his lead. So if Jarvis wants to take the lead off the surfer in blue, he's looking for a 5.54. But he may want to increase that 4.10 as his lowest scoring ride to increase that second scoring spot and consolidate his progression through this heat with just under 3 minutes remaining in this one. So Luke O'Connell's been a little bit quiet towards the end of the heat.
Yeah, he needs a solid score, looking for a 6.78. Surfer in red, and Mannix looking for a solid score of 8.18. So Jackson Baker and Jarvis Earl in a very good position as this heat continues to wind down. Just a little bit over 2 minutes remaining. And
that's Lucas Rice getting ready for his next heat.
he's wearing a weddy.
He's wearing a weddy, yeah, smart call. Would not be going out in boardies out there, too cold.
Well, 20 minutes, I suppose. You can.
Yeah, that's true. That is very, very true.
Yeah, there's nothing worse like when you start freezing up when you're surfing.
Yeah.
Sort of takes all the joy out of it.
Yeah, 100%. You come in and you're cold, as we see. Current heat leader slices that first turn, trying to find this connection so he stays closer to that pocket, that power source. Palming his way all the way through this one, brings it around for another one. Can he find this inside connection? We'll have to wait and see. And just kicks out of that one nice and stylish. So Jackson will get straight back out there with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
So score to lock in for last of blue. Jarvis, Luke, and Maddox sitting out there waiting for a couple of waves to come through as we see Mannix up and riding on this one. These waves look overhead on him. He goes to the air.
But unfortunately doesn't ride out of that one. So 1 minute to go. Notice Jackson Baker surfing minus the leg rope. Just reducing the drag in these small waves.
Yeah. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I wouldn't want to be swimming all heat though.
Yeah. Well, the idea is not to fall off.
Yeah, that's true.
But I suppose if you are swimming, it's not a long swim.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just on 30 seconds remaining, there's our heat leader. Jackson Baker has surfed another really strong heat. He was on fire yesterday in the first round. Just looks really comfortable out there. These small waves not hindering him at all because he's quite solid. And he's saying yesterday he's stoked to be back in the water. He's been working as a courier.
I heard that.
Yeah. But now that he knows the regional qualifying events are on early next year, he's back into it. So this heat, I should say, just winding down, and Jackson Baker and Jarvis Earl, the two moving through Heat 6, and we'll be back with Heat 7, Round 2 of the men's, the Australian Open of Surfing, right after this break.
And welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing here at Kiama. We're down at Wary Beach in Gerringong today for finals day. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Starling and Lucas Rice, up and riding on his backhand, getting a couple waves in quick on the buzzer, or at least his first wave. A couple of turns, I should say. Connected about 6 together there. Nice job, Lucas.
I'm sure he'll be stoked to open up with that one.
So there's been a few good waves in those first couple heats, true?
Yeah, some really good waves opening up the first couple of heats of the morning. We saw Jackson Baker start with an 8.67 on his first wave, which was super exciting. Jarvis Earl opened up with a 7.17. We saw some good scores coming in for Kalani Ball and Kai Warner. Yeah, it's been a pretty exciting morning of action so far.
Oh, can't wait to see more of it, and really excited to see that there are some good scores dropping in. It's pretty small, but obviously it's not having too much of an effect on the guys making it through in those top spots.
Yeah.
Out in the lineup for heat number 7, round 2, 20-minute heats to finish out round 2, and then we'll be going into 25-minute heats once we hit the women's quarters, which will be up next. Lucas Rice in the lineup in white, Aiden Lewin Parson in red, Joshua Strenton in yellow, and Jamie Thompson in blue.
Yeah, so Lucas Rice opened up with a 3.67 and a 3.77. Aiden Lewin Parsons a 5.17 to his name. Joshua Stratton opened up with a 1.17 and a 2.83, and Jamie Thompson yet to catch a wave in this heat. 17 minutes remaining, so still pretty much early days in this heat this morning. So it's been an exciting morning. Another great call to hold it here at Wary Beach. Was same place as yesterday. The bank's really fun. The waves are fun. It's a little bit smaller, but it's still super rippable.
Yeah, great to see a couple of fun ones coming through. I've been watching from the beach a little bit through the morning, and there's definitely kind of a nice peak. Those smaller waves that sneak just underneath where the guys are now, some of them are breaking okay and giving a little bit of a wall, and then a lot of them are actually just going unbroken, kind of right onto the shore break. So it's definitely worth being a little bit patient, waiting for some sort of set to roll through. Low tide is around 10 a.m. this morning, so hopefully that keeps the conditions kind of consistent throughout, and we should have a good push as we move into the finals this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope so. I think when I first rocked up this morning and checked it to when I came in for my surf, it felt like it was getting better, maybe a little bit bigger. So I hope that kind of theme rolls on throughout the day.
So Lucas sitting in an okay position with 2 scores totaling up to the highest, but he does need to get something a little bit better to put some decent scores on the scoreboard. Aiden with that 5.17 to open up with, sitting in a good position, looking for that backup. And as we wait for the next set to roll through, we're going to catch up with Jackson Baker. Congratulations on a big win and a great first wave.
Yeah, big win, small waves. Nah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, it's hard being a bigger body out there, but stuck to my guns. And well, not really actually. I said get busy, and then the other 2 boys got busy, and kind of once they'd done that, I was like, well, there's no point groveling with them. I might as well park up and wait for a set if it was to come, and it did. So I was pretty lucky there.
So good. And how's the surf been back home in preparation for this week?
Yeah, pretty bad. Oh, well, not bad, but just small like this. There's a pretty similar bank up at home. Little right rip bowl. So I've been just kind of surfing that all week on this board with no leggy, and that's what I kind of did then. So I felt pretty comfortable.
Oh, that's pretty good then, setting you up for a good contest weekend in small surf, knowing that was coming. And what are we expecting out of you coming into finals? How hungry were you coming into this event?
Yeah, it's a weird type of hunger. I definitely have the will to win. I think you always do. But coming back from not really competing for a fair while, it's like you have a different kind of drive. Like going from event to event and dealing with losses and then getting on a roll. But this is just kind of like you're kind of winging it into events. But it'd be good to get a win, little weekend away and back for Coffs. So it'd be good to get a little roll on and just enjoy surfing for what it is and see your mates and just surf some heats.
Great to be back together with the crew.
Yeah, it's good to see the boys. It's been weird. Usually staying with them pretty much 6 months of the year, but it's been pretty much 6-8 months where we haven't even seen each other. So it's good to catch up, and everyone wants to win, so it's kind of cool. It's back in that same competitive nature, and yeah, it's good just to be back surfing and seeing your mates.
Well, thanks so much. Congratulations on the big win and the big score.
Thank you very much.
See you in the next
See you later.
Man, imagine that, just waiting out there, patient as ever, deciding to wait for the set, and then it comes and you're actually able to unleash on it.
Yeah, pretty exciting. And he did. He was surfing so good. He was surfing really strong, and you couldn't tell that he felt that he was struggling out there. So, yeah, whatever he's doing, he's got to keep doing it because he's doing really well.
A big shift for all the competitors coming into the Australian Open of Surfing without having many events on this entire year. A couple maybe small events back home.
Yeah.
A couple of surfers that would have maybe had the wild cards into the WSL specialty events that ran, like on the Tweed Coast and the Gold Coast. But other than that, it's pretty fresh to get back into competition. Have you heard most of the crew being pretty excited about it?
Yeah. Everyone that I've spoken to has been super excited to get back into competing and just to not even competing, just being actually back at events and hanging out with people that you don't normally see. And I feel like you create a connection with so many people while you're on the road competing or traveling. And, you know, not being able to see them is kind of can get really sad and you miss everyone. You know, I've got friends in New Zealand, in Costa Rica, in America, and I go, okay, come back. Like, I come back. I miss you now. So we see Lucas Rice up and riding. And this is Joshua Stratton up and riding behind him. Just a quick up and out. Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica. For the past maybe 2 or 3 years, she's always had her birthday in Australia. And she always ends up at our house. And this year, she had her birthday like a week or so ago. And she wasn't here. So it was so weird to not have her here for her birthday. And I'm going, Leilani, where are you? You know, it's your birthday. You're meant to be here. We're meant to make you cake and, you know, have fun and go surf and whatever else. But, yeah, I'm sure she had a good day, but it was weird.
Yeah, it's strange having those traditions that should seem like so abnormal to think that she would be in Australia at this time of the year. But usually we have the Port Stephens women's QS that's running. I'm assuming that's why, she would be all the way in Australia. For the last few years, the Port Stephens QS has been one of the biggest ones on the calendar. It's been the deciding factor for a lot of women making it onto the championship tour for the following year. That QS, like 5,000 or 6,000 that's run. So yeah, it's a strange one, even just to think that, you know, this is kind of the biggest event that's running at this stage.
It's crazy. And, you know, at the start of the year, we didn't even think there was going to even be any events run this year. So also to have this event being here and then having 3 more after this is so exciting, and I think everyone that's here is just so excited to have the Rashi back on, be competing again, and I think we're all pretty stoked to be here.
Well, out in the lineup, Lucas Rice is still sitting in the lead. There's Finn McLaren getting ready to paddle out. He'll be in the next heat, coming from the Gold Coast, just south of Sydney there, and he'll be up against a few other great surfers vying for that spot in the quarterfinals. A little bit of stretching and warm up on the beach.
Yeah. Getting ready, got his headphones on as we see Joshua Stratton up and riding on his backhand. Tags that end section, gets a little bit of a tail slide on that one and kicks out. So scores to lock in for last of yellow. Jamie Thompson yet to open up his account. We've got 10.5 minutes remaining. Jamie, another crew member down here at Surfing New South Wales, which is super exciting. It's pretty good to be able to work and compete at the same time.
Yeah, it's so fun to be able to see you guys like behind the scenes, getting here early, helping set up, like whatever the different roles are that so many of you are filling. There's really, like, for those of you listening in that have never been to a contest like this in person, there's a lot that goes in behind the scenes. Like, there are a lot of hands putting things together that you will never see and never realize exists, but we need heaps of staff, which is why so many of the younger competitors are coming through and getting those hours in, getting that work experience, getting some bucks as well.
Yes.
On your way through competition.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's so hard with, you know, you've got your entry fees and accommodation and then food and petrol and whatever else that it is that's there. Wax always seems to keep draining my bank account.
It's just one of those things.
$5 a piece. So I'm just like, okay, I got to stop buying wax, or I just got to find another way to get it.
Well, crew member Jamie Thompson up and riding. Nice opening turn. Goes for that little fade cut back, and the wave fades out on him. So very patient. Waited about 11 minutes to take off on his first wave.
Wow.
But it's understandable in these conditions. I mean, we
Yeah.
saw Jackson wait for a while, but got into one of those sets. And here we go. Take us through this wave of Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie up and running again. He's gone, yeah, I'm going to look at this little inside runner, see if I can get a good turn. So he tags that first section, goes left on this second one, carves it again. Manages to find the connection, puts it up there for a third one and kicks out of that. So Jamie's gone, you know what, I need to kind of get the ball rolling in this one, get my feet in the wax. So if I can see one that's halfway out, I'm going to try and take off on it and see what I can do with it.
Well, we'll see how those scores come through, what the situation ends up as. Luke sitting in the lead. Luke's been a good competitor on the qualifying series for a while now. Josh Stretton with a nice little slam on that finishing section. Josh from Newcastle has dropped some great clips on his Instagram. It's pretty fun to be able to just check out everyone's Instagrams and see, like, even I feel like this time of the year, normally you've got, like, heaps of content that's brand new and fresh and, like, the surf trips that people have just been on, the contests they've just been at. But because this year has been so different, a lot of Instagram feeds are filled with, like, past content, but they're posting it fresh. And so it's like the trip that they had been on last year at this time. Or the trip that they wish that they were on back getting really good waves somewhere.
Yeah, 100%. I know that I scroll through my camera roll and there's been a couple of memories come up of me being in Bali or being in South Africa or wherever, and I just go, no, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. So we see Aiden Lewin Parsons up and riding on his backhand. He got a few nice jams at the start of that wave, and Lucas Rice finishing that one off. So he's going to try and find this connection, and he does. So Lucas banking a good score. Scores locked in for Jamie Thompson. He got a 2.10 for his first and a 3-point ride for his second. Looking for a 3.27 to take second spot. Aiden Lewin Parsons has a wave to drop in, only chasing a 1.10. And a score to lock in for Lucas Rice as well. So we'll have to see what the judges think of that one as we watch the replay. It's just feels like a bit of a Huntington hop, that one. I was saying that to
really
Reggae
is.
before.
Yeah, I heard that when I walked in the booth. I mean, it's definitely that kind of like shallow bank out the back, a little bit of a gutter in between, and then it reforms right as it hits the shorelines. Extremely Huntington Beach. That's where I grew up.
Oh, yeah.
So that's how, I learned how to surf on kind of a dumpy outside break. If you could make it through the inside and then kick off on the sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all too familiar, but it's nice to see that at least it's kind of breaking all the way through that section instead of going completely dead on some of those sets. Yesterday afternoon, we saw quite a few like good waves connect all the way through to the sand where you could really still get like a little power section at the finish.
Yeah, 100%. And there's still definitely a couple of waves that do offer that. You just got to pick him, as we see Joshua Stratton picking off a nice one. Tags that first turn again for the second one. So Joshua gets a 2-turn banger. He was moved down into third position after Aiden Lewin Parsons locked in his second scoring ride, which is a 2.37. So he was looking for a 4.12, heard the requirement, and moved straight up into the lead, dropping a 5.83. So situation, Joshua Stratton out in front with a 5.83 and a 4.43. Lucas Rice in second with a 4.83 and a 4.20. If he wants to take the lead, he needs a 4.44. Aiden Lewin Parsons is sitting in third. He has a 5.17 and a 2.37. Looking for a 3.87 to progress through this one. And Jamie Thompson just a 2.10 and a 3-point ride to his name. He's going to need a 6.04 to progress through this heat and take second spot off Lucas Rice with 5.5 minutes remaining. So we see Dean Bowen having a chat, maybe getting a couple of pointers off his crew.
Always so nice to have a little bit of a team behind you.
Yeah.
Dean grew up in the area, so he would know this break pretty well as he's getting ready to paddle out. Having a little stretch on the sand, getting in that morning warm-up, and excited to see him back in the lineup. Down to 5 minutes on the clock. Lucas Paes heading out into the next heat as well. So this will wrap up round number 2, heat 8. 20 more minutes. And then we'll go into those 25-minute quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's exciting. That extra 5 minutes is a big deal. It doesn't seem like it, but then when you're in a heat and you go, 20 minutes, it's up. And then you go, oh, no, wait, I got 5 more minutes. You're okay, well, let's go. I can get a couple more opportunities out there. So the team at Surfing New South Wales making a really good call to extend those heats to 25 minutes throughout the rest of the day. So hopefully the waves keep coming through. Everyone keeps getting some good scores. It's finals day.
It's finals day. So exciting.
I know.
We're going to crown some champions today. We're going to have some maybe changes in the leaderboards as we see Aiden from Ulladulla. Nice 2 snaps on his backhand and gets that finishing section. So he's not chasing a huge score to get that advancing position. Just a 3.87 will get him into second over Luke Rice. May have had it with that 3-turn combination. It's difficult to find a wave with a little bit of that pocket and critical section today.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the judges think of that one. They've been doing a really great job over the last couple of events. It's been actually a couple of big few weeks of events. Some big days, and that score dropped in at a 3.90. So Aiden moving up into second, chasing a 3.87, so just got the score. Lucas Rice bumped into third, looking for a 4.25, and Jamie Thompson chasing a 6.08 to take second spot off Aiden. This has been a bit of a twisting, turning heat. I feel like everyone's had first or second spot.
Yeah, and it's really tight. I mean, we've got those 2 5s on the scoreboard, but other than that, it's like such small margins that separate everyone. So really, if one more set rolls through in the next couple of minutes, we could see a full change.
Yeah.
Just if someone actually gets that wave with the critical sections and can have some speed with it.
Yeah, 100%. We'll just have to see if Huey, our wave god, provides.
Having a nice look. Heaps of clouds on the horizon. We've had some rain as we showed up, and we're getting set up this morning. There is a pretty heavy downpour, I think, forecasted for the next few hours.
No.
So we'll keep seeing a little bit of rain, and then it might just clear up. But it's pretty warm out. Aiden working down through to the inside again, just staying active and trying to put a little bit more space between himself and that third place position. But yeah, it does look like we might end up with, it's changing a little bit, but maybe around 11 o'clock, like some pretty solid rain for a little bit. Hopefully we don't get any of that lightning, or it just stays real far out on the horizon.
Yeah.
That's always a tricky one with storms blowing through during contests, or even like just for beach goers and stuff, if we get any like lightning that's real close by.
Yeah, what
whether
happens
or not,
there?
Well, generally I think that we would maybe have to get people cleared off the beach, but it would have to be like significantly close in an actual threat.
Yes.
So I would, hopefully today it kind of just blows by on the horizon. If you can see that it's far enough out, it's totally fine.
Yeah.
I know from a surf school perspective, like I'm working on my Surfing Australia coaching accreditation right now.
Oh, wow.
It's like one of the main things in our safety is actually knowing when there is a storm like that blows through, if there's lightning that's close by, getting whoever your students are off of the beach and undercover, and the lifeguards I think would work under that way as well.
So how are you able to tell when the lightning's close by?
Just
seeing it?
Yeah, literally, and kind of
Seeing
just
or
watching the
hearing.
forecast.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So hopefully today it's just kind of those like sprinkle showers that come through.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't want it to rain.
And it's that time of the year now where we're starting to get those kind of storms. It's been a pretty wet winter here in Australia, at least in New South Wales, as we see Jamie Thompson putting in some work as he comes through to the inside, connects a couple turns together. Jamie was chasing a 6.08 to take the advancing position. We'll see if it's enough. And that requirement has changed slightly because Aiden has moved into first place with a 4.3, dropping in for last of red. He moves into first. Joshua Stretton down into second. Luke down into third still. And Jamie Thompson in fourth is chasing a 5.94. Jamie's last wave looks like it has dropped in true at just a 3.33. So that's not going to change his situation as we come down to the last 18 minutes. Our heat leader from Ulladulla just racing away on his backhand. And one more set, we'll see if Lucas Rice can get the score. He's chasing a 4.44.
Yeah, wow, with 10 seconds remaining. Beautiful first turn again for the second one. So he's got to finish this one off if he wants to move up into second spot. So, wow. We'll have to see what the judges think of that one and see if he moves up into second spot. The heat is over.
Time is up, coming into the shoreline. Trying to get a gauge. Shaking his head no. Maybe he doesn't think he got it. It's definitely hard to get some of those decent scores today. Well, that was another great heat out here at the Australian Open of Surfing at Wary Beach, just down the way from Kiama. Well, Lucas Rice gets the score. He moves into the lead with a 4.93.
Wow.
Aiden down into second, Josh down into third, and Jamie in fourth. So congratulations, Lucas and Aiden, for advancing through into the quarterfinals. We'll be right back with more action after this.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6.
Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
And welcome back to the action at the Australian Open Kiama down here at Wary Beach in Gerringong. Today we found the best sandbank possible to run in the minuscule amount of swell that we have on offer. But the conditions are clean, and there has been a few excellent scores already dropped this morning, so we're expecting that to continue throughout the day. As we're into our final heat of the men's round 2, heat number 8, 20 minutes on the clock. Finn McLaren, Dean Bowen, Lucas Pius, and Brett Bircher out in the lineup. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Reggae Ellis. Good morning, Reggae.
Hey, Shannon. How you doing?
Yeah, good. It's been great to be back on the beach this morning. Nice to see that rain has let off a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I think it
It's
looks
still
like it's
sprinkling.
clearing out now. But nice conditions out there. Light offshore breeze. Got a low tide in about an hour and 15 minutes. Small waves, but as you said, there's some decent scores being locked in. Seeing quite a few in that 7.5 plus range. So in each heat, sort of like that's how it's panning out. Whoever gets that solid wave is holding pretty good, leaving the others to catch up with 3s and 4s. As we see Finn McLaren throwing it up on his backhand. And again, nice powerful turn out of the top. This one, a little bowly section there for a quick little snap. So 3 good solid turns there for Finn. And that's his second wave. So we'll be pretty happy with that one. So he's locked in 2 waves in the first 2.5 minutes. So getting active at the start of the heat. Dean Bowen with 3.17 and Lucas Peace with a 0.83. Brett Bircher yet to take off.
Well, solid start for Finn McLaren. Wow, that wave really stood up so well. Nice little right-hand rip bowl and comes through as a 7.0 to improve on his 4.67. So like you said, Reggae, just straight out the gates.
Well, he'll be happy with that, locking a 7 at the early stages of this heat. That will be a keeper, I would presume. And here he goes on his little left. They're getting busy out there. A couple of nice turns there. And again, just sort of wrapping that one up with a nice little carve and kicks out. So Finn McLaren.
Yeah, solid start for Finn. Dean Bowen in with a 3.17. Lucas with just a throwaway score to start and waiting for Brett Bircher to get his opening ride. But down with the headphones on, we have Lucas Rice. Luke, congratulations on a big win. You're into the quarterfinals.
Thank you very much.
How did it feel out in the lineup today?
Really small. And there's little waves, but it's a lot smaller than yesterday.
Well, you got that. You jumped from third to first on that last wave. How'd you feel when you kicked out? Looking at your face, you didn't look like you thought you'd got the score.
No, I didn't think I did. It was a pretty small wave, but I suppose I didn't need much of a score, so it would have been kind of close, I thought.
Yeah. So how hard is it to maintain your enthusiasm out there, get your contest strategy head on?
It's not too hard at the moment. It's nice and clean, which is always nice. So once it gets windy, it might get a little bit harder. But it's nice day and some little waves, better than working.
That's the catch cry. All right, well, Lucas, well surfed, and best of luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
There you go. It is better than working, as we see Lucas Pease there, little Grommy, getting active on the inside and just kicking out in the yellow. So just looking to get something on the board. Brett Bircher yet to take off as well. And
Luke, as we see, Finn has a look. Looks like Brett Bircher in priority, taking off on his first wave. Nice little line being drawn to start off with. Goes totally vertical on that second turn. So good two-turn combination.
Yeah, look, nice flow in between those two manoeuvres. So he waited a while for that wave, but didn't want to waste his priority. And catching that on the 15-minute mark.
Lucas Rice, that won that last heat we just spoke to, he's one of those surfers talking about being stoked to miss some work and surf instead.
Yeah.
Who at the start of the year, with everything going down and events shutting off, decided to start his electrician's training.
Oh, okay.
So he's one of those guys that's, taken a bit of a different shift, hasn't been super focused on even putting himself back into competition necessarily.
Yeah, right.
He's working hard every day from the south coast of Sydney, from Thirroul area.
Yep.
Lives somewhere around there in Bulli. And there's a nice little right-hand rip bowl in Thirroul at the moment, as we see Brett Bircher staying busy and active. So Brett's first wave drops in at a 4.53. And now waiting for that second one to come through. Finn McLaren and Lucas Rice from last heat from the same area.
Yep.
There's been this great rip bowl at the north end of Thirroul, right in front of where my husband and I live.
Yeah.
Boys are surfing out there all the time, and it's kind of has been, I think, over the last week, because it's been so small, fairly similar. It's got a little more punch than what we're looking at today. But I would imagine Lucas would have been surfing there most afternoons after work.
Yeah.
And same with Finn in getting ready for this event
For
this
this
weekend,
event,
knowing that
yeah.
we'd be at small beach break conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, well, no, pretty similar conditions up and down the coast today. So how are you finding living in Thirroul?
Yeah, it's a really great
You've actually
small
settled
town.
down for the first time in quite a few years. Every
For
time I see you, you're either leaving to go somewhere or you just come back from somewhere.
Exactly, as we see Dean Bowen. Nice snap to start off with. All right, good two-turn combo. He'll feel pretty stoked with that one. Dean sitting with that 3.17. Yeah, it's been a busy couple of years on the road, quite a lot, Aaron and I, but we've settled back down. Aaron has lived in Thirroul for, the last 15 years or something.
Right, okay.
So I kind of stole him away, took him to South Africa, to Jeffreys Bay with me, and around a few other areas. But it's been great to kind of settle into the local community there. There's some great waves on offer in the area, a really nice kind of small town feel as well.
Yeah.
We've got the national park, the Royal National Park, just behind us, talking about New South Wales and Destination New South Wales. So many beautiful places in this area. We basically have like an unbelievable amount of good surf within a 20-minute drive of our house, as well as this rainforest with some incredible bushwalks and some pretty decent like hikes as far as like really getting some heart rate up and finding some good areas to kind of hike through towards Sydney. So it's a pretty incredible area that we get to check out as we see Zalia Short there on screen. She's also from that Thirroul area. She'll be coming up next. She's one of the crew to get the local wild card in from Scarborough Board Riders.
Yeah. Oh, very good. There's heaps of your crew around here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Even just to be able to commentate and know that a lot of the kind of local crew from where we're at the moment. I don't get to see a lot of these guys in the water unless it's kind of some of those lower ranked QS events. Lucas was doing really well on the QS, so he was starting to get up into those higher events. But yeah, it's pretty fun to be able to see some of the younger Groms in the lineup, and seeing them around town at home is really nice, and to be able to see them crushing and making through some heats is great.
Yeah. Well, at this stage, it's all Finn McLaren with those that early start. This Dean Bowen locked in a decent score in his last one.
Yeah, that 7-point ride for Finn really set him apart. Finn works as a surf coach in his off time. He's working for Nick Squires for the Illawarra Surf Academy, and he lives in Austin Mere. He's got a good little setup, coaching, has just finished school, and gets to surf a lot in his free time.
Yeah. Which is what you want.
Exactly. So cool hearing that interview from Sarah Baum yesterday where we were asking her
Yeah.
about how much time, she said she's surfing heaps and training a lot. Really, how many times do you surf? Oh, 3 times a day.
I know, I couldn't
3
believe
times a
that.
day, every day. That's incredible.
That is amazing.
So good. It's got to
It's a
be
good
more
way
than
to
most of the guys.
Yeah, it's a good way to stay fit. I remember years ago people used to say to wonder how Kelly stayed so fit and healthy because he didn't go to the gym. He said, I don't do anything like that. I just surf 3 times a day, and that's all you need to do. And a bit of stretching, and away you go.
Yeah.
And then you too can be an 11-time world champion. As we
There we
see
go.
Finn snapping it off the top. Good flow off the bottom, really winding that bottom turn into the lip, and again. So he's got some good rhythm going here. And just brings it all the way through. And another one just for good measure. So Finn McLaren making the most of that wave. Again, going out without the leg rope, reducing the drag in these small waves.
Good call.
Yeah, you can really feel it when you surf without a leggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the difference it makes.
Yeah, it's not very often I see someone shortboarding without a leg rope. As a longboarder myself, I surf without a leg rope most days. Unless it's pretty solid, then I'll wear one just so I don't have to do such a big swim, or if there's heaps of rocks in the way or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would make a huge difference on such a small swell like this. Not a long swim if you lose your board. Lucas up and firing. Nice snap to start off with. Keeping some speed and momentum coming into that second turn, but just gets caught up behind.
Yeah, that wave just sort of ran away from that second section. Just in the second half of this heat, Finn McLaren in the lead. Brett Bircher currently in second place. Dean Bowen in...
So Dean's also spent a lot of time working in the off time this year without many events on. He's just been out on the ships getting some cash in his pocket and preparing for the qualifying series for next year. He's got a pretty good setup where he's on a casual contract, so he can kind of work off and on. If he has events that come up, he's been doing that for years now, then he is able to go and compete, not have to worry about calling in sick to work or organizing things with his bosses. But when he does have a few months off, he's able to really plug in. And he was telling me the other day at the board riders battle that when he does get like a month off, he'll try and just work for a few weeks straight.
Oh, right, okay.
Go offshore, get some good hours in, save up, pay some bills, and then be freed up when he needs to go straight into contest mode, which is really good.
Well, Dean Bowen, he's the 3.61 at the moment. He's having a look at this wave, surfer in blue. So Dean Bowen on the left. Nice snap out of the top. Plenty of spray off that turn, and big hack. Strong, powerful surfer, Dean Bowen. And looks like Lucas was on the right-hander, still going. Lucas looking to get across this inside section, which he does quite easily. And just snaps it up.
Love that little bit of a fist
he's
pump
pretty
there.
stoked with that, I think.
All right, so Finn McLaren's just dropped in another high score, a 7.33 to back up that 7.0, so he's sitting with a significant lead over the rest of the field. Brett Bircher sitting in second, chasing that 8.91. Dean Bowen chasing a 3.61 to move from third into an advancing position, and a score to drop in for last of Lucas. Now the ladies getting ready to head out into the lineup, and we'll be straight into the women's quarterfinals, which is pretty exciting. And I'll have a look at the draw right now just to see who we have coming up. And in that first heat, we've got Sky Burgess and Dos Santos, Molly Picklum, and Zalia Short. So that's going to be a really exciting, explosive start. Molly Picklum had a bit of a firecracker day yesterday. Not only did she have 9s, 8s, 7s in her heat, she was just in here. Filling in. She did so much work for us yesterday.
I know, it was
She's
good.
earned her spot out in the lineup today.
Yeah, we'll have to drag her back in. But 100% get her back in here.
100%. Get the two 100% kids. Oh, man, so fun. I just love, like, having the younger group in here commentating because they know these athletes so well.
Yeah.
They're still competing, so they're, like, really fresh and active in the lineup. And they all just travel together. And so you get these little, like, tidbits of stories that you and I won't experience. Yeah. We won't be able to find. And it's just so fun to hear the two of them go at it. True and Molly. They'll be taking over CT commentary before we know it, after they win a couple world titles.
Yeah, that's what I said to Molly. She can do, Rosie Hodge.
Exactly. Yeah. It's perfect. Well, Dean Bowen just dropped in a 7.0 to take that second place position. Brett Bircher down into third, chasing a 7.41. I was having a look at Brett Bircher's Instagram this morning, and he obviously hasn't been traveling for a while, but he's dropped a few clips from last year in J-Bay.
Oh, okay.
And it's just taking me back, man. So many good right-handers. He's just a fantastic surfer, surfing some big windy days there, but he's dropped a couple cool edits. And nice to see even just a little footage sometime of like some really solid point break waves, as we see Lucas on his backhand.
Yeah, Lucas just getting this one under priority, just looking for something at this stage. He is looking for a big score, 7.77. Brett Bircher also needing a 7.41. Brett just with a 5.43 and a 4. And Lucas, that last little wave, we had 2.1, so he's holding a 5.07 and a 3.23. But yeah, Finn McLaren, 2 good solid scores. We're in the final 5 minutes now, and Finn McLaren and Dean Bowen currently holding first and second. Dean Bowen, a couple of good scores that last one. 2 big power hacks, and judges like that, as we see Finn just finishing off there.
It's coming down to that gritty 5-minute mark. Finn's done a great job to set himself apart. Dean's also in a comfortable position now that he found that 7-point ride. Nice to see a couple of those decent scores coming through, though. And it seems like the waves are standing up a little bit better in this heat than even the last one.
Yeah.
So as that tide continues to drop.
Yeah, we've got about another hour, I think, to dead low. But yeah, Dean Bowen, that last one, he caught, used his priority there and made the most of it. Big solid dude with some solid turns. And Finn and Dean currently looking pretty good with just under 4 minutes remaining in this heat. Next heat will be extending the clock to 25-minute heats, give our surfers a little bit more time out there. And it looks like Dean Bowen again on his backhand this time. Whoa.
Ooh.
Yeah, that wave just kind of disappeared on him. And Lucas not having much luck with the left. 3.5 minutes.
We got a couple of Brazilians in the lineup this week. Lucas from Brazil, currently living, I believe, in Sydney area. So nice for him to be able to spend some time in Australia. And then Ando Santos, who's actually coming up in the next heat. Her family moved over from Brazil when she was 8 years old, so she's Australian, but from Brazilian youth. And she's been a great figure in the Aussie surf scene for a number of years. Still a real young competitor, and has been spending a lot of time traveling on the QS. So it'll be a big change for her as well, just staying at home. But she'll be coming up in that first quarterfinal on the women's side of the draw, against Sky Burgess, Molly Picklum, and Zalia Short.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at this one.
So Lucas having, no, that one just shutting down there. So just 2.5 minutes. Will we see another wave? Little one's starting to stand up now, but I don't know if anyone's got much interest in it. Lucas, nah. Thought about it. Wisely changed his mind.
Lucas had a great heat yesterday, came out on top above Josh Strenton, Doug Chandler, and Ben Duncan. He had a 6.5 and a 7.83 as his 2 high scores in his heat. So he'd be feeling a bit frustrated today to not be able to find any waves of the same caliber.
Yeah, he hasn't had much luck out there at all today, as we see Brett Bircher looking for a solid score, needs a 7+ ride. Nice snap off the top. And again, a little backhand Rio, but that wave, unfortunately, just runs out as we see Finn now. Just glides over the top of that section. Oh, nice little layback hook there, and just kicks out. So a couple of short waves there for Brett Bircher and Finn McLaren as this heat gets down to the final 1.5 minutes. And looks like Lucas now throws it to the air, but unfortunately can't ride out of that one.
Finn did well straight from the start to be able to open up with a decent sized score and then back it up. We'll see what that last one comes through as well. If he's able to even just have a little bit of practice thrown in. Dean Bowen with a score to drop in, Brett with a score, and Lucas with a score to drop in. as we see Finn on the replay, the Destination New South Wales replay.
Yeah,
Love
quick
the
little
amount
snap.
the amount of speed too that he had with that one.
Yeah. It won't factor into his top two waves. So just into the final 35 seconds of this heat, the situation remains the same. It looks like Brett Bircher having another shot. Nice little wall ahead of him, just snaps it off the top. This one, again, a little cutty there, but unfortunately that wave not giving him much opportunity. And this clock just continues to wind down. So Finn McLaren, Dean Bowen in the lead. Brett only needed a 6.37, but say only, that's not a big... It is quite a big ask in these conditions. If you get the right wave, you're all looking good. But few and far between as we see Dean Bowen having a look, and this one just winding down. So that wraps up Heat 8 and wraps up round 2 of the men's here at the Australian Open of Surfing. And we'll be back with the women's quarterfinals right after this break.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
To Wary Beach. There's the aerial shot of our setup down there. We've got that little sandbank just right in front of the tents, of course, and we're about to get underway with quarterfinals of the women's here at the Australian Open of Surfing. This is the third event of the series, South Coast version down here at Kiama, and we're just south of Kiama, of course, town of Gerringong right behind the beach here. There you see we've got Sky Burgess in the red and Dos Santos in the white. Molly Picklum, she's wearing the yellow, and Zalia Short on screen there, and Zalia is in the blue. So she promised to be a good heat. All these surfers had pretty solid results yesterday, surfed pretty well. And as we saw in that last heat, still some clean little waves coming through, giving plenty of scoring opportunity. Looks like Ann Dos Santos, well, there you go. So it looks like Molly Picklum started off with a 7.33 and Dos Santos with a 4.67. So, wow, 2 ways ridden in the first 30 seconds of the heat. Molly Picklum had a huge result yesterday, and wow, starting off with a 7.33.
Good start for Molly.
Yeah.
Yesterday she did okay. She had that 9.33 and an 8.0, so no big deal.
No big deal, yeah. Wow, she's on fire, isn't she, at the moment, young Molly?
Yeah, it looks like, you know, she's been training heaps with Micro. She's got a good crew that she's surfing with every day, checking in with every day. She was sharing with me yesterday just about having Micro as a coach and also as a mentor. And so just kind of, yeah, keeping her head in the right space. I'm sure she's been chatting to him throughout the event. I even just saw her after her heat yesterday, like taking a few minutes on the beach, still watching the conditions.
Yep.
Really kind of paying close attention to some things that were going on. So she's definitely got her head in the right space as far as like really paying close attention to what else is happening in the women's field. As we see Sky Burgess flying down the line, nice little snap to start off with, goes in for a second one, and this wave's giving her a little bit of a flat section. She'll duck out. Sky's been around on the QS for a number of years, that same kind of crew and generation as Philippa Anderson, Sarah Baum, a few of the other Freya Prum.
Yep.
The older Australian contingency, but still like young and super hungry for wins within the QS.
Yeah, no, I was talking to Freya yesterday after her heat, and She's just completed her pharmacy course, and she has to do like a prac. I forget how many months it is, but she's going to do it, and she'll finish in time for the qualifying region. So yeah, then she's all set. She'll be qualified, able to work as a pharmacist when she wants to, because her dad's a pharmacist.
Okay.
And yeah, but she's done that, and then perfect timing, and she can just focus on the QS. So she's pretty happy with that. Zalia Short now in the blue. Nice little snap. This wave just standing up a little bit on the inside. Gets a second turn in, looking for some finishing manoeuvre. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck at the end there.
So a nice start out for Zalia. Nice to see her get a couple little turns in. She is one of the local wild cards to the event, coming out of Scarborough Board Riders. Scarborough Board Riders took out the win at the ABB on Saturday, which was really fun to see.
Yeah.
They came in so hungry because last year they came 4th, and it's the top 3 that make it through. As we see Molly Picklum, great snap to start off with. Such beautiful style. She comes through the inside after that second turn. So she'll kick out and put a backup score to her name. And a great Board Riders Club for Zalia Short to be growing up within, and nice that they've given her that opportunity to be out in the lineup. And with that, we're going to go down to the beach, catch up with Finn McLaren as we wait for scores for the next heat to drop in. Finn, I said that we'd give you an interview if you got an 8-point ride at the ABB. You came in with a 7.33, so we'll give it to you anyways. Nice job.
Thank you.
How are the conditions out there? And talk to me about kind of surfing and preparing back home. Thurul's got a good right-hand bank at the moment. Have you had that in mind, knowing we'd be on some small beach break conditions this week?
Yeah, Thurul recently has had some good little banks to get out and test the new equipment, which has been really good. Just jumped on a new DP the other week, and it's feeling super fiery. Yeah, out there, a little bit smaller than yesterday, but I'd say the shape's probably better. So if you're on one with a good shape, it's pretty fun. I was quite pleasantly surprised.
Well, you seem to be, when you did find those 2 good waves in particular, generating a lot of speed off the bottom. So is it just, as the tide runs out, it's just drawing a little bit more cleanly, I should say? Yeah,
I think so. It's just that little bit suckier, a little bit more punch than on the high tide this morning.
Yeah, well, as you said, those boards, new equipment, they seem to be flowing really nicely in these little waves.
Yeah, this is a epoxy stringer, which kind of I really like. Just a little bit more flare than your standard PU. And yeah, they go good.
Stoked. Well, congratulations on a big win. You're into the quarterfinals. What will you do between now and then to prepare? Will you go back in the water for a free surf?
I'll probably just have a rest. Maybe have something to eat.
Nice. Well done, and good luck in the quarters.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Finn.
There you go. So Finn McLaren there just had a really good heat, and yeah, new equipment, as you said, Shannon. He's had the opportunity up at home, Thurul, to test out his small wave equipment over the last few weeks, because after a long period of a lot of swell over winter, of course, last 2 to 3 weeks it's been a little bit smaller, typical late spring, summer conditions. But there we go, Molly Picklum out there, 2-wave total of 15.83. And
Molly dropped in an 8.5 for that last wave.
She's having a consistency to locking in these big scores early in the heat. It's amazing. As we see the replay, back hack off the top.
Just so much like grace and maturity in that cutback.
Yeah.
Heaps of speed, nice style with it, great timing. As we see Zalia Short coming through to the inside. She's got this little stand-up section, drawing nicely off the sandbank. And she'll have the clean kick out. We're not sure what happened on the outside of that wave as we were checking out the Destination New South Wales replay of Molly Picklum's 8.5. Ando Santos currently sitting in second place with a 4.67 for her opening ride. Zalia Short with a 3.47 on the scoreboard so far and a second score to drop in.
Yeah, there's a replay. Visit New South Wales replay of Zalia. 2 good turns on the outside and a nice little snap. So a better wave, then she gets a 4th turn in before this wave just runs out of speed on the inside and she kicks out. So Zalia Short has now moved into second. 6.33 on that wave, so that's pushed her ahead of Ando Santos and holding a 4.67 and 2.67 and needing a 5.14 to move into second, while Sky Burgess, she's looking for a 6.68. Sky just holding that one wave at 3.13.
All right, so decent score that dropped in there for Zalia.
Yeah, it was good. Like those judges, like those, particularly those first 3 turns, linked pretty nicely, and then she had the opportunity for one smaller snap on the inside. So yeah, good solid score.
Really solid, especially for her paddling out in this heat. I had a chat, just a quick chat with her mom yesterday. They were really excited she was in the event. She's still just a Grom, though. I mean, she's just an up-and-coming one from the local South Coast.
Yep.
And for her to be in the water against Molly Picklum, who's just blown up so much over the last couple years. Molly's got to be 18 years old. And Dos Santos, she's been competing on the WQS for the last couple of years from Narrabeen. And then Sky Burgess, who's got to be late 20s. You know, for Zalia to be able to come out and hold her ground to find a good wave like that and get into that 6-point range. As we see Sky, nice little floater check to start off with. Unfortunately, that wave doesn't open up for her.
No, that wave just died there for her. So still plenty of time. Just in the 16 minutes, 16 and a half, because we've extended the heats to 25-minute heats. Gives a little bit more opportunity for our surfers in these small conditions.
Can see Ando Santos checking back to maybe that priority board. Priority coming in so crucial for surfers in the lineup, especially when there are very few sets that come through during the heat.
Yeah, the sets that make the difference, you know. As you can see, Molly, she's had 2 good waves already, only 2 waves she's caught, and 7 and 8. So sitting pretty with a 15.83 2-wave total, with plenty of time left in this heat. So Zalia short in second spot. See Ando Santos there. Doesn't need much. That's not her. She's actually out in the water, but you know what I mean. And Sky Burgess still looking for a decent score as well.
Coming up in that next heat, heat number 2 will be Ellie Lampkin, Holly Wishart, Charlie Hurst was just there on screen in the yellow, Holly grabbing the white jersey now, and then Sasha Baker in blue. Coming up in the rest of our women's quarterfinals, we've got True Starling, Carly Shanahan, Sarah Baum, and Coral Durant in Heat 3, and then Oceana Rogers, Amelia Burke, Freya Prum, and Gabby Spake for quarterfinal number 4.
Okay, so some good heats coming up in these quarterfinals.
And looking at kind of the top 2 surfers maybe in each of those quarters, they all had really high heat totals yesterday. You know, kind of getting into that 14-plus range.
Yep.
Which is great. So they're obviously getting into it like at least the 6s, the 7s, and then even into the excellent range on scores. So I'm sure that coming out through the quarters, we'll see a few more heat totals like Molly's as well.
Yeah, there's Molly just standing up, seeing if she can see anything coming. Actually, Molly looks taller when she's surfing.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking on that last wave. And not that she's short, but, you know.
Yeah, she definitely like has some really good extension too in those turns.
Yeah. Reminds me a bit of Lakey Peterson watching Lakey surf.
That's it, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, you nailed it with that one. It'll be so good to see the CT get back going in just a couple of weeks in Hawaii.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's and opening up in a big way with Pipeline and Honolulu.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah, you know,
it's pretty.
Sort of like it's
yeah.
It's a bit risky, I reckon, starting off with the 2 prime locations
yeah.
and then, you know, everything. Oh, really? Just some
Yeah.
beach break after that? But then you got Sunset as well, which is going to be epic, as we can see.
Check out the set. Molly Picklum. Oh, no, she got overamped.
Yep, got overamped, just fell on that that one. But that was a good size set. I think it might have just shut down, though, so she went hard on that first turn.
Looked like she's going for a bit of variety, too, like really trying to release those fins a little.
Yeah.
Push the boundaries.
Yeah, I think, Molly just pushing that a little bit too hard. I was just thinking with Sunset as the second event on tour, it's been, a major QS for a long time and seen so many changes. And, someone like Federico Moraes, he burst onto the CT with wins at Haleiwa and Sunset. I remember once Gary Elkerton years ago said it's not a proper pro. You can't call it a proper pro tour, a proper world champion if you're not surfing Sunset.
Wow.
Because he was a king of Sunset in the late 80s. But it's going to be interesting to see, I think you'll see people like Malia Manuel, that really suits her. Steph will be pretty impressive out there.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much time they put in at Sunset. It's a tricky wave to surf. You've got those shifting peaks, and it's such a huge playing area, and you can I remember the first time I surfed, it was quite terrifying because these West Peaks just kept cleaning me up, and it was solid as well. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with it because it's a big throaty wave. And long drawn out turns on 7+ surfboards. So it's going to be exciting to watch. I'm looking forward to these Hawaiian legs. Plenty of action coming up over the next 2 months as the CT finally gets underway.
Yeah, it's going to be so good. And it's so cool to know that the women are heading back to the North Shore.
Yeah.
I think it's been since 2010. I might be wrong on that for the year, but it's been at least a decade since the women have had a championship tour or any kind of big event, aside from the specialty heats that they get out at Pipe.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be
they
so
haven't
cool
even had
to see them.
QS there, have they? Really?
No.
No.
Yeah, it's been totally out of the mix. And of course, the men are always at Haleiwa and Sunset, and then they have Pipe. And the women, I do love the fact that they've kept Maui on the women's calendar
for sure.
because it's such a special event for them to be able to kind of have that as their own spot.
Yeah.
It's such an amazing wave as well at Honolulu Bay. And so for them to be able to kind of keep that as like their treasured event, but to bring them into the mix on the North Shore.
You just actually got me thinking, there was an event at used to be at Sunset. I remember Sally Fitzgibbons when she was really young. I was watching it and she got 2 9s.
Okay.
Yeah, that just really stands out. I remember thinking she might have been 19 or 20 at the time. And I was thinking, wow, Sal. From here,
well,
she's in this is her area.
Yeah, about a decade ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be so cool to see them back in there. And it's so cool just to know, like, this next generation, even the women that are competing today, Molly Picklum, like, they'll get to that space. And now those changes that are happening on the championship tour for this year, they've been talking about it for years, bringing some shifts to the women's side.
Yeah.
Now that they're finally putting that into play, and aside from the Pipeline Honolulu Bay difference, which I think is a cool difference because it recognizes getting the women the event that they love at Maui.
Yeah.
Everything else is together and the same. The women are going to hit Chopu this year.
Yeah.
That's just going to be such like an exciting thing for these younger women, the next generation coming up, to know that that's what they have to look forward to. That they can start thinking that way and training that way and getting the proper coaching and the proper equipment and surfing those bigger, heavier waves. Like the trip that we've just seen, the young American crew that's taken over to Indo. There's like 12, 13, 14-year-olds that have just charged like the biggest, heaviest slabs.
Yeah.
Just really pushing that performance level. And it's cool that the WSL has made those shifts, I think, to the championship tour calendar to allow these younger women to start thinking along those lines and prepare themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
For that.
I mean, like as you said, they've been talking about it for years, so it does give them a good focus. Then once the world gradually goes back to normal, which we're all hopeful will be in the next 12 months at least, for this crew, the younger crew, it hasn't been that much of a disruption for them. Of course, every sport in the world has sort of had a hiatus over the last 6 months, but surfing getting back on track now and looking forward to the World Championship too. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the Australian League in March and what the borders are doing then, because all the overseas surfers will have to lock into quarantine for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's nice that they've also, with that scheduling for the championship tour, I think it's like the month of February or the month of March, that they basically given them like 4 weeks with no events because they know they have to get to Australia.
Yep.
They're going to need that quarantine time and to really set themselves up well for the rest of it. And speaking of that, I mean, with COVID-19 and with the situation of the current status of everything, the event here for the Australian Open Surfing New South Wales has taken every precaution possible to make this a COVID-safe event. There's a lot of procedures and things that are in process to allow us to be able to run this event following the COVID-19 policies and regulations that have been outlined by the New South Wales government.
Health. Yeah,
and they've done such a great job to just stay on top of things.
They really have done an excellent job. And the advice from the New South Department of Health has been taken on board, and it's great that the government, they want to see these events start happening. So they've been liaising very closely with Surfing New South Wales to get these COVID-safe practices happening, and it has worked.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. As we see a little bit of a paddle here, I'm not sure who is sitting in priority as we are not able to see that, but it looks like Zalia Short, the Grom from just up the coast, driving into that first turn. Nice little snap under the lip.
Oh, can she get another turn in? That was good. And bringing this one all the way through. So nice turn on the outside. And Zalia just building up some speed for one last hack on the inside, which she finishes nicely.
Killed it.
Yeah, so as you said, just a grommet, but she's surfing that with a lot of, like it would appear, a lot of experience. So rode that wave really well, made the most of all her opportunities. Looking to get back into second place.
Yeah, so scores to come through. She already had that 6.33 on the scoreboard. She's now waiting for another one to come through. Ando Santos has done well to put herself back into that second position with a 5.93. And Ando Santos from Narrabeen, traveling down the coast just a little way. She's been competing in all the events, so exciting to see some contests happening again. And Sky Burgess, sitting in fourth position. She is chasing a 7.48, so I feel like she'd be feeling that frustration. She's so hungry. She's been competing for so many years, and she's had some great events. She's had some QS finals in the past. I remember one at Bolito, the Bolito Pro. She had a QS final with Sarah Baum back in, goodness, maybe 2015, 2016. As we see her up on her backhand now. Nice snap to start off with. Goes in for that second. And a little wrap, so throwing in some variety as she comes through to the inside. That wave just flattens out, unfortunately unable to gain some momentum.
Yeah, well, she's looking to, well, she needs an 8.28 on one wave, but still enough time as she can reduce that deficit with that wave. Looking to catch, just under 6 minutes, time for another one, maybe even two waves. As we see, well, Molly Picklam's been leading this heat since the first 20 seconds. And Zalia Short moves back into second spot there, that last wave. And Zalia and Ando Santos pretty close, less than a point in it as we see Ando Santos looking to make a bit of a comeback. Nice snap. Beautiful little wave here, just smooth face running along the inside bank. There's that carving turn again. So three good solid turns there from Anne, and just kicks out of that one. So...
All right, so Anne's chasing a 5.48 to take the advancing position over Zalia. Zalia just dropped in a 5.07, which took her up into second. So it's going to be tight. So far, Anne's highest score, a 5.93. And Sky Burgess just dropped in a 4.17 for her last wave, which does improve her scoreline, but she's still chasing that 7.24 to take the advancing position away from Zalia. So Molly sitting patient out the back.
Yeah, she hasn't caught a wave for quite a while.
Yeah, she had those two outstanding waves to start with.
Yeah, and then a couple of smaller ones. So she's just waiting patiently. I imagine she has priority because she has been sitting there playing the game for quite a while.
We got that extra 5 minutes now in the quarterfinals. We've just ticked into that as we are on our countdown for a 25-minute heat. And patient as ever. That last little set was really nice. Anne's wave was so good that it's gotten her up into second. So Ando Santos has just dropped in a 6.67 to better her 5.93. That's moved her into the advancing position. Zalia Short drops down into third and is now chasing a 6.28 to take it away from Ando Santos. And our surfers paddling out into the next heat as we continue working our way through the women's quarterfinals. It is finals day here at the Australian Open of Surfing, the Kiama South Coast New South Wales Open. We're down at Wary Beach in Gerringong with the best little sand strip that we could find. The best bank in the area today. Nothing else was breaking.
No, we're not driving down from Kiama. When you go around the corners above East Beach looking down, wasn't even any white water on the rocks. I go, oh no. But then you come over the hill, you can see the little peaks down the beach here. So, yeah. Wary just sucking in whatever swell we've got. And lucky with this bank because it is a nice shaped bank and it's offering a variety of lefts and rights, which is really good considering how small it is. It looks like Sky, no takeoff. So Sky Burgess, she's looking for an 8.44, so needs a big solid score. And time starting to run away from her. 3 minutes remaining. Molly Picklam in the lead.
Well, Molly, our co-commentator, we might have to get her back in the booth for the finish of the women's quarterfinals. She'll have some time off before hitting the water.
Yeah, make it work, make it earn it.
So fun. She was so keen yesterday. It's so great to have Molly and True in here. They're also staying together this week, and they're both representing Rip Curl, and so they would have known each other for a little while there through some team things. And it's just great to see those, just even to be able to watch like the community come back together. We've been talking about that the whole weekend here.
Yeah, a lot of
Just
surfers
seeing
have
the
been talking
tribe.
about it, how they really enjoy it, you know. And it is funny how you get used to it. I often think, you know, like when you've been around for a long time and you see surfers, you know, once or twice a year for 10 years straight, and then some, you know, especially internationals, and they retire, and you think, wow, I'm never going to see that person again.
Yeah.
It's quite weird, you know. But you do form some great relationships, and it's pretty easy because obviously we have one thing in common from the start, that's surfing. So it's easy to strike up a relationship.
Yeah, you got something to talk about?
Yeah, you don't get bored straight away. You go, I wish this guy would stop talking about surfing.
And something to do with each other, a good active activity, get out in the ocean, catch a few waves.
Yeah, just 1.5 minutes remaining. Molly Picklum, 100% in the lead.
100%.
So Enda Santos, surfer, really mature heat. She had that left, and she pressure was on, you know. She knew what she needed and surfed it really well. Surfs at North Narrabeen.
Yep.
Yeah, of course, True Starlings from North Narrabeen. They've got a good solid contingent of women surfers. It's almost ironic. North Narrabeen used to have such a heavy reputation as a localised beach, and it'd be a bit intimidating, you know, but they, you know, a lot of good surfers coming out of there over the years, and things have changed, of course. Laura Enova, and out of North Narrows.
Well, we got our COVID safe marshal there, Jamie
Yeah.
Thompson. He lost his heat, which means he's now been delegated to COVID marshal for the week.
Yeah, he's doing a good job too. 30 seconds remaining.
It's good. They've got everyone checking in, making sure that they're, you know,
Yep.
following all the regulations from the New South Wales government. All the policies.
He's a natural, isn't he, for a
Fantastic.
COVID marshal, I think. 15
good.
seconds remaining.
And the ocean is so quiet on the finish. Well, Ando Santos is going to feel relieved because Zalia Short has been on fire and was
Yep.
chasing about a 6.5 point score in order to take an advancing position away. One last chance. The buzzer is about to sound, and that wave's not going to break anyways, but it would have been just after the hooter. Well, congratulations to Molly and to Ando Santos advancing into the semifinals. We will be right back with more of the Australian Open of Surfing here at Kiama, presented by Her Wave, right after this.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing. Out in the water right now, we have quarterfinal number 2 of the women's. Ellie Lampkin in the red, Holly Wishart in the white, Charlie Hurst wearing yellow, and Sasha Baker in the blue. My name is Reggae Ellis, and joining me here in the booth, very special guest commentator is Ian Vaughan. Warnie, welcome, mate.
Here down on the south coast. Looks like Charlie taking off for a nice early wave to start with, a 377 to get it moving. She's a local girl, so lives down on the south coast. Hopefully she's going to find these conditions good to her goofy footing and go from there.
Well, here we see, looks like Holly Wishart, little runner on the inside, nice clean face. So and these waves are small, but with the light offshore wind, the conditions are pretty good. And if talking to surfers who have won the heats during the post-heat interviews, they're saying, it's quite fun. If you get the right wave, you can draw a lot of speed off the bottom, and tiny, but very, very contestable.
Yeah, definitely. There's a little bit of punch in that wave. It looks small, but man, these guys are so good. These female surfers are so, they're in tune with these small waves. They go out, they practice, they're ready for these conditions, and yeah, definitely finding the good wave like we saw in that last heat with Molly. Molly got 2 of the best waves of the heat and showed the form.
Yeah, definitely. She opened up really strongly. So out there now, Charlie Hurst with that 3.77, Ellie Lampkin just with a 2.56, Holly the 193, Sasha surfer on the right of your screen there in the blue, yet to take off. We have extended these heats to 25 minutes. The first 2 rounds were held at 20-minute heats, but extra 5 minutes gives the surfers a little bit of extra time to pick the right waves, because these conditions, you really do not want to have to rush too much. As we see Charlie, nice slicing turn there. A little inside runner for her, offering some speed on that section and just getting across here to set up that final manoeuvre. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck.
Yeah, I think she was heading towards a sort of mid-range score there, definitely. Just that little fall at the end is going to hold her back a little bit. But yeah, definitely trying to stay on that power source to keep those... keep the board moving. That's where you need to be. That's where we're going to get those scores today.
Yeah, definitely. So just a few little scores coming through.
Yeah, I think we saw Ellie Lampkin also having a go at a wave behind.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Yeah, we didn't get much footage of it from here, but it looked like a bigger wave. We didn't see what she did on it, but hopefully she did something that's going to give her a good score.
And this is the replay. Visit New South Wales replay. So a couple of good turns on the outside, and we'll see. She looked like, yeah, she was heading for probably a decent little mid-range score, but unfortunately coming unstuck at the end there. And
yeah, that score came out at a 3.83. Yeah, so definitely if she holds it, she's into the high 4s to a 5. Not being a judge, but I'm just taking a guess.
Yeah.
That's where she probably would have ended up.
Well, you've been around events long enough to have a fair idea what the judges are thinking.
Yeah,
but sometimes you don't.
That's right. There's sometimes you're sitting on the beach, you're predicting what the judges are going to be doing, then all of a sudden you're just way off and you go, wow, how did that happen?
So do you get tense when you're watching your kids surf?
You know what? When at the first, so I've been in it now for probably 15 years. When I first was doing it, yeah, definitely had the nerves to go up. But you know what? Now these days, I love watching my boys surf.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's more that I go and enjoy it. If they do well, that's better. I know that they're going out there putting their best into their surfing. So and if it comes off, it comes off. If it doesn't, you know what? As I said, I love watching him surf, and that's what I want to do.
I was talking to an old friend I hadn't seen for ages, Stuart Cadden. Yesterday, his sons both surfing, and like he's a very experienced competitor himself. He said he can't watch it. He said, "I've just got to go back to the car." He gets too tense. He freaks out.
I talk to Stuart all the time. We've crossed paths over the last 10 years or so, and he's a top bloke. I love talking to him, but he stresses so hard.
So hard. He can't watch it.
He can't do it. But I'm now at that stage where I can't. I just. Because at some comps I've got 3 boys surfing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And I'm going heat to heat to heat. And if I was to stress out after every single heat they have, and a loss or a
and
or
affect
a win.
your health.
Oh man, I'll be going nuts.
I know. Yeah, it's always intense watching your kids, so I reckon.
Yeah. It does help that they're good surfers, though.
Yeah, it does help.
It does help.
Yeah.
It definitely does help. So they're
not getting smashed playing footy.
Well, yeah, that's
always
right.
scary.
Well, they all had a go at it. I'm telling you right now, like Joel was, because he's got two older brothers, he was always sticking his head in the wrong place and whatever, and he's getting belted up. But as he started, he was playing football first. Then he had a go at rugby league, and when he went into rugby league, he was belting people like you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny, like you find surfers in rugby league, the guys that don't mind going out and getting flogged in a big surf, they're the ones that seem to also, if they're out there playing rugby league, they don't care if they get belted up as well.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. My son was playing rugby, and then I think he's only 14 now, in the under 12s, all of a sudden he's playing kids who were men, as we can see. Ellie Lampkin now just snapping that one, just to not offering too much after that turn, looking to get something on the inside. And yeah, well, she did really well to get around that section. She's going to get a little bonus points on the inside for probably 2 turns to finish with. So really well done. Made the most of that. Ellie Lampkin there. She surfed pretty well yesterday as well.
Yeah, she's. I've watched her surf a fair bit from the juniors. She's from the Newcastle area, and she's really progressing. Really strongly over the last 12 months. She's coming on really well, and she showed a bit of skill there. I think that should end up being a nice score. We're still waiting for Sasha from the sunny coast to open her account. She's probably waiting for that one wave that she wants to see that's going to give her. If she opens up, she's going to do really well.
Yeah, well, it's she's been waiting though. We're 10 minutes into this heat, 15.5 minutes remaining. Ellie Lampkin getting 5.1 on that last wave pushes her into second spot behind Charlie Hurst. Charlie with a 3 and a 3.83. And Ellie only needs a 1.74 to move into first. And while we wait for some action, we're going to cross down to Molly Picklum, who won that last heat. Congratulations, Molly.
Yeah, thanks so much. It was pretty fun out there, surprisingly.
Now, Ian was telling me you were talking to him before the start of the heat, and your strategy was to go out early, get a good wave as soon as you could, and then back it up straight away. And you did that.
Yeah, for sure. With the waves being so slow too, I was just like, I want to surf my way into the heat and then see from there.
Yeah, well, tell us about the waves. You got those two good openers, and then it was a bit of a struggle to find much after that in the middle of the heat. How difficult it is out there?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If I was on the flip side, I was saying that to the girls. If I was on their side and didn't get the early start, then it's a bit of a struggle because there's little waves, but I guess I would do what I have to do to get through the heat. But yeah, you're right. The small ones, when it goes slow and there's not many waves, it's kind of hard to create a score.
Yeah, now with that, you have got those 2 scores. You had a pretty epic heat yesterday. How are you feeling? You seem to have a bit of flow going with you, a bit of energy.
Yeah, for sure. I got my little DH Phoenix that's just like making the difference in these conditions. So yeah, I'm just really confident in my equipment, and I think on days like today, that's where it's at.
Well, it looks like you're going to keep winning, so we may not have the opportunity to get you back in the commentary box. But anyway, great to see you surfing so well, and look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thanks so much, guys.
There you go.
See you, Pickles.
See ya.
Molly doing the job out there.
Yeah, she's full of beans, Molly. She's definitely a character, and being her and Joel are really good friends. Molly's always around at our place playing table tennis on the pool table, in between surfing, those type of things. So she's definitely a character, and it's good to see her progressing really well.
Yeah, she's really last couple of years really she's been coming on board, and I've see photos of her and little edits pop up on social. She's ripping, so really solid surfer, and definitely one of the hit picks for the future for Australian professional surfing for sure.
Yeah, and her air game's starting to move on. She's not telling too many people about that at the moment, but recently, so of course I'm always on the camera videoing from the beach, and if she's there, I'm doing it, and she did it. She landed a nice one about 2 months ago that she's put away. She's put it away in a pocket to let people know, and not quite let everyone know just yet. But I'm getting the cat out of the bag.
Yeah, well, it's a bit late now.
Yeah, she's out there. She's out there trying to get. She's definitely doing some punts, and it's not only is her rail game sort of for her is exceptional. She's now starting to to get to the air, which is where the progression of the female surfing needs to go.
Yeah, definitely. So at the moment, 12 minutes remaining. It's been a bit of a slow heat. No one's locked in anything too substantial. The highest score, I think, was that last one of Ellie's.
Yeah, that
5.1. Yeah, so Holly Wishart just with a 1.93. Sasha Baker yet to open up her account, so she needs to get moving pretty soon. I presume she's got priority because she's been sitting out there the longest without catching a wave. But it looks like Ellie now on the inside on a backhand. Throws it up into the lip. Manages to stay on this small wave, gets another turn in. Not a lot on offer, but she just kicks out. So 2 turns. Ellie looking to get rid of a 1.43, and she only needs a 1.74 to move into first, and I think that will happen pretty soon. There you go. So
yeah,
Ellie Lampkin.
She's looking at that.
Yeah,
3 to a 4 or something like that.
Yeah, got a 3.83 for that one.
Yeah, good. So, yeah, Ellie's looking good for this heat. As we see one of your co-commentators.
Yeah, True Starling getting ready to head out there.
Yeah, she's focusing. Had a quick little chat before with True, and she's feeling really good and confident. She's loving the board that she's on. It's her fave, as she calls it. Yeah. And hopefully she'll find those running lefts. I think that's what she's looking at.
Yeah, well, hopefully we won't see her in the commentary box too often this afternoon, which means...
No, it'd be good to get her through.
Yes, because she might be a bit grumpy if she comes in, if she's lost. That's right.
You know what? I think as they mature, the surfers, as they get a little bit older, they still have their time that they walk away after a heat that they haven't done well in. They get it out pretty quickly. They can then move on. So here's opening wave.
Yeah, opening wave for Sasha. This is the replay. And that wave not offering her too much. She had something on the outside.
So that was a 3.37 that she got for that.
Yeah, well, she doesn't need much now. She only needs a 3.47.
Yeah.
So Charlie Hurst sitting in second spot with that 2-wave total of 6.83 from just a couple of 3-point plus rides. So Charlie would be pretty keen to lock in something in the 5-point range or above soon, as she's very vulnerable to be overtaken by Holly and Sasha. And looks like Holly just finally scored a better wave, just a 2.37. So small scores in the 2-wave totals here. And Ellie Lampkin in the lead. But
this having the 25-minute heats definitely makes a difference, because you have a look at Sasha. She's waited almost 15 minutes for that first wave. She's got in comparison to the other surfers, she's got herself into the heat. And with 10 minutes left, there's still enough waves out there for her to find something, even though she's probably going to be 3rd or 4th priority. She's still got an opportunity to come through and find a 5 or something like that, which she'll probably need to get into that 1st or 2nd place.
Yeah, I think so. Like if you get something, because of course the other surfers all looking to get rid of a low score as well. So no one really has a good grasp on this heat. We've got Ellie with that 5 just giving her the edge over the other surfers at the moment, but plenty of time with 9 minutes to go. And of course this is the quarterfinals of the women's here at the Australian Open of Surfing.
And it was a good call on Ellie's part to take that little inside running left, because that's her second best wave.
Yeah.
So just doing little things like that, she probably would have been under priority. She's seen a small little wave coming through that's run, and she's able to get some good turns in it that's able to to push her up in the first place. And that's at this part of the heat. Definitely, that's where you want to be. You want to be in that first place.
Yeah, we can see the overview there. Small waves hitting that sandbank, but these little runners are offering the surfers plenty of opportunity. Of course, the winners here today in both men's and women's will be taking $1,500 for first prize. We've got $7,000 prize money across the events. It's good to get this series happening. 6 events around New South Wales. We've already had Cronulla and Port Macquarie next week up to Coffs Harbour. And then 5th and 6th of December, far south coast of New South Wales, a mobile event based around Browley, Narooma area. And then stop 6, a final stop, heading to the Big Smoke, North Narrabeen, northern beaches of Sydney.
I'm really looking forward to that Far South Coast comp because I haven't spent a lot of time down there looking for waves. Here we see Holly Wishart looking for this. She's on a nice little runner. Oh, she's caught a rail, which isn't going to help her out.
No, that wave didn't offer much. Here goes Charlie Hurst, looking to lock something decent in so she can get a bit of breathing space between her and Holly and Sasha, but unfortunately that wave not happening. Sasha, big snap there. And again, so one good turn, and we see Ellie Lampkin behind her. And Ellie, well, that set really not offering the surfers much at all. Just each of them just getting one turn in before the wave died out. And we've got just on 7 minutes remaining. So in this heat, still wide open, really. Whoever can, if any of them lock in a decent score, similar to what we saw, or a decent wave like Molly caught in that last heat, they'll get a stranglehold on it because there are not a lot of waves at the moment.
Yeah, and going by how the waves have been coming through, I think at the end of this heat, I think there's going to be a one really good set that'll come through. So whoever's got priority is hopefully will take advantage of that.
Yeah, it's kind of what you want at the moment. As Charlie Hurst. Well, here we go. Having a look at this. Nice wall ahead of her. Throws it up into the lip. That wave, unfortunately, just ran away from it pretty quickly. Got one good solid turn in.
And I think the judges will have a good look at that. I think that'll go into a score for Charlie because she come off the bottom. Here as we see the replay where she's definitely driving off the bottom with some rail into the lip, coming down, completed it well. So I'm liking that wave. I think she's going to get a good score even though it's only one turn. I think I'm looking at something in the fours or something like that for that.
Well, she needs a 3.15 to jump up, and I think she's done it.
She got a 5.37.
There you go. So
one turn. So
one turn.
Judges liked it.
That they did. So straight into first spot, putting the pressure back on Sasha Baker and Ellie Lampkin now. We've got just a few minutes left in this. Hitting the 5 minute mark.
5 minutes to go. 5:30 to go. So yep. That could have been the that set that we were talking about. That
maybe that was it.
That was the one, I think. That and it definitely gave Charlie that opportunity to get to the bottom, into the top. Which always, when you talk to the judges, you get some feedback from them prior to the heats or after the comp's over. At the end of the day, you find out what they want. The same conversation happens all the time.
Yeah.
Off the bottom, into the lip, critical part of the wave, you land it.
Yeah.
You can do a combination of those type of waves, and you're getting a
decent score,
a very good score. And you can see there with Charlie, she definitely did that with her with that one turn and completed really well, and definitely deserved that 5.37 in these conditions.
Yeah, definitely made the most of opportunities there. And it's put it in good position, just on 4.5 minutes remaining. So
young 14-year-old's playing rugby.
Well, he was.
He was.
Yeah.
They got a bit big for him.
Yeah. Well, he focuses. He's he's a competitive skier. He's on the Australian development team, so he's had to choose, because he's getting smashed by these 6 foot kids from Canberra.
Yeah.
So he's doing that, which is bum. I used to love it. I was one of those dads. I had to go walk away.
Yeah.
I love the rugby side.
Yeah.
You go, Dad, stop yelling at me.
What'd you think? What'd you think of the Australian team on Saturday night with their draw? I watched it. No, I
was disappointed. I thought they were doing the job really well. I was out in the pub watching it here in Kiama, and then when they were 15-6, and they looked like they were going to score a try.
Yeah.
Then 10 minutes of stupid penalties, and bang, they gave it away.
Bit of discipline that wasn't there.
No, and it was a bummer because they're starting to get a bit of momentum, and all that young crew is looking good. But yeah, anyway, it's hard being a Wallaby supporter.
Yeah. And how did the umpire go this year down at the snow? There was plenty of snow this year, and
yeah, plenty of snow. He didn't. There was no events on this year.
Yep.
Yeah, because I commentate a lot of the snow events, and it was a event-free season. So, yeah, for that crew and the national crew now, they're meant to be events are being cancelled, and they've got to go going World Cups to get points for the Winter Olympics, which are on in February 22. So it's going to be harsh. A few of the top snowboarders, like Scotty James and stuff, he just based himself in Europe.
Yep.
So he stayed there. But Europe's all the events are locked down unless you're a competitive skier or snowboarder. some of the resorts are allowing events and training, but no public.
Yeah.
So it's pretty weird at the moment,
it would
you know.
be.
And in
Yeah.
the US and Canada, all the resorts are starting to open, but I wonder for how long, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can see, looks like surfing
Oh.
white, Holly Wishart. Little left here, this one's going to shut down on her. Oh no, she might get around this section. Unfortunately, it doesn't. We're just on 2.5 minutes remaining, and there's Charlie Hurst. Nice snap, so looking for another one on the inside, and she gets that second turn in and just kicks out of that one. So 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think she's definitely put herself. She's taken away that that low score that she had. I think on that wave of that.
Yeah.
She'll move. Well, she's got 2 5s. Or that might have been a 5-3 that last wave.
Yeah.
So
Well,
she's pushed ahead.
My
a
live
little bit
heats
better.
is not updating.
Yes,
I'm trying to refresh it. It's still got mine's still got Charlie in third place.
Yeah, mine's up. Mine's coming.
Well, he
on.
goes to replay. So nice smooth turn on the outside, sets it up with a little cutback. So the Visit New South Wales replay showing that Charlie, this is going to be her highest score. I would say 2 turns on the outside, and that was a nice little snap on the inside and finishes it off cleanly. So yeah, Charlie Hurst, current heat leader, maybe cementing that position as this heat winds down. We've only got 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Charlie Hurst in the lead. Ellie Lampkin in second. Sasha Baker and Holly Wishart. A bit of catching up to do.
Yeah, so a 5.77 for that last one of Charlie. So that leaves Ellie to get a 6.05 to get into first place. Sasha needs a 6.28 to progress, and Holly needs a decent wave and a good score of a 7.15 to be able to push through.
Yeah, well, it'd have to be a good set coming through for that to happen, and there's only 50 seconds remaining. So Charlie Hurst and Ellie Lampkin. Here goes Ellie now. Nice little snap. Looking to improve her situation, but that wave just runs out of speed. 40 seconds remaining. And time probably going to run out for Sasha and Holly. Both looking for a solid score. We can see Holly on screen there in the white. Just paddling back out, trying to get in position for a final set if it does come through. 24 seconds remaining in this heat. And she's having a look at this one. Does she have priority? Well, it looks like out the back. No. So 15-second mark. And here we see Holly Wishart on a backhand. 1 turn on the outside. It's wave filling up. She's done a good job to get through that flat section. A couple little rail turns there on the inside, but she's looking for a 7+ ride, and she's not going to get it with that. So that wraps up quarterfinal number 2. Unofficially, Charlie Hurst and Ellie Lampkin moving through to the semi-finals, and we'll be back with quarterfinal number 3 of the women's here at the Australian Open of Surfing right after this break.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
And welcome back to the action. We are in the quarterfinals. It is finals day here at the Australian Open of Surfing, Kiama Coast. We are here at Wary Beach with Sarah Baum and a massive re-entry to start off. Event today presented by Her Wave, a great initiative put on by Surfing New South Wales to get more women in the water. Her wave is specifically for all the moms, the sisters, the aunties, and the daughters out there. Thanks so much to the Office of Sport within New South Wales for helping to fund that project. True Starling having a paddle. 23 minutes on the clock, 25-minute heat, and True's just not quite in the right position to get into that one. Scores to come through for first exchanges in just a moment. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Reggae Ellis.
Yeah, Shannon. So a couple of early waves ridden. We saw True just couldn't get into that one. So Sarah Bourne for that one big turn locks in a 5-point ride. Coral Durant with a 3.33. Carly Shanahan a quick 1.4. So these 25-minute heats giving everyone ample opportunity to lock in a couple of decent scores. And looks like Sarah, here she goes again, snapping off the top. Nice line ahead of her. Another big turn. Well, she's looking like someone who surfs 3 times a day. And getting a bit of power out of that little wave. She's a really strong surfer. And with an impressive backhand, the goofy footer. And there you see she has a 2-wave total already. Have a look at this. So nice, big solid snap. Comes around this section, drives it up into the top and just kicks out. Where's Sarah's Newcastle base, isn't she?
Sarah is in Newcastle, yeah. So originally from South Africa, from Ballito, Durban area.
Yep.
And has been living in Australia for, I would say, at least the last 5 years, maybe longer than that, as her home base. A little bit more opportunity for work, some good contests around. But yeah, the South African surfing scene is just absolutely amazing. So she grew up in a really tight contingency of women pushing the boundaries there, and came across to Australia for a different experience, and now has this as her home.
There's been some great surfers out of South Africa, of course. Wendy Botha, 4-time world champ, I think, and Rosie Hodge, Sarah Baum, holding up the tradition.
Bianca Baitendog, who was also on the championship tour for a few years. True Starling with the paddle, finding a nice looking left-hander, nice snap to start off with, comes in for the second re-entry, mistimes the last turn. So that's unfortunate, as it was a pretty decent set wave. Yeah, it was a decent set wave. If she pulled that second turn off, it would have been a keeper, I'd say. But True, pretty experienced competitor, will get just brush that off and get back out there for another wave. The extra 5 minutes, giving the surfers a chance to find some decent scores in these small waves. We have seen some clean sets coming through. And Sarah Baum with 2 good scores now, 2-wave total of 11.5. So True on the screen. She's having a little look at this wave starting to stand up. Is it going to hold up for her? I don't know. Here we see Coral. Nice looking wave. Big snap. Oh, she pulls that one off. Can she get around this section? Might have a little opportunity on the inside. Good turn outside, but unfortunately that wave just runs out of steam. And looks like True was on the left. Not quite sure what she did prior to that. So Coral Durant, though, with a big snap at the start of that one. Coral Durant, originally from Narlu in WA.
Oh, wow.
Making the travels over to compete.
Nalu, what a place to have call home.
True Starling on the Destination New South Wales replay, just flying down the line.
Yeah,
and
that wave.
She'll kick out of that one.
Yeah, not much opportunity there for True.
I haven't spent much time in WA. What's Narlu like?
Gnarly. It is. It's a solid wave. Like, it's pretty heavy.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that whole area, the northwest, you know, there's some good waves up there all the way up to Exmouth. I've surfed up there on this sort of Ningaloo Reef. Sort of did this trip, and we're in a boat, and just where there was passes just off the reef, just jump out and go surfing.
Wow.
But a place called Yardie Creek, we spent about 10 days there. It was pretty good. And I've never seen the water is so alive. It's sort of like we were fishing just to catch these northwest snappers and but there's also big fish out there, you know.
Just a few?
Yeah, there was actually at Broome. There was a shark attack. First time in 27 years yesterday.
Oh,
a lot of tiger sharks out there.
Yeah.
I remember we were surfing first. What was it called? Loonies. We were surfing. It's the first wave, and we jumped off. And then I just caught a wave and paddling back out and just see this fin. And the guys are with the hardcore WA guys. We see True just hitting the lip, and again. And they're going, don't worry about these. There's so much fish out here. They're not going to worry about you. And I'm going, oh, yeah. I don't know how choosy these things are, you know. But, yeah, it's amazing surfing up there. And a lot of the WA crew, because in winter, down the southwest gets pretty ugly, cold, a lot of onshore, pretty well from May onwards. Big storms come through, whereas so they all travel north. And, you know, set up camp up around Nalu, like Dave McCauley and Bronte and Laura, they spend a lot of time up there getting barreled.
Some big heavy waves, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I've got some notes that our co-commentator Jess Grimwood, who unfortunately lost her voice yesterday and has not been able to grace us with her presence here in the commentary booth, but she sent over just some little tidbits on some of the girls that she's known pretty well, and she said about Coral Durant, literally all it said was, from WA, Narlu absolutely charges.
Right, yeah, that makes
Coral
sense.
Yeah, now that you've given me that picture.
Yeah. Well, that's why when you said she's from
Perfect.
Nalu, I thought, wow.
Yeah.
I can't imagine learning to surf there, put it that way. But, yeah, there's a lot of good surfers from out that way, you know, renowned for their charging abilities, like Kirby and Courtney Brown, Ry Crakey, like there's some full-on freaks from there. And, yeah, so Coral Durant there has that 8.1, or two-wave total 8.13.
She's got a 3.33 and a 4.8 as her high scores at the moment. Sarah opened up with a 5 and that 6.5. True Starling with a 4.33 for her high score, just a 2.7 for her backup score. And then Carly Shanahan with a 1.4 and a 3.00. So we've still got plenty of time on the clock. And a couple of these girls definitely used to charging bigger, heavier surf than what they have on offer today.
Yep, yeah, for sure. So, but all competitive surfers, one of the strengths you need is your ability to adapt. And here we see True Starling in the red. Nice looking wave ahead of us. Beautiful smooth wall. Quick little snap. This one running down the line. Building up some speed for another turn. There it is. And she's going to get room for one more to finish with. And maybe even extras. So this wave just hugging that sandbank and giving True a bit of opportunity on the outside. She's frantically looking for something on the inside, but unfortunately that wave just refused to stand up.
Well, we've just hit low tide. Pretty much dead on at the moment.
Yeah, we are too.
So maybe the reason that it's starting to stand up a little bit better, it's definitely, I feel like the conditions have shaped up well over the last hour. And now we'll get that tide starting to turn and push. Thankfully, it's still staying kind of consistent with a couple good waves coming through. And scores to drop through now for True Starling. Sarah Baum there on screen. Waiting for the next set. And scores are in. Carly Shanahan has dropped in a 5.17, our surfer in white for her last wave. And True drops in a 3.63 for her last. So True still sitting down in fourth, chasing a 3.85. Coral Durant chasing a 3.38. Both of those to get those advancing positions. And then Carly Shanahan in a pretty comfortable position now, chasing a 6.34 to get that lead away from Sarah Baum.
Yeah, well, Sarah's been in the lead for most of this heat with those two strong opening rides. We've got 15 minutes remaining. Plenty of time for changes on the board, of course. We've seen that throughout the morning.
At the start of the year, Sarah kicked off with a pretty decent campaign on the qualifying series. She got a couple of wins in, and then then she was into the trials for the first Challenger Series of the year at Manly and won the trials. So got into the main event, which was great for her to get herself into that space of the QS 10,000s.
Yeah, so surfers just getting back into the lineup.
And we have Charlie Hurst. Congratulations on a big win. You're into the semifinals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. It was super tricky out there, so I'm really happy to be through.
Yeah, well, Charlie, you know, one of those waves, you're scoring waves, a big solid backhand re-entry. You gave it a bit of stick. How is it finding power out there?
It's actually super tricky. I struggle with that a lot. The waves are very gutless, so I was happy to just get that one section that had a little bit more power.
Yeah, it was a pretty tight heat. You know, you were never really comfortably in the lead. You must have been relieved when that hooter went.
Yeah, very. It felt like a very long heat.
Well, that's the thing when you're holding on the lead, especially with the other three surfers are getting pretty frantic, trying to chase you down. How'd you maintain your composure?
I was just trying to keep busy and like find a better wave so that I just felt like I was in a better position, and yeah.
Yeah, well, you're surfing well and took advantage of the limited opportunity. So looking forward to seeing you in the semis. Congratulations on your win and see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go. So Charlie, yeah, as we see Carly Shanahan there, unfortunately that wave not giving her an opportunity, just on 13 minutes remaining. So no changes during that interview. And still waiting on another set to come through. I'm not sure who has priority. I think probably Sarah. She's been patiently waiting out the back.
Yeah, she's been sitting for quite a while now without catching a wave. Nice to hear that Charlie was able to get that big score, that 5+ score for just one maneuver.
Yes.
She's been able to connect through to a second one. Could have been looking to the excellent range. As we see True Starling, nice tap to start off with. Great wrap back into the pocket and a clean, smooth kick out. And then our surfer in blue answering back, Coral Durant from Narlu, WA. On her backhand, looking smooth, calm, collected. She's chasing a 3.83 and True Starling a 3.85 to change the situation.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised if the situation does change after those two waves. Clean conditions out there, courtesy of this northwest wind. Hopefully it'll stay around this strength at the moment. We've got forecast southerly coming through late this afternoon. And
a bit of swell for tomorrow.
Yeah, a bit of swell for tomorrow, and just a little southeast wind swell around about 3, maybe 4 feet. As we see, it's like Sarah, current heat leader, big snap off the top. She's ripping out there, looking really sharp out of the top, and again, solid off the bottom, and there's that 3 good carving turns. And again, wow, this is a great wave there for Sarah. And she waited a while for it, but when she knows what she needed to do to improve the situation, she wasn't going to do it on a small wave. So utilised her priority, sat out there for a while and waited for that right wave to come through. It'd be interesting to see that score. I think it'd probably go in as a higher score of the heat, will extend her lead. True Starling has jumped up into second spot, courtesy of that last wave. Coral Durant now in third, and Carly Shanahan in fourth position, just on 11 minutes remaining.
Carly Shanahan has had a couple of final finishes before, one final finish at Maroubra on the QS last year, so she knows what it's like to make it through a few heats and get into that kind of nitty-gritty end of the competition, where you get a little prize money on the line, you got some points on the line. Of course, this is there are some points on the line for the Australian Open of Surfing series that we are running up and down the coast of New South Wales, giving us a great opportunity to showcase the beautiful coastline throughout a number of locations, 5 different locations for the Australian Open of Surfing. We've already run events at Cronulla and at Port Macquarie, here in Kiama this week, and then off to Coffs Harbour, the far south coast, and the northern beaches over the next 3 weekends. So a lot of these surfers traveling up and down the coast, some of them just competing in their local home break so they can sleep in their own bed, get a little bit of time in the water and reconnect with some friends, but not having the opportunity to travel around the coastline the last 5 weeks.
And here we see Carly. Unfortunately, that wave just shutting down. Gets one turn in. And Sarah Baum has extended her lead. 2-wave total now healthy, 15.17.
Having a look at that score that's just come through for Sarah, an 8.67.
Yeah.
She is going to be feeling fiery.
Yeah, well, that was a really good wave. And it was obviously the wave of the heat. Here she goes again. This one just shutting down. But Sarah will be pretty relaxed out there, hitting the final 10 minutes of this, and she is holding a very substantial lead. True Starling currently in second spot. And just behind her is Coral Durant. So not much between second and third at the moment.
Well, True's kept her head together. She stayed busy. She locked in that 6.23 for her last wave, which was enough to put her in second position. A couple of throwaway scores below that. Coral Durant now chasing a 5.77 to get from third into second. And Carly Shanahan dropped in a 2.43 for that last wave, chasing a 5.4 to get the advancing position.
Well, that's not huge scores that Coral and Carly are looking for. So True Starling holding second position, but not securely at the moment.
And talking about the series that we're running, if you are living in Coffs down the far south coast of New South Wales or in the Northern Beaches area and you'd like to enter the events, there are still some spots open. So be sure to check out surfing, NSW, surfingnewsouthwales.com.au, and you can get some more information on those events. There's still some spots open if you like a spot in the draw. And the series winners get their full accommodation covered for the 2021 Vissla Pro Surf Series.
Yeah, that's a good overall prize. You know, saves them a lot of money next year.
Absolutely. I mean, talking to some of the
It's
competitors.
5-star accommodation too.
Yeah, exactly.
It's caravan.
Yeah, the caravan park.
Yeah, I wonder how they're going to do that.
Setup.
I wonder what they are going to do with that.
Yeah, there
You
is like.
Get to share a bunk room with the Surfing New South Wales grommets.
Maybe.
That'd be exciting.
Would be exciting. But hey, saving some bucks is always important, especially when you're on the road traveling.
Oh, yeah,
Some of these young competitors working in the cafe at home in their off time. As we got Carly Shanahan, nice strong backhand attack, puts 2 turns together and gets that finishing touch on. So she's chasing not a massive score, that 5.4 to make it through into the semifinals. With points and prize money on the line. First prize for both divisions, men and women's, is $1,500 today. Second place, $900, down to $600 for third, and $500 for fourth. So those finalists all walking away with a bit of pocket change.
Yeah, a bit of cash on hand this afternoon, which is good. And 7 minutes remaining. Yeah, this event is the third of this series, of course. 6 events of the Australian Open Series around New South Wales. And yeah, Coffs Harbour next week, then the far south coast, and then up to North Narrabeen in Sydney. And as Shannon said, really showcasing the beautiful areas, or coastal areas of New South Wales. And yeah, we've been fortunate so far with some decent little waves through this section after a solid winter. But hopefully that will continue. But the locations are sort of prime for picking up whatever swell is around.
Yeah, it's been great down here in Kiama where we're currently running this weekend. There's a couple different banks on offer, so it's been nice for our site crew, for our head judges to be able to check out the options to see where the best spot would be. Of course, we are at Wary Beach today. We were at Wary Beach here in Gerringong yesterday, but we were in the Australian Board Riders Battle. The New South Wales trials, kind of like qualifiers to the main national championship, which will happen in Newcastle in 2021, February next year. That was at Jones Beach.
Yeah, that was good too.
On Saturday.
Yep, that was a good little bank as well, so exciting event. And there's True Starling on screen.
True is currently sitting at number 2 on the ranking board for the women's side of the draw here at the Australian Open. And unfortunately, bowing out of the draw, pulling herself out of the draw before competition was Cedarly Jones, who is our leader on the rankings board and won back-to-back at Cronulla and Port Mac, our first 2 events of the series. So she's drawn out, I think, due to injury.
Right.
And so that gives True now that opportunity, if she can continue making some heats, to jump ahead in the leaders board, which she'll be excited about. And then on the men's side of the draw, we have Kalani Ball still in the mix.
Yep.
Kalani took out a big win at the first event in Cronulla. And then we had Cooper Chapman take out the win on the men's side at Port Macquarie, but Cooper is not here this weekend.
No.
So it'll give Kalani maybe a chance to jump on those points again, add some more to his name, or a couple of the other standouts on the men's side of the draw to have an opportunity to take away a win.
Yeah, well, Dylan Moffat's been surfing consistently well.
That's right. He's had second place finishes at both events so far.
Yep, so he'll be up near the leaderboard. Be interesting to see if Cooper surfs at Coffs Harbour next week. And he might surf North Narrabeen, go home and see his family.
Yeah.
You know, because he's living up the coast now. But Sarah Baum out there, 4.5 minutes remaining. A solid 2-wave total of 15.17 scores. She locked in that high 8 with her last scoring wave. Looks like True having a look at this one. Just under 4 minutes remaining. True Starling swinging around, having a look at this left. Nice off the bottom. Quick little snap. This one running away from her. Will she get around this section? I'd say so. Another nice little turn in, gets hung up a little, so unfortunately that wave not turning into anything spectacular. It was looking good at the start, just got hung up on that second turn.
Yeah, unfortunate timing on the finish. True has had such a cool year. It's been so exciting to kind of watch some of the stuff that she's putting out. So she's obviously doing great, still competing. She's training a lot. She's, I believe, working on a sports psychology degree now as well.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And then her and her sister Jess have started a little online magazine called Murmur Mag. So I'm sure if you have Instagram or anything like that, a lot of our viewers would be following what those girls are doing. It's been a really fun project to watch unfold. They've done such a good job with it. Like,
I'll have to check it out.
yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Covering heaps that's going on within kind of the Grom surf scene. They've been doing lots of cool interviews. They've partnered up with some different brands, and they've been doing like wetsuit trials and some really fun projects like that. They launched it right maybe a month or two into the COVID lockdown space.
Right.
So they obviously got an idea pretty quickly and just took off with running something, which is exciting to see.
Yeah, it is. Good to see a bit of initiative there.
The two sisters in business together.
Yeah.
And Shredding out in the lineup as well. I believe Jess was in the draw maybe at the Cronulla event.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
They're not here, but yeah. Well, true. Very busy. Of course, how does she keep a focus on one thing at a time?
I know.
And of course, she does a fair bit of commentary as well.
Excellent multitasker.
Yes, as we see Carly Shanahan now on this little right. Currently in fourth position. This wave just runs away from her. No opportunity on the outside, and it's just going to shut down. So a bit of a non-event, that wave, unfortunately, for Carly Shanahan. The Surfing White just kicks out. We've got 2 minutes remaining in this heat. Sarah Baum in a comfortable position, unassailable position in the lead. True Starling just in second place at the moment. Coral Durant can definitely overtake True. And I imagine this heat is going away pretty quickly from True's point of view. She'd be waiting for that hooter. Might be dragging on, actually. 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah, she was telling me in here that she was really excited for that extra 5 minutes and how important it really is.
Well, now she probably wishes it wasn't.
Yeah.
Come back to bite her.
She'd already been in the lead for that last 5 minutes, so
yeah.
It would have been nice if it had just finished. She's now kind of checking back. She actually just had a look as we saw her paddling out of screen on maybe back towards that priority board to see between her and Coral Durant what's going on. Coral is chasing a 5.77 to get that advancing position over True.
Oh, I wonder who's got priority. There goes Carly again on the inside. So 5.77 for Coral. So only 1 minute remaining. True Starling nervously looking for another wave, I imagine. Coral Durant would be trying to will something her way. Not a big score she's chasing just in the last minute here. You can see Carly heading back out after that small wave. And there's Sarah Baum, heat leader out the back. Might just do a bit of a victory lap on this one. 40 seconds remaining. No, that wave just backing right off. We past low tide. Looks like, no takeoff. 30 seconds, you can see. Here goes True.
Oh,
nice
that was
snap.
a nice turn, True.
So she's hoping she's going to give a bit of extra breathing space between her and Coral with that. We've got the final 25 seconds. Didn't see the start of that, but that one turn we did see looked pretty solid there from True Starling. And Coral Durant outside, you can see her looking back in. And I don't know, she's going to get another opportunity with only 10 seconds remaining. So True Starling.
A little bit of belly boarding on her way in.
Yep, coming back
Jack
in.
of all trades.
Yeah, we'll dry her off and get her back in here in the commentary box at some stage.
She will be. She'll be back in on men's quarterfinals, heat 1. So she's got 25 minutes. Get back in.
And there we go. So it looks like that heat has wrapped up with a big win. There's some great surfing there from Sarah Baum with True Starling in second place, and we'll be back with more action live from Werry Beach. Australian Open of Surfing quarterfinal women's continue right after this break.
And welcome back to the action. We are at the Australian Open of Surfing, the Kiama Open, presented by Her Wave. Her Wave is a great initiative put on by Surfing New South Wales to connect women into the water, specifically for all the moms, sisters, aunties, and daughters out there. Thanks so much to the Office of Sport. Surfing New South Wales has introduced a new platform for Her Wave, aimed at encouraging female participation across New South Wales. There's already been a number of initiatives. If you'd like some more information about that, check out the Surfing New South Wales website. There's plenty of information about Her Wave and if there are some stops on their little tour in your hometown maybe. If not, get a hold of them and ask them to put something on. They definitely will. My name is Shannon Hughes. I am joined in the booth now by special guest Sky Burgess. It's great to have you in here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So you've unfortunately lost out in the quarterfinals, but you had a good run in the event up until then.
Yeah, we had a bit of a slow start this morning, but it was still good to have a little surf.
Yeah, the conditions are pretty trying, especially with a little bit of more tide. It looked a little slower early this morning.
Yeah, it was really slow. I think there was one or two at the start, and I didn't get on any of those. But yeah, Molly got a sick one, and then it was just kind of a waiting game. But yeah, that's okay.
Well, it's great to have you in the booth to call this quarterfinal action out in the lineup. And we'll get a few scores coming through. We've got Freya Prum, Gabby Spake, Oceana Rogers, and Amelia Burke. Looks like Freya already got out to a solid start. As I take a look at the live scores here, we got a 5.17 for first of Freya Prum and Gabby with a 2-wave total adding up to 4.56. So 25-minute quarterfinals as we take a look at this replay for the first of Freya Prum. Nice couple of turns on her backhand, and we'll get that quick kick out. What did you think of those first couple turns?
Yeah, it's always good to get your feet on your board, and just staying nice and low on those ones. Keeping good center of gravity. Keeping your speed. She's a good little surfer, Freya. She's been around for a while.
Yeah, she's pretty amazing. I mean, she's been pretty consistent on the qualifying series.
Yeah. I've surfed against her and surfed with her and travelled with her around the world for many years. She's from way down south, out Merimbula.
Okay.
Yeah, and Merimbula bar is like an epic left-hander, so that's why she surfs so good on her backhand.
Cool. Oh, that's awesome. And what's she up to now? I heard that she's just finished her pharmacy.
Yeah, well, she was living on the Gold Coast for a while, and I just spoke to her the other day. After COVID and everything else happened, she's moved back down with her family down at Merimbula.
Okay.
And then continuing with all the pharmacy stuff. So
yeah, perfect.
Yeah, good to be back with the family, I guess, in all those weird times.
Yeah, definitely. Just some home support and, yeah, to be able to get something else going.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're going to go down to catch up with the winner of that last heat, Sarah Baum. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
How was it out there? You looked like you had a few really sharp waves.
Yeah, I just, the waves are just, they're so few and far between. So I just wanted to get busy right at the beginning and put a couple scores on the table and, yeah, and then wait for a good one. So my game plan worked off. Yeah, well, it definitely worked off. Talk to us about that 8.67. I didn't actually expect it to run all the way through to the inside, which was good. I don't know, I just kind of try to work it and just stay in the pocket as much as possible. And yeah, I ended up doing like maybe 5 or 6 turns on it. Like I was like, oh my gosh, it's just still going. So yeah, I'm stoked. And having someone like Molly Picklum in the draw, who's also had some really high heat totals, I think it's kind of the two of you that are on that same pace at the moment. How does that feel knowing that you might have a matchup coming up? Yeah, it's actually really exciting because I feel like when there's other girls like posting really high scores and I'm surfing against them, it just pushes me to surf even better and post just as big a scores. So yeah, I'm excited for the semis and hopefully we get to have a good matchup in the finals if I make it through. Awesome. Well, congratulations so far and good luck in the semis. Cool. Thanks, guys. Good to hear from Sarah and great to see some of those big scores posted. Interesting that insight too of like the excitement of seeing other surfers get big scores that are in the same division as you. Yeah, I mean, I guess it pushes you. It makes you want to go harder and bigger, and yeah, it's good. So taking a look at the current situation, we still have Freya Prum in the lead. She's now got a backup score of a 3.77 to put her in a higher heat total with that opening ride of a 5.23. We are waiting for Oceana Rogers and Amelia Brooke to get their opening waves. Oceana Rogers is a young competitor
She had an absolute outstanding heat yesterday. Like also posting, I think, over a 15-point heat total.
Yeah, I think she got a 9 or something on
Yeah.
her first hit on a wave.
So good. She's only about 15 years old as we see Freya go for the chop hop.
Go for the chop up. Bit of fun.
So good.
Here
Talk
we
us
go.
through this for Oceana.
Oceana, just coming a little unstuck, getting a bit too high, but that's all right. Yeah, but her wave yesterday, yeah, she was ripping.
Yeah.
She's a local girl too. She's only just from up like 20 minutes away.
Well, that would make sense. Maybe some local knowledge on this bank on the small days.
Yeah, maybe she's been practicing down here the last few weeks.
So Oceana's dad is a shaper, but she rides for Pizel. And he's super supportive. He's helped her, obviously her competitive side of things he's been pretty influential in. And her Board Riders Club is one of the clubs that has helped to establish the farm and the I'm new to the area. Kilauea?
Kilauea, yeah.
Kilauea Surfing Reserve, which is such a beautiful spot just down the road from us.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. There's a place called The Farm. It's beautiful. It's always crowded with so many people now, but it is absolutely stunning. And just on the other side of that is a little wave called Mystics, and it's awesome too. Yeah, it's like a little wedge. It hits the rock wall, and then you catch like a side wave across, and then it picks up into like a little wedge, and it's so fun.
From what I know, so I've surfed the farm a bit as a longboarder. Like I've actually fallen in love with it. But I hear Mystics is like pretty heavy on a good day, the right swell.
Yep. So you can get like fully barreled, and then there's like a little air section at the end.
So good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty amazing that there's so many good waves on offer in this area, the Kiama sort of area. And you grew up in Port Kembla?
Yeah, I grew up in Port Kembla, lived here my whole life, and just, always been up and down this coastline. I just love the south coast. It's absolutely beautiful.
What was it like growing up in this area as a competitive surfer? Have you been, were you kind of thrown into board riders at a young age?
I didn't start surfing until I was about 15.
Oh,
so
wow.
kind of a bit later.
Yeah.
But, there's always so many waves on offer down here. As we look, this one's Oceana. She's ripping.
Oh, she's got such nice form.
Yeah.
For such a young age. Great style. Reminds me a lot of Katie Simmers from California. She's also a young one. Katie must be about 14 or 15 by now. She's a real, standout in that kind of age category. But kind of, similar posture, a lot of power for how small their size is.
Yeah. She's definitely throwing some spray, especially in these smaller conditions.
So those scores dropping through now for that last exchange. We are in the quarterfinals. It is finals day here for the Australian Open of Surf at Kiama, presented by Her Wave. We've got 15 minutes on the clock, so these quarterfinals are running for 25 minutes. We've added that extra time just due to how slow it is out there today.
Yeah, you need that sometimes.
Yeah, can work in your favor, can not work in your favor. I guess it depends on how you look at it.
Yeah.
Just taking a look at those live scores. For those of you tuning in, you see me looking at my phone. There is a live scores app, and you're able to tune in as we see Freya's wave. Talk us through this one.
Oh, she's ripping. Again, staying low just to keep that speed and keep grounded on her feet. She threw a nice bit of spray on that second turn. Hopefully we get a little replay and watch what happened again.
So liveheats.com, you can put in the Australian Open of Surfing Kiama Open at liveheats.com, and you'll be able to follow along with the specific scores for each surfer. Occasionally, most of the time we do have those scores available on screen, but it's a bit of a different system today. And so that's what we are using. That's what our judges are using. And it looks like we've got a little bit of wind that's picked up. It was pretty glassy in the last heat.
Yeah, there's nothing all morning. So hopefully it stays offshore for us for the day. We don't need anything else against us today.
Yeah.
The waves are a little bit small, but the girls are ripping still. Here we go.
And a nice
first
crack
turn
from Amelia Burke. Racing down through to the inside.
Just getting a little unstuck on that last bit. The waves are a little bit soft, but the girls are still ripping.
Amelia Burke is from Newcastle. She's just making that transition into qualifying series events, so she'll be excited to see that we have a regional QS starting up at the start of January.
Oh, do we?
Yeah. Fresh news. So the WSL will be dropping some big info in the next week or two. But we have been given the go-ahead to start announcing that and communicate with surfers like yourself so that you can start planning for next year. So there will be a regional qualifying series. They're dividing it up into 7 regions around the world. From January to July 2021, QS 1000, 3000, and 5000s will run in each region. So Australia will be its own region. Most of this is due to all the global travel restrictions at the moment to make it possible for every surfer to have the opportunity to get those QS points accumulated in their home countries where they're able to travel within their own borders. A few regions will split up, and we'll have like North America is usually together with Central America, but that will be divided into sub-regions just due to travel restrictions. As we see Freya, a quick drop caught behind the section. But yeah, in Australia, we'll be starting up January 2021.
How exciting is that?
As we see Gabby Spake get started on her backhand.
Oh, nice first turn.
Really nice style.
Yeah, that was really nice. Here we go, Oceana again.
Here we go. Talk us through this one.
Wave's looking like it's fatting out a bit, but she's trying to get through to this little inside one. Here we go.
All right.
Fading out.
So all the way through to the inside. Oceana just sitting with that 5.8 heat total at the moment, but it's actually just a couple of small scores connected together.
Look at the replay. Nice little crack to start off with, and then the wave just flattens out a little bit. Those rights look like they get a bit harder to get through to that inside section, but trying to make it work.
Yeah, it seemed like yesterday with those rights, it was like on the low tide, they actually weren't connecting through. So there was like maybe a solid first section, and then it just fizzled. But as the tide pushed through, that right hand like bank just started opening up really well, and there was a couple like really critical sections when there was a fuller tide on it.
Yeah, when you could get through to that little bit, like that inside section had stood up really well, and you could get a nice few cracks on those ones.
So
the
taking
this morning look like they're a little bit better though. They got a bit more wall.
True.
Like,
yeah, maybe like the low tide left.
Yeah. Guess we'll see what happens throughout the day today.
So 11 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Sky Burgess. Sky unfortunately knocked out of the event in the quarterfinals, but a good finish. And Oceana Rogers taking it through to the inside.
Connecting that one.
Connects the dots all the way through. So she is now sitting in second position. Scores all the way through. We'll give you that update. Freya Prum opened up with a 5.23, backed it up with a 5.43, which keeps her in the lead. Oceana's high scores at the moment, a 4.5 with a 3.17 backup. We do have this last wave to drop in. And then Amelia Burke with a 2.47 and a 4.53 as we take a look at that replay. Nice two-turn combination coming through to the inside. And she'll kick out on the shoreline. Freya Prum with another paddle looking to increase that score line.
Oh, nice opening turn for Freya. Backing it up. Here we go. Can she finish it off? Nice.
Nice, powerful surfer. And Amelia Burke connecting with the lip on that one. Gabby Spake sitting down in fourth has a 2.33 and a 3.57. So Amelia is chasing a 3.15 to take an advancing position. Gabby chasing a 4.11 to take that advancing position. And last of red, Oceana was just a 2.77, so that doesn't factor in, but she's going to have another look here.
Here we go. First little crack off the top. This waves looks like it's flattened it out again. Just that right-hand bank, I guess we're just going to have to wait for that tide to come through a little bit more, but here we go. She's made it through. Can she get that last little crack? Nice.
All right, well, she's doing well to just read that wave, and she's definitely set herself apart from the rest of the pack. I mean, she would have taken off, having a look at the bank here, pretty far north from the rest of the women.
Yep, she's sitting a little bit north of them, hasn't she?
So down to just under 10 minutes on the clock. Quarterfinal number 4 underway. It is finals day here for the third stop of the Australian Open at Kiama. We've already been at Cronulla. We've already been to Port Macquarie. Coming up in the next 3 stops of the series, 6 stops total, the next 3 weekends, we'll be at Coffs Harbour, the far south coast of New South Wales, and the northern beaches of New South Wales. Sky, have you competed in everything so far?
No, I didn't do the Port Macquarie one because I did the box challenge, the King of the Box.
Oh, great. How did that
instead go? We had super fun waves in the morning, and then the tide kind of just swallowed it up at dead low, but it was super fun. Yeah, that wave kind of reminds me of Mystics around the corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where is it at?
It's at Port Stephens. So
yes.
like,
Okay.
Yeah. It was super fun little wave. Sarah surfed in that event too,
Okay.
and Philippa.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a good little wave there. Hey.
Oh, I'm stoked.
Yeah, it was good.
That's awesome. And will you be on the road for the next few events in this series?
Unsure about Coffs Harbour just yet, just with the
Okay.
travel for the weekend, but really looking forward to the South Coast one.
Nice.
Yeah, I love it down there. It's so beautiful.
Yeah. So good to have that option too, to just travel south. It's pretty different than going up towards the Central Coast.
Yeah. There hasn't really been too many contests, I don't think, really that far south. So it'd be nice for everyone just to even be able to see that part of the coastline. It's so beautiful. And so many waves.
Yeah. So down to 8 minutes on the clock. The water gets a little colder the farther south you go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Even just by like a couple hours, it starts chilling down, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Bring your wetsuit too.
Definitely back to the 4-3. So just a little ways to go to finish up the women's quarterfinals. We'll be into the men's quarterfinals after this. And we'll have a look at those heat draws on the men's side of things. Quarterfinal number 1, we'll have Dylan Moffitt, Joel Vaughn, Eddie Hamady, and Coda Kalorn. Coming up in quarterfinal number 2, we'll have Grayson Henricks, Darcy Klump, Nathan Kawani, and Joel Wood. Quarterfinal number 3, we'll have Kalani Ball, who has already won one of our events so far in Cronulla. Iden Lewin Parsons from the far south coast down at Ulladulla. Jackson Baker and Dean Bowen as we take a look at Oceana Rogers. So nice little carve to start off with. And this wave starts to stand up. That third turn is the money turn so far.
Gosh, you're really making the most of these rights that are coming through. Sitting over to the north, just all by herself. I guess she gets the pick of whatever comes through then, doesn't she?
That was such a sick wave.
Yeah.
Man.
She just kept going.
She just knows. She separated herself from the pack.
Yeah.
She's got to have Dad down on the beach, right? We were talking about him being a shaper. She's obviously riding Paizel surfboards, but they're part of that local crew, that local community here that would know this bank better than most.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, here we go with Blue. Up and riding. Nice first turn. Guess she's wanting to do what Oceana's doing. A couple of these rights coming through. She must have seen some of the scores she's getting.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Gabby's chasing a 4.11 at the moment to get that advancing position. She's currently sitting in 4th, and we'll take another look at the Destination New South Wales replay from Oceana. Talk us through these last couple turns.
She just keeps busy, doesn't she? She's turn after turn. There's nothing in between them. That's what the judges are always after. She's just... That was a money turn there. That was a cracker.
Nice smooth transitions, like you said. Keeping that speed, power, and flow. So scores to drop in for Oceana. We'll give you that update from Live Heat. As I'm just pulling it up now. So we have had some situation changes. Freya Prum still in the lead. Oceana Rogers drops in a 5.6 for her last wave, keeping her in 2nd position. Amelia Burke is up in 3rd place as she has a 3.0 as her last wave. And then last of Gabby Spake, a 3.67 down in 4th. So current requirements with just about 5 minutes on the clock. We have Oceana chasing a 6.61 to take the lead. Amelia chasing a 5.58 and Gabby Spake chasing a 6.44 to get those advancing positions. And a little bit of that rain has arrived. We knew it was coming, and it was going to maybe get pretty heavy around 11 o'clock, so it might be even worse in a few minutes.
Let's hope it doesn't get too bad for us, hey?
The boys getting ready to paddle out next. That's Eddie Hamady. And he is from the Coal Coast, just north of Wollongong, the northern suburbs. As we see Amelia working hard on her backhand. It does look like the girls have followed Oceana's cue and moved up to that north side.
Yeah. Yep. Those lefts look like they've gotten a little bit slower. So everyone's trying to follow Oceana. She's just getting wave after wave on that right bank.
Now, Sky, you mentioned that you have your own business. Has that freed you up to be able to surf a lot more?
A little bit. Not so much mornings.
Okay.
I own a coffee van.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, so early starts.
Yeah.
That's all right. Been used to that with the whole surfing thing. But as we watch Freya absolutely ripping on this right, tearing it apart. A nice little finish. There we go.
Oh, so good. So she's already sitting in the lead with a solid heat total of a 12.2. Her high score at the moment is 6.67. And now to drop in another one. So does that allow you some flexibility? Do you take your coffee van around to different locations, or you set up in kind of a similar spot every day?
I go through mainly an industrial area and just go from business to business.
Cool.
And then I finish up about 1 o'clock in the day, and then I've got the rest of the afternoon to surf and do what I want. So it's pretty good.
Oh, that seems like a pretty much a dream setup.
Yeah, I told everyone last Friday, I was like, I have to surf a contest. I'll let you know if I get through on the Sunday. I'll message you if I'm not coming in. And they all message like, good luck. So
that's
good.
so nice.
A good clientele.
Yeah, what a sweet setup.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And did your year change quite a lot with coronavirus and just kind of shifting things? Did you have any travel plans?
Yeah, I wanted to travel a lot more this year, but I guess Corona kind of stuffed up that. I did get 2 trips to New Zealand in beforehand. So
oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, I did I had to quarantine for 2 weeks.
Okay.
The first, I went to New Zealand for a weekend, and I flew over on a Friday, came back Monday, and they brought the rules of self-quarantining in on Sunday. So they were just, and then we came back in, and I don't think they really knew what they were doing at the start.
Yeah.
They were like, just stay home. We were
Okay.
like, okay, right up. So had 2 weeks off, and then that was about it. Luckily, I'm classified as a takeaway kind of thing, so work's always been there.
Yeah,
so
you've still been able to fully function and keep the business running.
Yeah, and lucky for all of us, surfing's still been a thing, so it's definitely been able to clear our mind at the end of the day. So yeah, it's good. It's good to get out in the water.
It's been pretty incredible just staying here within Australia and within New South Wales. The government's done a really good job at staying on top of things.
Yeah, we've done really well here.
Did you score some good waves on your New Zealand trip?
The first time, yes. The first time I did a lot of, I surfed Raglan area.
Ooh.
That was pumping. And then I did North Island and South Island.
Okay.
I got a few waves down the south as well, but can't find anyone to surf with in some places. I drove the whole west coast, and there was probably like about 2 hours of driving. I did not see one person out.
Whoa, crazy.
Yeah.
Did you have some good solo sessions?
Oh, I wasn't going out there by myself, but I found one guy out at one of the break walls,
Okay.
and then
Yeah.
got in the water, and it was about 14 degrees.
Oh
It
my
was
gosh.
freezing.
So cold. So
Yeah.
icy.
Oh, here we go.
All right,
Looks
coming
like a
down to
set
the
coming
final
through.
minute. Freya
Freya.
Prum, talk us through this one.
She's racing here. It must be a section. Oh, nice.
Oh, nice little
Drifting
tail
the tail
drift.
there.
Yeah.
Wonder if she's going to get a little bonus section on the inside here. That was a really nice turn for Freya. Okay. Progressive surfing.
Yeah.
Sliding the tail. There we
The
go.
leg burn too.
Yeah, yeah.
The
Just
Huntington
looking
hop
at the
leg
time.
burn. So good.
Yeah.
So Freya's last wave came through at a 7.83, which bumped up that heat total, keeping her in the lead. She does have another score to drop in now. Oceana Rogers with a 5.60 for her last high score. And then we now have a score to come through for Gabby Spake as well. Gabby's still chasing that 6.77, and we just saw that tail drift from Freya Prum.
That was nice. Progressive surfing for Freya there.
Drops in as a 7.0, so the judges rewarding that bit of variety. She'll be feeling good, feeling the relief.
Yeah, for sure. Survived another heat. She's ripping by the looks of things. She's in good form.
Yeah, she's looking great. Looks like she's been putting some training time in, feeling comfortable to be back in competition as we count down to the last 10 seconds. The next heat is already in the lineup. The men's quarterfinals will be hitting the water. Some big prize money on the line today. Winners walk away with $1,500 and a spot to keep their name in the mix as a series leader and get some free accommodation for the 2021 Vissla Pro Surf Series.
How good is that as a prize?
So good. Well, thanks so much, Sky, for joining me in the booth. It's been a pleasure.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll be right back with more action. The men's quarterfinals are up right after this.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
And welcome back to the action. Had a great chat with Sky Burgess there during the commercial break, and it's been great to have her in the booth. True, congratulations. You are into the semifinals.
Yes, just. Thank you. Yeah, stoked. Good to be rolling through into the semis and keep it going. Talk about good heats though. We've got Dylan Moffat, Joel Vaughan, Eddie Hamady and Coda Killon out there in this one. So this is a clutch heat.
Oh, it's going to be so stacked. Like all just such speedy surfers. They're going to find those nice little walls lining up.
Yeah.
Maybe we see some errors come through if they can get the speed in the right section.
That would be sick.
That'd be so sick.
Wow. Well, the waves are kind of a little bit tricky out there. It's... Oh, I've got the hiccups. It's still a little bit small. And it's hard to find the good ones. I mean, Sarah ended up finding a couple of good ones out there in my heat, which was kind of cool. And I was a bit angry. I was like, I want to be on that, but it always happens. Someone always lucks out onto a couple of good ones. But
yeah, she just found that right at the finish that like got her that excellent score, and it was so good to see that those waves are still on offer.
Yeah, 100%. And there's still waves, like as you said, offering those bigger scores, and opening up for and really allowing people to, you know, tag it and hit it to the best of their ability.
Totally. Well, we're into the men's quarterfinals. Dylan Moffat, Joel Vaughan, Eddie Hamady, and Coda Killorn out in the lineup for the Australian Open of Surfing, the Kiama Open, presented by Her Wave. Her Wave is an awesome initiative put on by Surfing New South Wales. You've had a little bit to do with the project so far, true?
Yeah, Jessie and I have been doing a little bit. We've kind of been integrating it with our Murmur Mag, which has been really cool, and just, you know, promoting women's surfing and female athletes and keeping them active, getting them in the ocean, you know, just empowering them and making them feel inspired to do good things.
Yeah, and it's such a great initiative because it's for every woman. It's for the moms, the sisters, the aunties, the daughters. It's not just for the competitive surfers. It's for everyone else to really get them in and get those, just that ocean awareness, get some fun times on a surfboard. We've got some support from the Office of Sport. Surfing New South Wales is encouraging female participation all across. They're already offering a number of discounted learn to surf and intermediate clinics between Cronulla, Manly, and Byron Bay. So whether it's fitness that you want or you're just after some like-minded ladies, go ahead and look up Her Wave on Instagram as we see Eddie Hamady. Nice little tag to start off with, and a foam climb, and nothing too much to offer on that opening wave.
Yeah, just a quick little up and out, maybe getting his feet in the wax for Eddie Hamady. But I saw him this morning. He was surfing really good out there, so I'm sure he'll be able to put down a couple of hammers on a wave that really opens up for him.
Absolutely. Her Wave is also offering some opportunities to any ladies or younger girls who are interested in coaching and judging development. So make sure to have a look at Surfing New South Wales if you'd like any more information about that. Or you want to become a commentator. True and I, we've got our hands full. We've obviously got some guests coming through. We're always looking for more women to get in the mix with that as well.
Yeah, 100%.
And we saw a big win from Freya Prum. Freya, congratulations. You found some great rhythm out there. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling relieved, thanks Shannon. I didn't think I was going to score over a 5. I was putting like 110% in and getting 5.0s. But yeah, I just needed a bit better wave. So fortunately, the 25 minutes kind of allowed me to find something a little bit bigger.
Well, knowing that you had a bit of that kind of pressure sitting on you out in the lineup, knowing that it was going to be a struggle to get those better waves, how were you able to keep your composure and have such fluid style?
Oh man, fluid's a bit of a stretch, but
it really, like, you looked so good.
Oh,
you really looked like you were in rhythm.
It doesn't feel like that when you're on the wave and you like can't get any speed and you just like arms everywhere. But thank you, I appreciate that. I guess just like I hate to say it, but building house probably helped me because I racked up 9 points pretty quick, and that might have been enough to get me through other heats. So I thought, look, at least I got something. I can wait, and you know, I'm not going to finish the score with the heat with no points because I've got 9. And so I was happy to wait for a bit bigger one once I had that sort of foundation.
And talk to us about boards you're riding and surfer stays.
Yeah, we'll start with surfer stays. Elke's been amazing. She founded Surfer Stays, and she's probably one of the kindest people I've ever met. Like, you know, when my grandma was in hospital, she was so accommodating ages ago, and that was about 2 years ago. And since then, you know, we've kept in touch, and she's always helped us out. And Shout out to Grant and Ash, the biggest legends. They're housing us, and their kids, Byron and Ruby, they're little chargers. And you know, we're staying in luxury with like legends, with all our friends, and it's all thanks to Elkie at Surfer Stage. You know, couldn't thank everyone enough for that. In terms of this board, I'm riding a board by Mana, shaped by Daniel McManus from Central Coast.
Cool.
It's just my regular short board. I chose not to use my graveler board. Having some fin issues, I'm going to change up the fins and see if I can get it going for a comp situation. But yeah, I'm comfortable on it. It drives, I push and it pushes back, and that's the feeling of comfort for me. So yeah, that's what I'm riding.
Well, stoked. The board's looking really good. Love hearing that little insight about the changes that you'll make, though, like just adapting to the current situation out in the lineup.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You're into
Cool.
the semifinals, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you in the finals as well.
Wonderful. Thanks, Shannon.
Thanks so much, Freya.
Cheers.
All right, we got a little bit of action out in the lineup. And Joel Vaughn coming through on the inside. Eddie Hamady out the back. Joel Vaughn puts finish.
Yeah, good.
Stoked.
Finish. It's so important out there today. I feel like anyone that's not finishing their waves is either just making their heats or not making their heats at all. So that's something that's pretty important, especially when it's small. And for comp surfing, finishing your waves and really just making the most of the opportunities, I think, is such an important thing. So it's was good to see that Joel finished that one. It was funny, Freya yesterday, she was saying she's got this little DHD Phoenix.
Okay.
And she was like, yeah, I've been riding it in gravel boards, like it's really fun. And she was riding that board that she rode today, the Mana. She was riding that yesterday, and I was like, well, why didn't you take the Phoenix out if it's good for gravels? And she's like, oh, I'd probably just do chop hops, and I get 2.17s for them. So I kind of get what the judges are saying. They don't want me to do it, which is fine. And I was like, oh, okay.
That's pretty good to, like, recognize what your kind of go-to move would be on a specific board. And know if it's not rewarding you, it's definitely the thing to avoid in competition surfing as opposed to just your free surfing when you get to do what you want to.
Yeah, 100%. And I think chop hops aren't going to score, airs will score, and we all know that Freya has a massive air game, so I think it would be pretty exciting to see her bring it to the table.
Yeah, hopefully we get a few nice little sections for her. She managed to find, I think, 3 7s in that heat.
Yeah,
which is really good, like very consistent surfing overall.
Yeah.
So looking at the current heat in the lineup, quarterfinal number 1 on the men's side, 25 minutes on the clock. We are 10 minutes into that, so still a ways to go. Joel Vaughn opened up with a 4.5. Eddie Hamady has 2 1-point-somethings that add up to 3.4, so just throwaway scores. And Dylan Moffitt with a 2.4. Coda Kaloran still waiting to get his opening ride. And we've got a little bit of rain that's hit. The guys checking out the lineup. I believe that's Finn McLaren, who will be coming up soon.
Yeah, I think next heat or heat after.
Let's see here. 4th heat of the day. So we've got like so much surfing to get through, but at the same time we're into finals. We already have our women's semifinalists decided, and we've got quite a bit of men's surfing to get through before we get to those men's semifinalists. Check out this set coming through.
How's this set? I think everyone's going to be out of position for it. Oh, not Dylan. Takes off. Beautiful swooping carve back to the power source.
So nice.
Brings that one around. Again, Huntington Hop, classic theme for today. He's trying to get his way through the inside connection. Unfortunately, he doesn't connect that one, so he'll get straight back out there. That's probably the first wave I've seen Dylan get where he hasn't been able to connect it through to the finish. So it looks like Dylan had a little look at that one. I'll see if we'll be able to go straight to it. Yep. So he goes to the air, rides out of that. So Dylan locking in a couple of scores. We'll see what the judges think of that one.
Yeah, that'll be interesting on that little paddle back out, sneak a cheeky little air.
Yeah.
But that turn on the first wave was really sick. That
so
first turn.
Nice. We're going to jump over to the Destination New South Wales replay as we see that tail high air reverse from Dylan. So he stomps them 90% of the time, or maybe even more. I reckon 95% of the time I see him stomp his airs. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges give that one.
Too easy. Making it look so simple out there.
I know.
So scores to come through for Dylan Moffitt. Judges taking their time with both of those. And there's been enough at the moment. So a 4.4 for the first wave, which was that nice drawn-out turn.
Yep.
Nothing open up on the second. And then we're still waiting for the little air reverse to drop through. Joel Vaughn into the lead again, though. Drops in a 3.90. And still waiting for Coda Kalorn to get his opening ride. Taking a look at the rest of our draw for the men's quarterfinals. We've got Grayson Hendricks, Darcy Crump, Nathan Kawani, and Joel Wood coming up in the next heat. Coming up in quarterfinal number 3, Kalani Ball, Iden Lewin Parson, Jackson Baker, and Dean Bowen. And then in quarterfinal number 4, Luke Rice, Kai Warner, Finn McLaren, and Jarvis Earl.
Wow.
So pretty stacked.
So stacked. Dylan dropped a 5.5 for that air reverse, so that's the highest wave score of the heat so far. We see him up and riding. He has a quick cutback on that one. He's trying to gain some speed to get to that inside connection, and he gets there, tags that first section, and well, it looks like we're not going to be able to see the finish of that one, just behind a couple of little flags there. And that is a surfer in blue, Coda Killon, up and riding on his first wave. Beautiful backhand surfing. Coda's backhand is so lethal at the moment. He's just making heats. And he's feeling fired up. He's feeling good. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Coda goes in this one.
So smooth on the inside. So scores to come through. Big paddle back out. And it'll be interesting to see where the scores drop in for that last one of Dylan Moffat as well.
Yeah.
Dylan's been on fire. He's definitely been, at least in the draw for this week, the standout coming into it as far as the series goes. Series results, second place finishes at both Cronulla and Port Mac.
Yeah, and he's actually leading the rankings at the moment, which is good too. He's had pretty consistent results, as you said, 2 seconds. So that's put him well up into the lead of the rankings of the Australian Open of Surfing, and he's hungry for that full accommodation to be paid for the Whistler Pro Surf Series of 2021.
Such a solid prize.
I know. So good. So good.
So nice.
I'd like that.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's a good surf series coming up. Start of the year. QS kicks off.
Yeah.
The 2021 qualifying series campaign will run from January to July in 7 different regions around the world. So it will accommodate all the World Tour, all the WQS competitors worldwide to be able to have QS events running in their own regions with points to accumulate to qualify to get into those Challenger Series events, which will run from August to December of 2021. Those will be some more international events, and we'll have to see where travel is at that stage, but the WSL is working all the kinks out, and so far they have been able to work out the regional events for the qualifying series to start out the year.
Yeah, I'm so excited. So excited. Oh, I'm so excited.
It's so nice.
That's all I have to say about it. I'm just so excited.
Totally. And it's so nice to just get that little taste that Surfing New South Wales has managed to string together this run of events, 6 events in total for the Australian Open of Surfing.
Yeah, and it's good to get that bit of practice as well back in. Get that, dust the cobwebs off, get the rashi back on, feel everything out. So looking forward to it.
Completely. So scores to come through for last of Dylan Moffat. And he is still sitting out in the lead. Coda Kalorn scores drop in as well. Dylan's just dropped in a 6.0 for his last wave. So that increases his heat total, improves on that 5.5. And still waiting for first of Coda. And a third wave of Eddie Hamady drops in as a 4.8. So it's his highest score so far. He's chasing a small score to take an advancing position, and Coda Kalorn has just dropped in an 8.5.
Wow. Big scores locked in for the Surfer in Blue, Coda Kalorn.
That backhand attack. You nailed it.
Nailed it. Looking sharp, looking fierce. So Coda gets off to a great start of this quarterfinal heat number 1. There's 9.5 minutes remaining. So Joel Vaughan has moved down into third, chasing a 4.01. Eddie Hamady a 3.71. Still plenty of time remaining, and Joel and Eddie both have all the ability to get those scores even better. So I'm sure they'll both be feeling pretty fired up to match Coda.
Totally. And talking about, contest heat strategy, super slow today. A couple of really fun-looking sets rolling through, but few and far between. And so for Coda to have just sat patient, it's 25-minute heat. That score dropped in around 10 minutes, so probably waited about 12 minutes before catching his first wave.
Yep.
To be that patient and
pretty ballsy.
Only pick the good one.
You've got to feel very confident in yourself and confident in your surfing, and also somewhat confident in the ocean that it's actually going to provide that, because we we've seen a couple of sets roll through, maybe 1 or 2 in each heat, but it's like, do you wait 12 minutes, get the 8-5 and then not back it up? Or do you wait, or do you just luck into it at the start like Molly did? Molly in her heat lucked into one, got a 7, then backed it up with an 8 straight away, you know. So we see Coda quick up and out on that one. Dylan Moffat up and riding on his backhand, beautiful finishing turn. Dylan is looking super sharp. His backhand is looking on point. His forehand is looking pretty incredible too. So I can't really fault his surfing at the moment. He's always smiling, always happy. It was so funny this morning, Molly and I was surfing and he comes out and he goes, "Oh, I was listening to you and Molly. I rewatched my heat and you and Molly were talking about it." And he's like, "You guys are so nice." So Dylan, if you're rewatching this, you're welcome.
We're going to get Dylan in actually to do some heats. So I believe he's going to join me for the first women's semi-final, which will be really fun.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So we'll get some take on him.
Yeah.
Some little insights on the ladies in the lineup, and then get some insights on where his surfing, you know, how explosive it is at the moment.
Yeah, I tried to reel him in for a couple yesterday, but he was like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I was like, no, it's okay. You'll be sweet. Just come and do it. It's fine. He's like, no, I can't.
Well, we'll rope him in. It'll be
great. Good. Don't let him wuss out. He's got to do it.
We've got to keep him in. Now, it's been really fun this week to just, or this weekend, 2 days, to just pull in so many different voices into the commentary booth to get to know some different faces. First time that I've really gotten to chat to Molly Picklum as well.
Yeah.
I mean, what a superstar. Like, such a good surfer, such a cool kid.
Yeah.
It's been so fun to just be able to, like, get to know her a little bit better and to get some insights from her.
Yeah, 100%.
Surfing-wise, you know. And get some of those opinions thrown in. It was so fun to have Sky Burgess in here on the last heat, and we've had a couple of the old boys in as well. Ian Vaughn giving some insights. His son Joel
out there now,
doing great. And well, he does need a score. Joel Vaughn, you need a 4.01, not a huge one to take an advancing position. So totally capable of that.
Oh,
Eddie
100%.
Hamity chasing a 4.71 to take an advancing position.
Yeah.
But Coda's in a great spot. 8.5 opening ride.
Yeah, well, Dylan also just locked in a 7.60 for that left that we just saw him get a couple minutes ago, so he's well out in front. Coda needs a 5.11 if he wants to take the lead off Dylan, but Joel and Eddie are really going to need to batten down the hatches and bring some big scores in because Coda's got an 8.5. Dylan has a 7.6, so Joel and Eddie are going to need to match that if they really want to progress through this heat. So there's 6 minutes remaining. You'd think maybe Joel or Eddie would be sitting out there with first and second priority. So we'll have to see how this one plays out.
And how important on a day like this is it to get down to watch the ocean and pay attention, you know, before your heats are starting, knowing that the conditions are slow, deciding whether it's worth waiting out the patient game, waiting for those set waves, staying busy.
Yeah.
What's your approach? Obviously, you're in here commentating, so we might be messing with that a slight bit.
No, you know
but
what?
For most of the guys, like, what would that approach be like today?
Yeah, well, before commentating, like, and working with you guys on the webcast and anything else, I would, like, be at the beach just constantly watching. Always, all day I was at the beach watching, analysing, thinking, chatting, whatever else. Which worked, but now I feel like being able to be in here and kind of constantly watch it, constantly go, oh, there's a score for that. Oh, the judges probably gave that for this. And get your opinion and get Reggae's opinion and Jess and Crispy when he was in here as well. It's I've always found that bouncing off of you guys has actually been really beneficial. And just not, I always find myself overthinking. I'm like, oh, there's, 12 waves that come through here and 13 waves that have come through there, but 5 of them have been sets here and 7 of them have been sets. I that's just what I do. I just overthink and I pick things apart.
Yeah.
Whereas in here, I haven't actually had the chance to do that, which has actually been really good because I've just gone, okay, that's the best bank. I'm going to go out there, which has kept things a lot simpler and a lot easier. But I know that quite a few people, like other people, do enjoy that, analytical approach to things, like coach down at North Narrabeen, Matty Cattle. He's always looking at the waves as we see Dylan Moffat. Beautiful first turn up and riding. This is live action. Floats that second turn, brings it back to the power source for another one. He's going to try and find that inside connection, which it looks like he's going to. And I thought he was going to go to the air, but unfortunately just incomplete on that one. So Dill will get straight back out there. Matty Cattle from down at Narrabeen, he's always watching the banks, he's down at the beach every day. He's so committed to his athletes, and he's like, you know, okay, there's been 4 sets that have come through here and 5 sets that have come through there. On this bank, it's been more lefts than rights. On that bank, it's been more rights and lefts, or whatever that is. So for him, that's such an important thing as a coach, because you want to give the surfers the best breakdown of the banks. But for myself, I know that I would always, whenever I did that, I would overthink, and then I'd sit out, and I just end up sitting in between the 2 banks. Yeah. So now I'm just like, no, that's the bank. That's where I'm going to go sit. And I think for myself, I'm just keeping it simple.
Yeah, that's such a good approach to it, and it's nice that you kind of have that distraction of coming in here, but at the same time, it's allowing you some insights to what's really happening in the lineup and what the judges are looking at.
Yeah.
But without getting stuck in that mode of like, okay, just watching the surf or sitting out in the sun, sitting on the sand, like in too many conversations with other people, like all those things that can actually provide distraction in a bad way, maybe.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Like, I feel like sitting out in the sun all day, you don't realize how much it drains you.
Oh, it's so tiring.
And like I used to come home from surf events and sleep for like 12 hours.
Totally.
But now I'm in here, I'm in the aircon, I'm not in the sun, I'm not, you know, being drained, which is pretty exciting. So being able to do that and kind of come in here and break it all up has been kind of a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, it can be such long days. I mean, it's so important for everyone to just stay hydrated, to stay in the shade as much as possible.
Yeah.
It's great that there's like some little tents on the beach if people need to kind of duck out. I know some of they've got tents over where the camera crew is, as we see Eddie Hamady staying busy. So Eddie's chasing a score to advance through into the quarterfinals as he comes to the inside. He's chasing a 4.74 to get that advancing position over Coda Kaloran. This is an interesting one. 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock. Coda Kaloran waited 12 minutes, half the heat, caught the 8.5. Fantastic wave.
Yeah.
He only has a 1.03 backup score. It would be so easy for the other guys to take that advancing position away from him.
Well, we just saw Eddie Hamady drop a 5.53, so that pushes Coda down into third, only chasing a 1.84, and Joel Vaughan a 5.84 to take second spot. My heart is jumping out of its chest right now. I'm sure Jenny, who's watching Joel, she's probably watching at home just going, Joel, catch a wave. It's okay, Jenny, breathe. It's all good.
This is crazy. And just to know that, like, hey, there's Joel on screen having a paddle across, putting himself in position, and then Coda just needs a 1.84. Like, literally
a takeoff.
Stand up for a half second longer than you stood up on the other ones, and you got it. But how often does that happen where a surfer gets one really good wave but never gets the backup score that they need?
Yeah, it happens all the time. I mean, I've seen so many people do it. Joel Vaughan takes to the air on that one. Unfortunately, not riding through. There's 40 seconds remaining. So we'll have to see
what is going to happen. Down to 35 seconds. Joel's already back out at the lineup. Dylan is sitting content outside. Eddie Hamady, we don't know where he's at, and we don't know where Coda Kaloran is now. Joel staying busy again. Strong paddle. Waiting. Is this wave even going to break? Not quite. Okay. Eddie Hamady staying so tight on top of Coda Kaloran. Coda has priority. Up and riding. He just needs a 1.84 to take the advancing position.
There you go.
2 quick turns. He's got it. 2 seconds down. Doesn't look like Eddie Hamady took off on another wave. Coda's putting a little bit of effort into that white. Make sure you get to that 2-point mark.
Yeah.
Crazy days. Well, Coda Kaloran with an 8.5. We've got a score to drop in now to see if he will get that advancing position over Eddie Hamady. Just so tight down to the finish. And we'll be heading into the second quarterfinals. And there it is, a 2.0, just enough to get Coda Kaloran into an advancing spot. He'll be very relieved to hear that, but feeling confident in his surfing with an 8.5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, 100%. He waited a long time for that, so congratulations to Dylan Moffat and Coda Kaloran progressing through that one, and Eddie Hamady and Joel Vaughan coming in third and fourth, respectively.
Well, we'll be right back with more action for the Australian Open of Surfing men's quarterfinal number 2 up after this.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to Gerringong Beach. Little split peak happening right now at the start of this second men's quarterfinal of the Australian Open of Surfing. Surfing red.
Grayson Heinrichs.
Looks like Grayson, yeah, he had a good heat yesterday. He's got to right into it at the start of this heat. So true, Starling. Still some small waves coming through there. We saw some big scores. It was interesting that last heat, of course. Coda with the 8.5 and then nothing until the final 20 seconds.
Yeah, Coda had 8.5. Took off on his first wave with maybe like 12 minutes into the heat. 8.5 locked in and didn't take one. He needed a 1.84 and wasn't going to lose needing that, so took off on one and did a pretty much grovelled this wave as much as he could to the beat, ended up getting a 2, so progressed through that one. So congratulations to Coda and Dylan Moffat, first and second. So scores to lock in for Grayson Heinrichs and potentially Joel Wood. We'll have to check that one out as we go to the Destination New South Wales replay of Grayson Heinrichs' first wave. Beautiful second turn. He slashes it for a third. He's just looking for this inside connection. He needs a bit of a hair tie to pull his hair up.
He needs to put one of those, do Cooper Chapman and have his hair bun going.
Yeah.
And then, so Grayson, bring it all the way through there. We saw, looks like he got a 5.5 for that. So Grayson Heinrichs, he is in the red, Joel Wood in blue, and also has a 5.17. Nathan Kawani in the yellow on the screen there with a 3.43. Darcy Crump yet to take off, and Darcy wearing the white jersey. 25-minute heats happening in these quarterfinals. Did it make a difference for you? Kind of almost worked against you.
Yes,
Yeah.
it definitely worked against me. I was like, no more 5-minute extra.
Yeah.
Just 20-minute heats.
Because then you bang, yeah, because...
yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's good to have that extra 5 minutes, especially when it's a bit smaller. It gives you that, it gives you more opportunity. And I feel like you don't actually realise how much 5 minutes is.
No.
Like, it's a lot.
It's a long time,
It's a very long time,
yeah,
especially in a heat.
Yeah, it can make a big difference. And we saw in that last heat, of course, with Coda, he needed that 5 minutes. And it looks like Nathan Kawani having a look here. Nope, no takeoff.
Yeah, so Darcy locks in a 2.67 for his first ride. So Grayson out in front with that 5.5. Joel Wood, 5.17 to his name. Nathan Kwani, 3.43 for his first, and Darcy just a 2.67. There's just under 21 minutes remaining. So day's going to be a little bit longer today with those 25-minute heats all the way through the quarters and semis and then the finals. But we've got our first 2 semi-finalists decided. Dylan Moffat, Coda Killon will be taking first and second on in this heat. Pretty exciting stuff.
It's exciting. We just need this swell to hang in because we'll be wrapped. Final should go out around about 2. I think we'll finish the last final, 2:30. And down the business end of the competition, of course, as we get into the semi-finals. See Joel and Darcy having a bit of a chat out there.
I don't know if I would chat in my heats.
You don't chat in your heat?
No.
Don't you?
Unless I'm
Does anyone
like...
come up and
people do, yeah.
try and have a chat?
People try and have a chat at the start of the heats as we see Darcy, beautiful first turn, puts it up there for a second one, and again for a third, just trying to gain his momentum on this right. hopping his way all the way through, seeing if he can get a connection. Unfortunately, that one doesn't cooperate, so he'll kick out of there. Yeah, people try and chat to me before. Like, they come up and say,
Not
good
on the
luck, and
sand,
blah, blah, blah. But,
and you just ignore them.
Oh, I wish them luck. Some people try and have big chats, but I just go, no, thank you.
No, thank you. Just growl at them and walk away.
Or I just go, yeah.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just continue
Okay.
walking. I'm like,
Continue walking.
I'm
Goodbye.
in my zone.
Fair enough. There was another wave there for Grayson, just waiting for that one to lock in. Joel Wood on screen has that 5.17, which is a good base to build with throughout this heat. He'll be hoping that's not in his score at the end, because that means he's racked in a decent total. So very quiet, not much energy in the ocean, but fortunately this sandbank is allowing these waves to stand up, giving the surfers some scoring opportunity. We passed low tide about an hour ago, so it'll gradually fill up as we head for that high tide at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Wind is light, and while we wait for some action, we're going to cross down to the winner of that last heat, Dylan Moffat. How you going, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. How'd you go out there?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Got a few. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, the waves are small, but they do look like fun. You get the right one, there's a fair bit of opportunity to open up.
Yeah, definitely. I get all antsy when I sit there for too long, so when it's small like this, I kind of like want to catch a lot of waves, but you can't really, because like you only really get scores on the sets. But Coda got a really good one in that heat.
Yeah, then he sat around for quite a while trying to find the next one. With that, these small waves, and as you said, how hard is it? Like, you got two options. I can sit and wait for the sets, or you can get busy and hope you pick something up. So, are you just going to play the patience game in the semi-finals?
I'm not sure. I guess we'll like kind of see when it happens. You can kind of get lucky, and if you're patient and play it right, you can get two of the sets. And when you get on the sets, it's a lot easier to get a score. But when you're on the smaller ones, you got to work a lot harder, and you kind of spend a lot more energy. So you can kind of better to be on the sets, but you kind of take what comes.
Yeah, well, you've had a good run through this series. You must be happy with your sort of consistency at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Just kind of like feeling good, kind of having fun, been hanging with everyone down at the beach, and yeah, kind of good to hang out by the comp and see everyone and surf a couple heats, and board's feeling really nice and surfing feeling good.
And you got a bit of support crew down here, Dill. How does it feel to have a heap of people supporting you and cheering you on?
It's good and nervous at the same time. Like, obviously you want to do good in front of everyone, but it's kind of cool having a few people down here watching and supporting, so it's really nice to have everyone down here.
All right, cool. Hopefully you'll give them more to cheer about in the semi-final. Congratulations on the win and your surfing, and look forward to seeing you later on this afternoon.
Cool. Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, Dylan Moffat there. He has been surfing so well. And saw a couple of scores, waves ridden during that interview. Grayson Hinrichs has extended his lead, looking at a good two-wave total now, 13.5.
He's locked in a 5.5 on his first and an 8-point ride on his second. Darcy's dropped a 4.73 and a 5.30. Grayson just dropped a 5.13. It did not go into his top two. Joel Wood, a 5.17 and a 4.83 to his name, looking for a 4.87, and Nathan Kawani a 3.43 and a 1-point ride, looking for a 6.61 to progress through this one with 16 minutes remaining. I don't know if you know much about Nathan Kawani Reggae, but he is a Brazilian surfer.
Okay.
He's now living in Sydney. He's just come off the back of a knee injury, so he's kind of towards the back end of rehab at the moment, which is pretty cool. We had his doctor reach out to Cooper Chapman in the last event and give us a whole rundown on, his knee injury. He had to have surgery. I think he tore his ACL or something
really?
like that.
That's a major.
Yeah, so he's back surfing now, living in Sydney, just loving life, surfing, competing, really enjoying it, which is cool to see, and he's such a powerhouse, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he's going to go towards the end of this one.
Yeah, he had a good heat yesterday afternoon. Actually, was behind for quite a while. Then he got a decent wave, and then he's really good strategy. He paddled a little bit wider because there were the odd set coming through with the northern end, and he grabbed a wave straight away, had no priority, and put himself in the lead, and he held it the whole heat, I should say. So
that's how you do it.
Yeah, that's how you do it. It's quite simple, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, easier said than done. But
I know.
You're competing against the competitors and then also the ocean as well.
Yep.
As we saw Coda just walk past screen, had a big smile on his face.
Yeah, I bet he'd be pretty relieved having caught that 2-point ride at the end.
Yes.
Not often a 2-point ride saves the day.
Yeah, 100%. I've seen so many people get 8s and then lose their heats with an 8 and a 1, so
Yeah,
Coda
you got
progressing through it.
It's not really forgivable, I reckon, once you get a high score to not capitalise on it, know. It's that thing of waiting. You think, okay, I'll get another 8 and bang, I'm done. So, but you you get a little bit too comfortable, then 5 minutes ago you start getting a bit panicky.
Yeah.
But
especially here, you only need a 1.84.
Exactly.
In these small conditions, it's like, okay, well, that's a small score, but is there a wave that's going to come and let me take off on it?
That's the thing, yeah. Like, you kind of... Well, I can see that you'd be thinking, okay, I need a 1.84. I'll get a 3 or 4 or 5, and that'll help me. But, because he got that way at the end in that last heat, so he was pretty lucky, Coda. Could have gone the other way if someone had priority on the inside, and then he'd be kicking himself.
Oh, 100%. So very lucky. He utilised his priority well. I think waiting for the 8.5 put him in a really good position, made him feel pretty confident. As we see Joel Wood up and riding on this one, floats that first section again for his second one, just putting it up there, trying to find this connection. Everyone just weaving their boards through. Beautiful slice on that third turn. Unfortunately, just catching his rail on that fourth one. Can't complete that one, so he'll get straight back out with just over 13 minutes remaining. That's Nathan Kawani pulling off one then. Maybe a bit of a frustration kick. We'll have to see the replay of that one and see what the go was there. But Grayson Heinrichs out in front. Darcy Crump in second. Joel Wood and Nathan Kawani third and fourth. So we see the replay. This is Darcy Crump. Oh, unfortunately, just coming unstuck on that one. And Nathan Kawani floats that first section again for a second one and a third. So maybe just a little bit caught behind on that one. Didn't like that wave at all, as we could see. What's your thoughts on body language and things like that?
I reckon you want to hide your frustrations. I don't think it's a good idea to let the judges know that you're not feeling good about a wave. I think not that it could influence the judges at all, but I just think that sort of air of positivity makes a big difference.
Yeah, 100%.
And then you'll see it. Like sometimes you can see the frustration will creep in. 2 waves in a row, and then I think if it's the mental game, you sort of start to believe that you're losing and you have no chance of winning.
Yeah.
And it sort of affects you that way. But I think it's always good to just claim every wave. Oh, it was awesome.
Claim it.
Or just turn off with a bit of
just feel strong.
Just nonchalance,
Yeah.
So.
I agree.
But I think Grayson Heinrichs, he'll be pretty happy at the moment. He's had a good run over the last few years, hasn't he? He's very consistent.
Yeah, he's had a really good He won the World Junior titles at Huntington Beach in 2018.
2 years ago.
Yeah, because I went last year. So year before that, 2018, he won World Junior titles there, which was a pretty exciting time for the Surfing Australia and Surfing New South Wales crew. He is from Bondi.
Yeah, Bondi's first world champion.
Yeah, such a legend. He was over where we were staying last night playing cards, and he was good. We taught him how to play a game and with cards, and he won.
Oh,
Had never played before and just won it.
Picked up straight away.
I was not very happy, but it's okay. Yeah, he knew what he was doing, and I feel like he was just putting on the facade of, I don't know how to play.
Yeah,
and then
that's
just
right.
came out with the big guns and was
sucked
like,
in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lucky you weren't playing poker.
I know. I definitely would have lost that. Well, with 10.5 minutes remaining, no change to the situation. Grayson Heinrichs in first, Darcy Crump second, Joel Wood third, chasing a score, and same as Nathan Kawani. Bit of a slow middle to this heat for this one, so we'll have to see if any ways provide for the back end of this heat. We are over halfway.
Yeah, into the final 10 minutes, and Grayson Heinrichs with that solid opener with a 5-point whatever, and then he had that 8-point ride. So looking pretty good. Joel Wood and Nathan Kwani still looking for decent scores, so he's got to refresh this.
I've got it here. Joel Wood's chasing a 4.87 and Nathan Kwani a 6.61. So decent scores locking in. Oh, unless they've... Oh, maybe mine's not.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, same.
Yeah, I know, frantically always hitting my phone
Yeah,
trying
always
to get refreshing it. Yeah.
I'm like, did the score come through? Has it come through yet? What'd they get? You become invested. You choose someone, like, you don't choose someone, but you see, like, for myself, Grayson, I'm like, okay, I want Grayson to get another good one, or I want Darcy to get another good one, consolidate his second spot, progress through this, or Joel Wood to have a nail biter finish and, you know, get a clutch wave and, you know, go to town on it.
Yeah, you want it to be, as a spectator, you want it to be tight all the way to the end. And Grayson, at the moment, he is looking in a secure position in first place. Just on 9 minutes remaining. So Joel Wood sitting there next to him, requiring not a big score at all, just a 4.87. So Darcy Crump, holding down a 4.73 is his second scoring ride. So he'll be looking to get rid of that as soon as he can. Plenty of time with 8.5 minutes remaining. And it looks like Joel, having a look at this little one here, he's up and riding. Not for long, though. That wave just shutting down. Small offset.
It's cold in here.
Yeah, you got the aircon on.
Yeah.
It'll be chilly. I know it's always, you sort of live in this sort of surreal world in the commentary booth, you know, in these trucks, and you go outside, oh, it's sunny.
Hint to the boys.
Yep, so you...
just kidding.
Yeah, the number of times, it's I know I always have jeans on when I'm commentating, because I know it's always cold in the truck. Yeah.
Smart.
Well, years of experience knowing how cold they can get.
So I'm like 3 comps in, and every time I come in with shorts and a t-shirt because it's so hot outside.
Yeah. Or sometimes, sometimes doing beach commentary when you're in those sort of, you know, those sheds.
Yeah.
Like Bell's is gnarly because a couple of years ago, I forgot there was no air conditioning, and then there was a window that wouldn't open.
Oh no!
And it was, you know, and it's kind of, you know, at Bell's you either get, it's, you know, 6 degrees one day and 30 degrees the next, and I mean it was so hot, so I had to get them to take the window out.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, so you're just sweltering in there. The judges, of course, they're always, you know, nice and comfortable.
Yeah,
always. It's always good when you're next to the judges because they always get fed.
Yeah.
So you just sort of cruise in, steal some food, cruise out again.
I'm always looking over. What have they got over there?
Yeah, I know. It's sort of, well, you don't want grumpy judges.
Oh, no.
So you got to look after them.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, not much going on out there at the moment, though. A bit of a lull for an extended period now. Time has not changed at all. We've just seen that one in and out there from Joel Wood in the last 5 minutes. Hopefully this high incoming tide won't cruel this swell. So we are going to see much fuller waves as the day progresses. So what is your approach going to be in your semi-final? No equipment change? You're going to stay on that board?
Yeah, no equipment change. I've got an epoxy down on the beach as well as a backup, but I've just been really liking this PU that I've been riding. You know, when you just get on a board and it just feels 20% better than anything else, I kind of am just like, you know what, I'm going to stick on that one. Feels good under my feet. I think probably just, as we see Grayson, beautiful first turn. Again for a second. He's riding an epoxy and he's looking sharp on it. So he's connected to this left inside bonus, tags that first one. Can he get another one? Unfortunately not, but Grayson went to town at the start of that wave.
Yeah, that first 2 turns were really nice.
Yeah.
Looking really sharp, particularly the first one. Do you reckon he'll go in his top 2?
Maybe. He's got a 5.5 as a backup.
Yeah.
I reckon it might, as we see the Destination New South Wales replay. Beautiful first turn again for the second one. He's looking fast. He's looking powerful. I dare say the judges will like it. And he connects it to this left bonus, tags that end section. Not much to offer on the other one, but let's have a look on our liveheats.com. I'm going to do the...
Yep, it's gone. His 2-way total's gone up. Beat you to it.
6.10.
Yeah, so that extended his lead by about half a point, making things a little bit safer for Grayson, way out in front. Darcy Crump, he would be really wanting to get another wave because Joel Wood and Nathan Kawani definitely within striking distance as we approach the 5-minute mark. So not a lot of time left in this heat for these guys to pull it back in, given the inconsistency of the sets.
Yep.
But hopefully, well, I presume we'll see another flurry. That's sort of been the rule of thumb over the last hour or so with these heats. The last 5 minutes throwing one more opportunity at the surfers. And I don't know who has priority at the moment.
I would dare say maybe Joel Wood or Nathan Kawani. Nathan Kawani. He's had 3 waves, so I'd say Nathan. Mind you, I think, I don't know. I think I think Nathan Kawani would have waves with priority as we see Darcy up and riding on this one.
Ooh.
Oh, just a little bit caught behind. You could see he was going to let out his frustration on that one, and
Not what he wanted.
Not what you're wanting, especially when you've got 3rd and 4th hot on your heels. Joel Wood only chasing a 4.87, Nathan Kawani a 6.61. I mean, they are pretty decent scores out there today, but we've seen some pretty big scores being laid down from all the competitors, and they both have the ability to do so. Well, there's just under 4 minutes remaining, and Grayson is looking pretty comfortable out in front with an 8 and a 6.10, Darcy a 4.73 and a 5.3 to his name. If he wants to take the lead off Grayson, he needs an 8.81. Joel Wood is in 3rd with a 5.17 and a 4.80, chasing that 4.87. And Nathan Kawani, just some 2 small scores, a 3.43 and a 2.93. Looking for a 6.61 to progress through this heat with just over 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, well, Joel Wood's not chasing a big score at all.
Yeah.
Darcy Crump, very vulnerable at the moment. 3 minutes remaining. Grayson Hinrichs safely through to the semi-finals, I would say, at this stage.
Yeah. Anything can happen, but Grayson's a pretty smart competitor. I doubt he would make any mistakes towards the end of this heat, sitting out there well in front.
Yeah, and I can't see the other guys getting the opportunity with an 8 or anything like that. So Darcy Crump just hanging on. 2.5 minutes remaining in that 2nd position. Nathan Kawani, you see him in the yellow, and Joel Wood in the blue, just trying to will a wave their way. Nathan prowling around. Sort of anticipating that Nathan has priority. You can see.
Yeah.
Looking through
the judges. You'd think he would have priority sitting out there, but we just never know. At least the surfers know out in the water. Yep. That's the most important thing. As long as the surfers know, that's all that matters. So there's 2 minutes remaining. Nathan having a little paddle up the beach. Potentially gonna pull the trigger on this one. We'll have to see. And he does. So Nathan Kawani up and riding on a nice looking left. Beautiful first turn. Again for a 2nd. Can he get a bonus section, which he does? So he tags that one.
This is not a bad wave. He might even get a little one on the inside. One last turn. He was looking for a 6 point something, wasn't he?
6.61. I think it's pretty close. And he gets another bonus section and finishes this one off.
Wow.
So runs on the sand.
He left nothing to chance on that. That was a good wave from Nathan Kawani. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how that one pans out. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining.
He's like, should I go back out? Do I come in? I'm pretty uncoordinated, so I 100% would have ate sand after that.
Yeah.
So Nathan's decided to do the paddle back out. We are inside the final minute of this heat. He was chasing a 6.61. We'll have to see what the judges think of that one. Let's refresh our live heats and see if they're liking, as we see current heat leader up and riding. Just maybe a little bit of a victory lap for Grayson Hinrichs. Surfing very good in this heat. Was on point with all the waves. And
what's going on there?
He's just having a little bit of fun. So scores locking in for the last of Nathan Kawani. With 25 seconds remaining, I dare say Darcy Crump will need to catch a wave.
Wow.
Who knows?
I don't know. Just waiting on this score. Judges having a good look at it.
I reckon it's it. What do you reckon?
I reckon, what is it, 6.61? Yeah, it's
I
going to come
reckon he'll get it.
close. You reckon he'll get it?
Yep. 5 seconds.
And then Joel Wood chasing just a 4.87. So, yeah, there you go. Nathan Kawani did it on that last wave with a 7.67. Moves into second place. So, Joel Wood and Darcy Crump eliminated from the event. And some great surfing there from Grayson Heinrichs and Nathan Kawani really taking that way at the end. So we'll be back with quarterfinal number 3 of the men's here at the Australian Open of Surfing, live from Wary Beach, right after this break.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Welcome back to Wary Beach, where we are into the quarterfinals of the men's here at the Australian Open of Surfing. Joining me in the commentary booth is one of the star performers of today, Sarah Baum. Congratulations on your win. You surfed unreal.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, it's super tricky out there, but just played the patient game and yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, it did. You one wave in particular stands out for me. That right hand, it really got some nice linking turns and some big solid turns out of the top. You're not scared of putting some back foot power down, are you?
Oh no, yeah, I grew up surfing on my backhand, so I'm pretty confident on going right. And yeah, that wave came through and got a couple good little hacks in there, and yeah, it was good.
Away you go. Well, you look like you're on song with your surfing at the moment. We were talking yesterday after your heat win, and you said there you've been surfing a heap, like 2 to 3 times a day. Still based around Newcastle?
Yeah, well, Redhead now. So
down Redhead?
Yeah, it's been so good. Like, during COVID and stuff, that beach is so long that, you know, everybody's surfing, but I get to escape down the beach and find a good little bank to myself, which has been good.
Yeah, that does make a difference. So out there at the moment, you know, we've seen this tide filling in. It's getting a little bit fatter these waves. Are you going to change your strategy or boards or anything? What do you think how it's going to pan out?
Not really. I'll just stick to the same strategy, I think. Just play the patient game and make the most of every opportunity that I get. And yeah, it should be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good afternoon. We can see some scores just coming in there. Dean Bowen, 7.4. Well, there you go. Dean's probably one of the biggest surfers on the men's side of the draw, and obviously these small waves aren't hampering him. We didn't get to see that wave. Kalani Ball just with a quick takeoff, a 1.5. Aidan Lewin Parson and Jackson Baker yet to take off. It looks like they're having a look at this one. Aidan now on his backhand, looking to climb up into the lip. Can he get around this face? He does. So another turn there, and this wave just filling up on the inside. But he's going to get a rebound off the whitewater.
That would have been a good little start to the heat.
It would have been. Yeah, so Kalani Ball, Jackson Baker, Dean Bowen, Aidan. This is a stacked heat. I think Dean had a big win earlier, and Kalani and Jackson have been 2 of the form surfers out the event, and also in the board riders thing the other day. So Sarah, of course, we've got the confirmation that the regional qualifying series events will be happening early next year. You've got to be psyched on that.
Yeah, definitely. I don't really know what that means for me because I still do surf for South Africa. So I don't know if I'll have to, you know, go back home or if I can stay here and compete.
I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah. So
I think it'd be where you live, wouldn't it? Not where
yeah, but I'm in the process of getting permanent residency, so I still have to surf. Well, I can't actually surf for Australia. Oh, Kalani Ball just getting a bomb. Working it all the way through. I think he did like a million turns on that wave.
How sharp is he looking too? Oh, that's interesting. Well, you'll just be sort of hanging there on the beach going, hey, can I go in? Let me in.
Yeah.
Well, here's the Visit New South Wales replay. Kalani just winding up some solid turns and linking them beautifully. And again, wow.
So agile.
Yeah. Looking really sharp there. And just waiting on those scores to come in. I'll just have to try and update this annoying app. Live heats, it keeps dropping out.
Yeah.
So you go, oh, there's no update. It's really one of those things. But anyway, so Dean Bowen in the lead, opening up with that 7.4. Still waiting on Kalani, last wave to get locked in. Jackson Baker out there in the yellow, yet to take off, so he will have priority. And do you get to surf with Jackson much up there?
Yeah, actually, I went down the beach the other afternoon and I saw him getting a couple of good little waves out at Redhead, so he travels down there a fair bit, which is good. Yeah, he's even in the smaller surf. Like I don't even know how he does it, but
yeah, because he's solid in it.
Yeah, he is, but he still manages to get a good couple turns in there. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
So small waves like this, I mean, you surf really well this morning. Do you like surfing little waves? You one of those people go out no matter what?
Yeah, I try to. Sometimes it's really hard to get motivated when it's really small, but it's kind of good to challenge yourself as well, how small of a wave that you can ride and how many turns you can do, and it's yeah, I think you just kind of try and challenge yourself and to make it interesting.
Yeah, I suppose one of the things of small waves is the ability to find speed out of nothing. And looks like, well, Kalani Ball, there you go. It looks like an 8.5. Oh no, that's his two-wave total.
I think he only had maybe a 1 or...
Yeah, had a 1.5, so you got a 7 on that second one. Yeah, I've got to scroll across. I always forget that. So Kalani Ball and Dean Bowen having some good scores, putting the pressure on their opponents, and it looks like Kalani just getting this little backup wave. Not much on offer yet, but still turns it into something significant with a couple of nice snaps off the top. So, and there's Dean Bowen on his second wave.
Yeah, I saw Dean have a great heat just before. It was he was having a heat just before I was going out in my last heat, so it was good to watch him and see where he was sitting, what sort of waves he was going for. So yeah, he's a great surfer.
Yeah, he knows his neck of the woods pretty well as well. So there's the Jackson yet to take off. So plenty of time, 25-minute heat. You're happy with the extension?
Yeah, definitely. There's like the sets are so few and far between, so it's nice to know that you can kind of get a couple smaller ones under the belt, and you can wait with priority and wait for one of the good ones just to make sure that you get that one excellent score. That kind of makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I suppose like every heat winner has had at least one solid score under their belt. And these sort of conditions, getting pretty fickle out there. You see Jackson just going, okay, what's going on? 8 minutes is gone. He has not taken off. He will have priority, I presume. But so what do you reckon he's got to do now? Just wait for that?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of waited long enough. There's no points in waste. Oh, there might be a little peak here coming.
Here he goes. Jackson Baker up and riding. Finally throwing it up in the lip. Looking pretty sharp out of the top end again. Plenty of power in his surfing. Nice swooping turn and another quick snap. A smaller wave, but making the most of it. He waited quite a while for this. But will lock in a decent score on his first wave. So Kalani Ball with two waves, a 1.5 and a 7 in the lead. Dean Bowen with a 7.4 on his first wave, still with another score to get locked in. And waiting on Jackson's score for that wave. In the early stages of the heat. So Jackson, 5-point ride. Good mid-range score in these conditions. But given the 7s that Kalani and Dean have got, he'll be looking to improve on that. There you go. So Dean Bowen, we didn't see the start of that wave, but it must have been something pretty good.
Yeah.
So that's really put the pressure on the other guys with Dean Bowen and Kalani Ball just locking in a better wave as well. Yeah. It's not updating.
Oh.
It drives me mad, this thing. I just turn it off, turn it on again. But we've got 15 minutes remaining.
Still plenty of time.
Quarterfinal number 3. So what heat are you in? One or two?
The second
one. Okay, so you got another hour and a half, so to speak.
Yeah, so we'll see.
What's
the
your
tide is filling in.
Yeah, what's your pre-heat prep?
Listen to some music.
Yep.
Usually get in the zone. Try to relax a bit and just watch what's happening and I guess make up a game plan and make sure that I stick to that game plan and yeah.
In these sort of conditions, have you got the plan B? Or you try and stick to the one?
Oh no, you've always got to have a plan B because you never know what's going to happen out there. But it seems to every heat that I've had this contest, my plan A has just worked out. So it's great when that happens.
Yeah, quick in and out there for Jackson Baker. He'll be looking to get back out there. He needs to find a set wave to stay in touch with Dean and Kalani, as does this guy, Aiden Lewin Parson, just throwing it vertically in the lip. But unfortunately, that wave's shutting down. We've got 14 minutes remaining, so approaching the back half of this heat. Kalani Ball now, having a look at this one. Little thing standing up on the shore. And he's going to go left again. Nice section ahead of him. And again, this wave flattened out pretty quickly, so not much in it, unfortunately, for Kalani. And still pretty wide open. But Jackson Baker, Aiden Lewin Parsons need to lock in a decent score around the 7 mark to stay in contact with Dean and Kalani. It's one of those times you could just find this heat just disappear in front of you. And Dean Bowen now. Ooh, this could be a good wave. Again, throws it up. There's that big backhand hit. Another one coming up. Vertical on that. Nice crack off the top. Great surfer. Always good to watch as we see Aiden Lewin Parson. And unfortunately, once again, not getting much out of that wave.
So it looks like Dean's sitting with a 7.4 and a 6.33, which is a great just set of scores to start off the heat.
Yeah, it's solid. And there's the Visit New South Wales replay. So for Aiden, nothing too critical. This wave pretty flat all the way through. And unfortunately, just not finding what he needs out there. Quarterfinal number 3 here. This is the 3rd event of the Australian Open Series. Up to Coffs Harbour next week. And then down the south coast. And wrapping up the northern beaches. You doing all of them?
I don't think I'm going to do the one on the far south coast.
No?
I think it might just be a little bit too far for me to go, but
nice part of the world.
Yeah,
Good
definitely.
waves down there.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
But definitely do Coffs and northern beaches.
Yeah. Of course, this is an event presented by Her Wave, and we've had a huge few days. A lot of seasoned professionals and aspiring grommets. It's good to mix it up with some of the younger crew in this.
Yeah, definitely. I think I had little Lucy in my heat yesterday, which is I'm staying with a family over in Kiama Downs, and she's a really good friend with one of the little girl that we're staying with.
Oh,
she's only 10 years old, so
she was in your heat?
She was in my heat, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Which is so good to see. And she was actually ripping. Like, I wish there were some more waves that we could all just...
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. Like, it's also awesome when there's plenty of waves coming through, give everyone an equal opportunity. Now, Jackson Baker, good-looking wave here. Nice snap. This one runs away from him pretty quickly. Gets that second turn in, hoping for something on the inside. And it looks like, no, that one's just going to roll away. That first turn was pretty good, but that section didn't allow much out of that second turn. So looking to head back out. Needs a decent score. That'll lower the deficit a little bit. but still has a long way to go. So we've got $7,000 in prize money. Have a look at this on the replay. Yeah, then...
You just needed one more good turn.
Yeah.
We saw Dean Bowen get a 6.5 for that one before, and there was two good solid turns, so you know that you can get the scores with just 2 turns.
Yeah, well, Jackson's been looking really sharp the whole... this is the first heat when I've seen him when he hasn't really found those 2 good waves early. So a reversal of fortune for Jackson Baker at the moment. 10 minutes remaining, because we'll be wrapping up with the finals this afternoon at around about 2 o'clock. $1,500 first prize. You got your eye on that?
Yes, definitely, of course.
Yeah, it all adds up. So during this, you been working much? What have you been doing?
Yeah, so I work at a little cafe.
Oh, cool.
Just in the town of Newcastle, so I work there twice a week, which is good. Just pays the bills.
Pays
and,
the bills and
yeah.
allows you plenty of time to focus on your surfing.
And one of my good friends, Philippa Anderson, has just opened up a surf school in town as well. So
has
we've
she?
been doing that a fair bit. Yeah, so it's great to work with your best friend, and great to help out the younger generation.
Yeah, what's is Philippa? What's her plans this year? Is she chasing the tour again?
I'm not too sure. She's just been kind of focused on getting this business up and running for the last couple of months, and which is great to see that she's done it. She's been under the pump a bit, but
yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how we go coming into the new year and see what happens.
Yeah, it's a great unknown, isn't it? Sort of a bit weird this year.
Yeah.
So we got Dean Bowen still holding the lead with a 7.4 and a 6.5. Clarny Ball has a 7-point ride. And, oh, come on, you stupid thing. There you go, 5.57. Jackson Baker now in second, third, I should say, chasing a 7.58 to move into second place. Aidan Lewin Parson needing at 8.85. Still plenty of time, 8.5 minutes remaining. Let's hope we'll see some... a little bit more consistency in the back end of this heat. But Dean Bowen looking pretty good at the moment. 2 solid scores. And Kalani Ball doesn't need much to stretch his lead above Jackson Baker. So surfing yellow and white requiring pretty solid scores. 7.58 for Jackson, 8.85 for Aidan. Definitely doable, but it's all about the opportunity. Which at this stage, that ocean looks dead quiet. So, how the waves feel? Like they got much energy in them? Just really gutless.
Pretty gutless. I've definitely been having to paddle in as hard as you can to make that extra little bit of speed at the beginning of the wave. But it's kind of nice. Like there's 2 sort of peaks on that bank and if you get them that kind of collide together, you can either, like the one that Dean got was kind of perfect example of that. You can either take off on the north side or the left or the south side of the peak, and you know you get 2 good hacks in there, and it kind of walls up and comes at you. So it looks like the guys have been surfing on the north side of the bank this time, just kind of going into that left. Whereas in my heat it was more on the going right. But yeah, I mean if you can get one of those ones that just hold up, they got a little bit of a push to them.
Yeah, well, Jackson Baker there on a wave that did not have any push, smaller offset, because he would be catching that under priority. And Dean Bowen, Kalani Ball in a good position at the moment with just under 7 minutes remaining. You can see Aidan there in the white trying to reposition himself. He might have spotted a little set, but what's happening here? So Aidan having a look at this, and here he goes, requiring an 8 point something, and Aidan, nice little driving turn out of the top. Good section ahead of him here, just clean cut back, nice snap through the lip there and just building his speed across the inside and just throw the fins out. Unfortunately didn't land that, and you know, he just needs to improve his situation. He's holding a pair of 3s at the moment, so I dare say he will build on his 2-wave total, making probably drawing back on the total that he needs prior to that wave, requiring an 8.85. Yeah, well, there you go. Gets a 4.97 for that. Now needs a 7.61. Just under 6 minutes remaining. Aidan Lewin Parson making his way back out into the lineup. Jackson Baker still chasing a solid score of a 9.58. Those two guys on screen now, sitting comfortably, and Jackson just having a look at that. Not much opportunity at the moment, is there?
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty hard because he doesn't have priority. So what do you do?
He doesn't have priority, but what do? You can either try and force the other guys onto a wave to use up their priority, or make something of one of the insiders.
They don't look like they're going anywhere, do they?
No, they look like they're pretty solid. They know exactly what they want.
Yeah, and just dropped anchor out the back. Dean Bowen in the lead. Kalani Ball in second. Just under 5 minutes remaining. Pressure time for Jackson Baker and Aiden Lewin-Parsons. Really have a big ask ahead of them. The big problem is not just the scores they need, which are high, but having the opportunity. It's not like it's pumping out there. And don't know who's got priority. It'd be one of the two, either Dean or Kalani. And if any sets do come through, they'll just take it. There have been one-wave sets as well. It's not like we're getting multiple waves in these sets.
Yeah, it seems like those insider ones, they do hold up a fair bit too, so you can definitely make something. Here goes Aiden.
Yeah, small wave again, looking to throw it up in the lip. Unfortunately, no power in that wave and just drops off the back. But it was not going to give him the opportunity to get an 8.85. 4 minutes remaining in this third quarter final. Yeah, so first and second going through to the second semi-finals. It's going to be a big afternoon. Hopefully these waves will hang in. Dean Bowen, Kalani Ball holding down that lead. Of course, of this series, the overall winner's getting their accommodation paid for 21.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's
there you
epic.
go. So maybe you should go. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So they get the series winners in both men's and women's, of course, get their accommodation covered for the 2021 Vissla Pro Series.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. That's such
Which
a
is
huge help.
Yeah, it's a big saving.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where the accommodation is or what it is.
Right.
Could be a tent. Tent
Hopefully
on the
it's
beach.
5
Could be
stars right on the beach.
Or maybe just roll out a swag here on the floor of the broadcast truck.
Stay in the van.
Fresh air, boys. That's where they live. Yeah, you should see. Coming in here in the morning, there's food everywhere. And, actually, it's not. It could be quite comfortable, actually.
Oh, definitely.
You roll in a little kitchen, and away you go. So 2.5 minutes remaining. Dean Bowen, Kalani Ball in a commanding position. It's it's not impossible, but it'll be a minor miracle for Jackson Baker or Aiden Lewin-Parsons to steal a high-scoring wave from under whoever has priority. I think these guys are probably, they would be first and second priority out there. And they just sort of...
Now that ocean's gone flat.
It is so flat. Yeah. And Dean and Kalani having a bit of a chat. Jackson sort of looks like you've only got a face of bemusement. What do you do? And just under 2 minutes remaining. Dean Bowen, Kalani Ball in the box seat. Well, I'll be pretty stoked with that because the back half of this heat, it's been a while since we've seen a decent set come through. Dean's last wave was really it, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
And that was ages ago.
It's so important to make sure you get those scores under the belt right at the beginning, if you can.
1.5 minutes remaining. Quarterfinal number 3 wrapping up pretty soon, and at this stage, Dean and Kalani looking like they're moving through into the semis, down to the final 8 surfers after the next quarterfinal in the men's. And 1 minute. Oh, look out. They've spotted something. There's a bit of action going on. And look at Kalani. He's keeping his eye on Jackson. So Kalani obviously with priority. Kalani Ball up and riding. This has been a good 10 minutes since we've seen a wave like this. Throws it to the air, rides out of that smoothly. Wow, sick turn there from Kalani Ball. That was so clean. Not much else in that wave. He might get a little connection for the inside. And again, 2 good turns. Wow, that's
nice.
The thing with that, he was just sitting there for so long.
Yeah.
And then just unleashed on that. But we were wondering who had priority. I think Dean might have even gone to the left.
Yeah, I did see him. Yeah, keep looking to see what Dean was doing. Maybe Dean had priority in that. So just making sure that he was going left. And
he's a big boy, Dean. You want to tackle
he's
him.
Solid. There we go. There's Dean on the left.
Wow. So it's just rubbing salt into the wounds of their opponents.
One going left, one going right.
Just split peak. Be interesting to see what Kalani gets for that that wave. Such a full. I think the judges will get excited by that. But that has wrapped up the heat. So Dean Bowen and Kalani Ball through to the next round. We'll be back with the final quarter-final of the men's here at the Australian Open of Surfing, coming to you live from Werry Beach right after this break. Welcome back to Werry Beach, the Australian Open of Surfing, just continuing here as we hook into the opening wave of quarterfinal number 4. Nice little runner. Surfer in blue. I'll have to get my live heats up so I know who's who. But, yeah, not a bad wave. So joining me here in the commentary booth is Dylan Moffat. How are you, mate? You've had a pretty good run so far in this event.
Yeah, thanks, Reggae. It's good to be here, competing again.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's been a long time since you've been out in the water, and, you know, how are you feeling? Excited?
Yeah, good. Going into Cronulla, which was the first one on the Australian Open of Surfing Tour, I was super nervous. Like, being such a big gap in competing, you kind of rely on the flow of, like, keeping surfing heat. So when there's that big a gap, you kind of a little bit skeptical going into the competitions and stuff. But it's been good having this series and kind of allowing the platform to surf a few more heats.
Well, that's right. So, yeah, it's a good series. Of course, you know, we had Cronulla, then Port Macquarie in here. You're doing all 6 events?
I'm not doing all 6. I'm going to do everyone except Coffs Harbour.
Oh, I thought you were going to say everyone except North Narrabeen. Now, it must be good having an event at home.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. We don't get to surf too many events down near home. So
when was the last time you would have competed outside of the board riders?
I remember doing they used to have those Volcom TCT national finals there. I surfed one of those. That was like probably 3 or 4 years ago now.
Yeah, right. Of course, on all the junior events, you know, the Pro Juniors, the major ones, the Pro Junior, and of course the World Juniors were held there for quite a while. So it's quite a strong contingent of Narrabeen surfers in this. We're just talking about, you've got Kai Warner in the next heat, of course, True Starling.
Yeah.
I mean, that long tradition of North Narrabeen producing great surfers continues.
Yeah, there's such a strong lineage of kind of the older guys in surfing, and it kind of just breeds more surfers and kind of inspires you to surf better, and it kind of shows in these events, like having Kai coming up in this heat here. He surfs so well, especially when the waves get a little bit better. And True coming up in the girls' semi-finals has been surfing really, really well through these events too. So
yeah, we're talking about Kai. I was actually commentating his heat with True, and we're talking about, you know, Kai, obviously his dad Brett, you know, one of the great shapers and also excellent surfer, and his grandfather Wayne Warner He was a partner with one of the legends of Narrabeen in Morningstar Surfboards. And
No way.
True didn't know who I was talking about.
No.
Probably one of the best goofy footers to ever come out of the Northern Beaches. And you don't know who I'm talking about either, do you? Man, I took you'd be going psycho right now with this. You ever heard of Cole Smith?
Yes, I know
yes.
Cole Smith.
Yeah, right. Well, there you go. That's who I was talking about. So, yeah, because Cole Smith and Wayne Warner were partners in Morningstar Surfboards.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah, they're a good talent spotter. They spotted this goofy footer from Newport who turned into a pretty good surfer for them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, two-time world champ. You know who I'm talking about
Tommy
now.
Carroll.
Yeah, there you go. Bit of a history lesson coming your way, Dylan. So, yes, a couple of scores locked in there. We saw Jarvis on that first wave. And Lucas Rice locking in. I'm just going to double check that that's just...
And Kai Warner just got a nice little left too, so that all the boys kind of opening up their accounts.
Yeah, we saw that long lull in that last heat at the end, so hopefully when that broke with that last wave that Kalani Ball got, hopefully that's a sign of a bit more activity in the ocean. And Lucas Rice, Kai Warner, Finn McLaren and Jarvis Earl, all four of these people, as you expect in the quarterfinals, they've all been surfing very well throughout the entire event. And... looking towards the semi-finals. And you in semi-final number 1, aren't you?
Yes, coming up, semi-final number 1. It's kind of interesting, the conditions at the moment. It seems like the wind's kind of swirling around a little bit.
Yep.
Like during my heat, it was a little bit kind of choppy, and this heat now looks like the wind's kind of backed off a little bit and gone a little bit glassier. So hopefully they get a few more opportunities out there.
Yeah, so that's right. You've got Coda, Grayson and Nathan Kawani in yours.
Ooh.
And during that heat with, of course, Coda had that 8.5, right? And then what do you think when you think you hear your opponent, the score read out, and go, oh, an 8.5, that's not very good.
It's definitely not a good feeling when you're in the heat with him.
Yeah, but then he only needed he waited a long time. He was lucky he got through that. So, from your perspective, when you do lock in a good solid score like that, in the excellent range, how do you try and capitalise on it? Straight away?
Yeah, I try not to get carried away too much. If you get a good score, it's really easy to kind of go, oh yeah, sweet, I got like a 7 or an 8. Now I just need to back it up, and you kind of lose track of, you do need 2 scores to get through a heat, so it's kind of good to keep it calm and make sure you get a backup before you start celebrating.
Yeah, exactly. Because we've seen many a heat loss with a 9-point ride and a .01.
Yeah, it does happen quite often.
For sure. So Lucas Rice, he's got a 4.7 that last wave and a 4.83. A couple of smaller scores put him in the lead. And Jarvis, he got a 5.83 on his first wave and just is holding 1.4. While Kai Warner, that was a 6.67, so that's the highest score so far. It's not a bad wave to capitalise on. Build your base on, and Finn with a 3.83 just on one wave. So 18.5 minutes remaining, 25-minute heats. Were you happy with the heat extension?
Yeah, especially with the conditions like this, having a little bit of extra time does make a big difference. When there's little opportunities, when you kind of do get the waves coming through, you got to make the most of it. So having an extra 5 minutes makes a big difference.
Yeah. So this series, you want to capitalise on this because the overall prize is. Yeah, a tent.
Little accommodation
tent
on the grass.
Yeah, accommodation on the grass. So what's your plan? We've got the QS series happening next year now. Is that your plan?
Yeah, definitely. Going into next year, really excited to get back on the QS.
Yeah, right. Oh, looks like Dean Bowen's down there waiting for us to talk to him. We'll just leave him hanging. No, we won't.
Sorry, Dean.
So, winner of that last quarterfinal, Dean Bowen. Congratulations, mate. How was it out there?
Yeah, there was actually a few sets. Then me and Kalani sort of picked the eyes out of it, and I think I got 4 scores, which is not too common for me. But yeah, I was pretty happy.
Well, tiny waves, and it's fair to say that you're quite a solid bloke. So how was it out there? You don't have any problems adapting to these small waves.
Yeah, you just got to get a bigger board. I put on a bit extra weight. Thanks for noticing, but I
didn't say that, but you're just big boned.
But no, I feel fine. My board feels good. I'm lucky. Amarok make some really good little epoxies, and I'm riding that. And I feel like once I get going, I don't stop. So I just got to get going.
Well, with that, like you said, you and Kalani, you sort of got those waves early. and Jackson and Aiden were just chasing, but it looked like you guys just sat out the back, and they had no opportunity to get that set wave. But there was a huge long lull towards the end. What were your thoughts during that period?
I was pretty happy. I had a few good scores, and I had priority, so I was in a pretty good position. And I had a good heat early, so that put me in that spot to get that 8 at the end, and that's where you want to be in heat. So I wasn't too stressed.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And just with this, these small waves, if you rocked up to the beach now, just on a normal afternoon, would you paddle out and go for a surf, or just go, no, it's too small, I'm going home?
Yeah, not a chance. I haven't surfed a wave this small for like 9 months, I don't think.
Well, you're doing pretty well. All right, Dean, well, it's great to see you out there. Looking forward to seeing the semi-final, and I hope you continue to rip these powerful small waves.
Yeah, just need a few sets to go my way.
Yeah, I think you will. All right, all the best in the semis. Talk to you later.
Well done, Dino.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah, there you go. So, Dean Bowen. I didn't really mean he put on, I just said he's solid, big, solid bloke.
Does move some water, big Dino, especially when the waves get a bit bigger. He is a great surfer in waves of consequence.
Oh, yeah, insane. So that's what I admire. Like someone like Dean, he has that reputation for just surfing big, solid waves. But, man, these are small waves, and he's absolutely ripping out there. And that's, often you can see, in some surfers, like big surfers, solid ones, they go, you can get in your head, I can't surf these waves, but there's no reason, as you can see there from Dean. So, well, quarterfinal number 4, powering along here. And at this stage, well, just walking to Visit New South Wales replay. And looks like Jarvis getting a couple of good turns in there. And quick little snap off the top. So only needs a 3.71. So no one's really dominating this heat, but that's been a good way for, he's a bit of a smile on his face. I think he's pretty happy with that. Maybe that was his mum clapping on the beach.
Yeah, it's been a good heat, this one. Everyone's kind of started off pretty similarly, so it's going to be good to see the back end of this heat. Going to be a battle of the backups. Kai's still sitting on that 6.67. I did see him get a little one there, but I'm not sure if that's going to come into the final score tally. But it's looking good. Everyone's surfing well.
No, they are surfing well, and just a couple of little waves at the moment. Getting locked in, waiting that last score for Jarvis, and 14 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal number 4. Coming up next with the women's semis, I presume. Not yours, is it?
Not mine.
You're in the next heat, mate. Sorry. You can't go until I say. So I've got the women's semi-finals after this. And then men's semis and the 2 finals this afternoon. Probably wrap up around about 2:30. And hopefully...
There we go. The last one for Jarvis there was at 8.6, so that skyrockets him into the first place.
Yeah, no wonder he was smiling on the beach.
Mum will be happy with that one.
Yep, she's very happy. Go Jarvis! And so Kai Warner, he has locked in that smaller score. It was a 3:03. So Kai, with that 6.67, looking to capitalise on that with a solid score on his next wave. Lucas still with a 4.83 and a 4.7. While Finn just has that one wave, a 3.83. So Lucas and Finn been pretty quiet. We're approaching the second half of the heat, just on 13 minutes remaining. So, there's the overview. So, Dylan, has it changed much? Like, we don't get to see the overall contest area. Is it just sort of situated on that one bank where it was yesterday?
It's lucky that we've got that bank there. So, if you were down on the beach looking at it, to the left and the right, there is nothing going on. It's completely flat water. So that little patch of sand is allowing a little bit of opportunity for the waves to break, and boys are making the most of it. And it's glad it's there, because there wouldn't be much else otherwise.
No, there would not be much else. Yeah, so pretty lucky. Down the beach, there's nothing. Looks like someone having a look at this. There he goes, Finn McLaren. Nice turn out of the top. Little wave, smooth face, but not a lot of power in it, and just gets out of that with one turn. Oh, they brought us... Oh, my God.
Nice little pie for you there, Reggae.
It's got peas in it, mate. I do not eat peas.
Have to sub that one out.
Yeah, that's gone. Yeah.
Drown it in tomato sauce and you won't be able to taste them.
Peas are one thing I've never tolerated in my life. It's funny, my wife, I influenced my children like that. My daughter once wrote a poem about how peas are disgusting.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Very
both
passionate
my
about
kids, they won't eat peas either. We're a pea-free household. Yeah. There you go. You can have it. You like peas in your...
I'm all good.
You're
All
sure?
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to stay light as possible for these kind of conditions.
Mate, who puts peas in a meat pie? Seriously. Okay. More importantly, well, Jarvis Earl sitting on that two-wave total of 14.43. Finn McLaren has just jumped in a position, and I'll have to refresh this heat thing to see what's going on.
So the wave before his last one seemed to lock in at a 6.43. So that combined with his 3.83 has got him in the second position.
Yep.
Leaving Kai Warner in third, chasing only a 3.6, and Lucas Rice is now down in fourth, looking for a 5.44. So still plenty of time on the clock. We got 11 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. So
that was a really good wrap-up. Yeah. I think,
I watch a lot of surf comps.
Yeah, I know. I thought I was sitting next to Joe Turfell. You've been practicing at home.
Practicing. I get my practice going at home.
That's good. Okay, so yeah, Jarvis Earl looking pretty good there. He's looking sharp on these waves. The young goofy footer. Looks like Kai Warner now on this left, throws it up into the lip. And again.
Looking very strong, Kai.
Yeah.
I noticed his board down on the beach. It has these crazy channels running through the middle of the board.
Really?
So I have to question him on that one, but it's looking...
What, not through the tail, just...
No, straight in the middle. So only for the kind of the middle half of the board, so it's looking drivey and fast. I know he was riding an epoxy in his first heat, so he's made the switch out, and it's looking like it's going good.
And he's the current heat leader. Jarvis Earl swinging around, throws it up in the lip, little snap out of the top. And again, you seen much of him surfing, Jarvis?
Little bit. I know he's very explosive. He had a really, really good heat yesterday. I think he dropped around 17 points. So
yeah, he
making light work of these little waves.
And he goes Lucas Rice.
Nice spray on that one there.
Yeah, he got a bit of power in his surfing. And again, looking sharp. Looks like he's in the boardies. He went surfing this morning in boardies.
Boardies and no vest.
No
I
vest.
couldn't believe it. I was in my 3-2 steamer and I was freezing.
Yeah.
He paddled out in boardies. I felt like a wuss.
Just one of those. There's always one. You know? He doesn't wear a wetsuit. Okay, we've got just under 10 minutes remaining. Jarvis Earl in the lead. And, of course, Finn McLaren in second spot.
Jarvis looking pretty comfortable out in first at the moment. Seems to be a bit of a fight for second, but that last wave for Luke, we'll see how that comes into play.
Well, Kite was only chasing 3.6.
Yes, and he got a nice little left there too. So we'll see how this jumbles around the placings.
Yeah, so Finn McLaren out the back. Needs an 8:01 to move into first. Yeah, Kai Warner, once he improves on his 3:03, change the situation, just waiting for that score to get locked in. Just on 8.5 minutes remaining, and it looks like Kai Warner now on this right-hander, getting around this section, just floats over the top. It's one little foam climb. He's got some clean face now, throws it up in for another nice turn, and whips that cut back around. This board seems to be going really well, Dylan. So, yeah, those
throws
channels.
it up again for the end section.
Yeah.
Looking good.
So I suppose, you know, working with your dad on your surfboards be pretty handy.
Yes,
especially,
very handy.
Yeah, and Brett is a really good surfer. He still surfs well. I haven't seen Brett for ages.
Yeah, surfs good. I remember the first ever surfboard I got was a second-hand board off Kai.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, for Brett Warner, and I loved the thing. It was the best board. Tiny though, 5'3" by nothing.
yeah, how old were you?
I would have been about 12 then.
12? Is that when you started surfing?
I started when I was a bit younger, around 10. I jumped on the foamy and got down to Matty Granger's Manly Surf School down there. And
was that where it all started?
Yeah, not usually the way to start for many people, but that's how I got into it.
Yeah.
And wow, that last one for Kai Warner coming in there shoots him
solid,
up into second position.
Yeah, so Jarvis and Kai have locked in. It's just similar to what we saw in that previous heat with Kalani and Dean, they got in front and had 2 solid scores, and then they laid anchor. Like Dean said in that post-seed interview, it was pretty cool. They're just leaving Jackson and Aiden to scrounge around on the inside. There's some scraps for you. It's never easy. Yeah. So you learnt to did Manly Surf School, then got this board, and then what was it like paddling, out at North Narrabeen? Because it's such a friendly, welcoming environment.
Well, I actually learnt how to surf at Longreef.
Oh, did you?
That's where I started doing
So
Manly
original
Surf
longy
School.
boy.
Well, it started, I probably did my foamy times around like Coleroy, finding the smallest waves I can.
Well, Coleroy's a good spot to learn.
Yeah, definitely. Don't get many waves down there. Looks
out of the kick.
Yeah, but now, started doing surfing at Northie because it's just up the road from where I live.
Yeah.
When I was probably about 12 or 13, and I haven't stopped since.
Yeah, well, North Narrabeen, as we were saying before, it sort of breeds really good surfers. Strong club, of course. Annoying. It's they were on a roll there for Northie for a long while, weren't they? They were winning everything. They sort of had that intense rivalry. It was like them and Snapper. But now the clubs, it's interesting. You had North Narrabeen and Snapper were dominating everything, but now there's been a big mix in clubs turning up. Like the event we had here the other day for the Board Riders Battle, Scarborough surfing really well. It was a good mix of.
Scarborough has a really good team.
Yeah.
Nick Squires and Kalani Ball together.
Yeah, they were on fire too.
Yeah.
Kalani is. He hasn't put a foot wrong since Saturday morning. Like he's just been ripping.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just on. A little over 5 minutes remaining. Jarvis, Earl and Kai Warner in a very good position. Lucas and Finn needing a bit of catching up to do. And mine still has Finn in second spot. So we see
Molly getting ready for the next
heat.
heat.
Yeah, well, she's been on fire too.
Oh, yeah.
She just seems to just say, I'll just get another 8.
So composed. To find that her style kind of suits every condition, and you can see it whether it's 1 foot or 6 foot, she kind of has that same approach to each wave, and it's just really drawn out top to bottom surfing. It's good to watch.
Here we see Jarvis Earl just
rolling the dice on
there.
that one. When you've got 15 points, you can kind of take off on any wave.
That's right. So Lucas Rice currently in third spot and needing a good solid score. As him and Flynn are chasing down something big. This is a carbon copy of the previous quarterfinal. So at this late stage, I think Jarvis Earl and Kai Warner looking pretty good to move through to the semi-finals. It's not over yet.
Not over yet.
Yep, you never know. You've ever been sitting there thinking, I'm killing it. I'm going to make it easy. And all of a sudden you get pushed back to third?
Oh, too many times.
What are your thoughts then? You go, no.
You try not to think about that anymore because right as you start having that thought, that's when you get the rogue set and you get third and fourth jumping over the top of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless they're comboed, you can never hang the boots up.
Yeah, even in conditions like this, you don't know. There's no guarantee it's only going to be a 1 or 2 wave set. And as we see Jarvis getting busy again, throwing it up. Really sharp out of the top. Nice style for the Grom.
Just coming down to 3.5 minutes. It's looking like Luke Rice chasing a 8.78, so he'll be dropping anchor and waiting for a set wave, and Finn McLaren's looking for a 7.82. So a couple big scores for the boys to jump over Kai and Jarvis, who have been dominating this heat so far. But hopefully, with 3 minutes on the clock, there's another set that come through for a little last-minute exchange.
Yeah, well, you never know. We saw it in that last heat, both Dean and Kalani splitting the peak on the last wave just to rub salt into the wound and extend their lead. Jarvis Earl and Kai Warner looking pretty good at the moment. Lucas and Finn chasing some solid scores, and it looks like Kai having a look at this. And nice snap off the top. Smaller inside runner, getting some nice turns. And yeah, that board just really smooth through these little sections.
Just coming a bit unstuck on that end of that one, but those first 2 turns were looking spicy.
2.5 minutes. So you can see Lucas out the back just trying to find something. Just sitting patiently. He needs a big score. So as you said, Dylan, he'll just sort of sit it out. No point going for a 2. It's pretty hard to tell, though, what the waves are going to deliver.
Yeah, it's tricky, especially as that tide's coming up now. You can go a set wave and it just go a little bit fat. So it's almost the medium ones that look like they're going to close out almost, that have those steep sections. They allow the bigger scores. And if you're doing two nice turns, then that's what's going to get it up there.
Yeah. So, well, small wave happening at the start. We've got a bit of a lull at the moment. This tide coming in, filling up over the sandbank. Hopefully this swell has enough energy left in it to push across for the semi-finals.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, but it's not like it's your first rodeo surfing small waves in a competition.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Bread and butter for the East Coast.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it?
Dial in the small wave equipment and get out there.
Yeah, well, especially this time of year. Typical late spring, early summer conditions out there with a small leftover wind swell. We had a northerly wind swell pushing down the coast on Saturday, and there's a bit of a remnants of it, a little bit of touch of southeast courtesy of the onshore winds also on Saturday. But we've got a strong southerly forecast this afternoon, but hopefully it won't come through before the finals take place. And then we see Jarvis Earl in the lead. Lucas Rice there just having a look around for this, and Kai Warner just joining him. There's Finn McLaren needing a big score, running down the line. Little foam climb there. That wave unfortunately just shuts down. So with 30 seconds to go, you can pretty well say Finn's done and dusted. And Lucas just trying to find something, paddle away from the other surfers, looking for a 7+ ride. And having a look at this one with 20 seconds remaining, Lucas Rice up and riding on this small right-hander, snaps it out of the top, building up some speed for the finish.
Nice little layback on the end section there. He's going to try and get this little double up section too. Might need a bit more than that, but he's got some speed and just finishes it off. And the wave goes a bit gutless there, so that's going to count out that one.
Yeah, well, there you go. That heat has wrapped up unofficially. Jarvis Earl and Kai Warner moving through to the semi-finals. Coming up next is the first semi-final of the Women's Australian Open Surfing, coming to you live from Wary Beach. We'll be back right after this break.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to the action. We are into the women's semi-finals here for the Australian Open of Surfing at Kiama. We're down at Wary Beach. This event is presented by Her Wave, a Surfing New South Wales initiative to get more women in the lineup. It doesn't matter where your surfing ability is or your age. They're putting together some great initiations around the coastline to get more ladies in the lineup. And out in the lineup at the moment for the semifinals, heat number 1, Molly Picklum, Ando Santos, Charlie Hurst, and Ellie Lambkin, as we see first of Charlie Hurst, take off with a little snap under the lip, races around that first section, connects in for a second turn, And a little bit of variety thrown in on the third one. This wave starts to stand up for Charlie on the inside, and she'll kick out. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Aaron Vaughn. We'll go with Vonnie and take us through Molly Picklam's first wave.
Yeah, Molly looks as though she's starting the heat the way she left the last quarterfinal with a couple of good, really nice opening turns. Charlie's first wave, I think it's going to be a good score compared to what's been happening with the girls and the scores. Anything that they're doing where they can get to the top of the wave into the lip and bring it down and project it, they're going to get a score on. So, yeah, and here's Molly's. That's a second turn, so it's aggressive surfing, getting up into the lip, kicking out, looking good to the start of the heat.
Love it. Lovely way to start out. So Charlie Hurst opens up with a 5.00 and Molly Picklam straight out the gates with an 8.5. No surprises there. She has been dropping hammers all week long.
She has been. And, yeah, definitely a star of the future, Molly. As I was talking earlier today, got a lot to do with Molly. She hangs at my place all the time.
That's what I've heard. Good friends with your son, Joel.
Yeah, hangs out with Joel. They go surfing all the time, which is a great bit of companionship that they've got going, and a good bit of rivalry between the two in the water as well. They're hustling each other. Yeah, and it's good to see Molly giving Joel and some of the other guys around the coast some a bit of grief when they're out in the water.
Oh, I mean, Molly is just top notch. She'd take a guy in a heat any day.
Exactly. Yeah, she said yesterday, she goes, oh, this is a three-man. Do you think I should go grab a rashy and paddle out? And I said, you know what? I think they'd be worried.
That would be amazing. I would love to see that. So good. Well, Molly out to start it off again with that 8.5. Charlie Hurst with a 5.0 to open up on. Ellie Lampkin puts a 3.17 on the scoreboard, and we're now waiting for Ann Dos Santos to get her heat underway. Molly checking back maybe towards the priority board on that one?
Yeah, she seemed to think what was going on. Look, Annie's doesn't have a wave, so I'd imagine that she's got priority. Wondering if there was a paddle that happened there where they might look at changing the priority, but I don't think Molly should be too worried about with 21 minutes to go in the heat whether there's something going on there with the priority. She's got at the moment she's right in the box seat.
She's got plenty of time to wait for the next set, and like you said, she's just completely in control at the start. Molly from North Shelley, you're home as well?
Yeah, North Shelley Board Riders, NSB, that's what they call us. Yeah, it's a fantastic club. Heaps of people out there wanting to enjoy it. It's one of the biggest clubs in Australia. So here we are, Ellie Lampkin from Newcastle, trying to get something going there, but the wave doesn't cooperate. We've got Charlie again on a backhand. Nice opening turn. Hoping the wave's going to link up for her into that little shorey where she could probably get something to stand up. Bouncing through, not quite. I think she's going to get quite into that 5 that she got, but it may give her enough to give her some confidence into this second half of the heat when it turns up.
And Molly Picklam on another one. Nice swooping roundhouse. She'll kick out and get herself into the lineup once again. So a couple of scores to come through for Charlie and for Ellie. Charlie from Port Kembla. She is newer to competitive surfing, and she's part of the Port Kembla Board Riders, which is a smaller club, I think, compared to North Shelley. She was mentioning they've only got about 30 members at the moment.
Yeah, like we've got, as you see, Ellie again, up, nice swooping, carving turn. Trying to get that bounce through into the inside, not going to cooperate with the wave. Yeah, but we've got at Newcastle, at NSB, we've got more than, I think we've got 50 under 10s.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is huge.
It's massive. They've got to run their own separate bank. They run the event like on the same day as the men's. We're looking at a replay here of Annie's first wave.
So first off for Ann Dos Santos. Cut back to start off with, gains a little bit of speed coming into that second turn, but not too much of a stand-up. Molly Picklam on her second wave as we look at the Destination New South Wales replay, and she'll kick out. So we've got a few scores here, Vonnie. I'll just go through that quickly. Molly Picklam sitting in the lead with that 8.5 to start off with, a 3.5 for her backup score. Charlie Hurst has a 5.0 to start off with and a 3.13 for her backup. Ellie Lemkin sitting in third position with two small scores, a 3.17 and a 2.6. And we're waiting for first of Ann Dos Santos to drop in from the judges. We'll have that update in just a moment. So huge amount of surfers competing for the North Shelley board riders. This is one of them, Molly Picklum. Little foam check to start off with. And that wave is going a little bit soft. She's going to reconnect to the inside and hit that little wedging section. Love the way that she's reading this wave so far.
Yeah. I think Molly could sort of sit and wait for better waves. But you know what? You can see how she wants to, earlier you saw her really paddling out hard to try and get that priority over someone else. Not quite sure who it was, but you can really see her her desire to get in there and take this semi-final out. She wants this final.
Yeah, she's really hungry for it. And our back-to-back leader, back-to-back winner for the first 2 events of the Australian Open Series, Cedar Lee Jones, one in Cronulla and Port Macquarie, is not here. So there's kind of opens up the field a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
She's been a force to be reckoned with, and Molly has been so in form. She's got to kind of taste that victory, be hungry for it at least.
Could be coming. Could be coming. That anyone can take it on a day like today. It really brings everyone back into the field when the waves are small. Anyone can sort of be that person that can pick off that good wave and get that good score, and that could be the difference in the heat. So it's open to everyone. I don't think Molly's got her fist clenched around the trophy yet. As I said, anyone could do it. Get that right wave. They're on the board.
And we've seen some giant heat totals dropped from so many of the women's field throughout today. Really finding some good rhythm with that bank. And it's been really exciting just to see that consistency throughout each of the heats today. Ellie Lemkin, as you mentioned, from Newcastle. She's now working for the brand new Philippa Anderson Surf School. As we see Charlie Hurst with a strong turn to start off with. Connects in for a second. Is she going to ride out of it? Not quite.
No, it's. I don't think it's going to go into a top 2. As you see, Anna DeSantos, nice opening turn. Her backhand is so much better than her forehand. If she can get something that she can open up on, she's going to get a good score. And this is one of those waves at the moment as we're going through it. She's had 2 good turns and a finishing turn. That was nice. So let's see where the judges go with that one. As we see Ellie again trying to keep busy, looking for waves to try and find something. But I'm predicting that Anna's going to get a good, fairly high score, close to the excellent range. I'm going to predict.
I love it. Well, that was such a good wave for Ann Dos Santos, waiting for scores to come through. First of and came in at just 2 small scores, a 2.4 and a 3.3. Took her to that 5.7 heat total. So we're now waiting for her last one to drop in. We've got another score to come in for Molly Picklum. Actually, we've got scores to come in across the field, which is nice to see on a day like this. Still flurry of action out in the lineup. And our surfer, Ann Dos Santos, originally from Brazil, family moved over to Australia when she was 8 years old. They're in North Narrabeen.
Yep.
And she's been like a fierce competitor on the QS for a while, and it's great to see that style starting to really develop in her surfing. And
yeah, and I've so having 4 boys. Joel's number 3 in the lineup. So I've got an older. He's got an older son, Curtis, who's closer to Anna's age, and I've been able to watch her progress as well through being at the competitions with Curtis. And yeah, she's definitely progressing really well at the moment. She's coming on strong. She's got a good technique. As I said, I really like her backhand, which a lot of goofy footers have. They've got this nice whipping action.
Seems like they find those right-hand waves, they learn how to surf on a right, and it just really hounds in that backhand power. And love seeing that come through from Ann Dos Santos. Her grandparents always tune in to watch her heats back in Brazil.
Yeah, so hello to everyone back in Brazil.
So back to the family. And we'll see how that score comes through. And there it is. So it's just enough to take her up into that second place position. It drops in as a 7.87, just shy of that excellent range. As we look at Charlie Hurst, take us through the action.
Yeah, opening card, the wave didn't help her out. She probably used up her priority on that too. I'm predicting that she had priority. We can't tell the priority from here, but she'd waited for a fair while for that wave. Probably not the best time to pull the pin on that one. But back to North Shelley, just to let you know, our girls section. So we're in a female section part of the way. We've got the innovation of the of Surfing New South Wales with the Her Wave program. Just in the under 10s, for example, we've got there's around about 50 or so under 10s, they had to split it because they had just as many females as there
That's
were males.
awesome.
So so surfing in around our area for females is really progressing well, and it's fantastic to see.
So explosive. Molly Picklum now on her forehand, big foam climb to start off with. She's looking for that open face, and she'll just duck out.
Yeah, and Molly's one of those people that all the young girls look up to. She turns up to all the board riders events. She hangs out with everyone. She hangs out with the junior competitors. She's happy to speak to them and to talk to the parents and give them some little few tips here and there, which she's happy to do.
Yeah, that's so awesome to hear, to see these surfers that come down to contests but also spend their time hanging around after their heats, whether they've won or lost, and pour back into the community and back into the younger generations.
Yeah. And you know what, that's what I think she's just passing on what's happened to her. So through some of the females that were older, that gave her some feedback, and some of the older guys as well that were around North Shelley to help her out. She just wants to give back, and you breed nice people, they give back, and Molly's one of those people.
Oh, so great! It's been so fun to have her in the commentating booth. We
She's
had
a
her in here
classic.
yesterday quite a lot. Oh, so classic.
She's a ball, and seems to be no filters with Molly too. Sometimes it just comes out.
So funny, but it's just so great to get to know her a little bit better, and just to see her surfing absolutely explode in any type of conditions, as we see a little bit of a set rolling through here. So Molly Picklum with 12 minutes on the clock, still with the lead, a 13.2 heat total, and Ando Santos sitting in second, Charlie Hurst in third, Ellie Lambkin in fourth. We are currently up to date with all scores in. Nothing too big to change the situation, aside from that last one of Ando Santos, which was a 7.87. Ellie Lambkin with a quick in and out. Ellie is now in a situation where she's chasing a giant score of an 8.01 to take the advancing spot away from Anne, and Charlie is chasing a 6.18.
Yeah, so Charlie, I think she's got the ability to get that 6. She just needs the wave to cooperate with her as well. And we found throughout the day we get some really big lulls in the swells that are coming through, and it could happen that there may not be any waves for the rest of the heat. But here we go. We look though there's a bit of a pulse coming through here for Charlie, and also Annie.
And on her backhand, that nice quick snap to start off with, trying to stay in that little bit of power that the wave has to offer. Just doing that Huntington hop through to the inside. And will she be able to get that final touch? That wave goes fully flat on her. Curious to see if Charlie Hurst was able to take off on the left, as we see Ellie Lemkin. Nice opening carve back into the pocket on the second one, and she's going to look for that same section that we just saw Ando Santos fight through, and similar setup for the two of them.
Yeah, you said the Huntington hop, so you're from Huntington, and how's your hop?
Yeah.
How do you go out there?
Well, I started riding a longboard at a young age, and that's what I've stuck to my entire life. My current board is a 9.5 Thomas, and it is a Harrison Roach model, and it's going fantastically. So I just ride a board that gets me through without having to hop.
That's what you want.
That's the key.
Exactly.
Yeah, my dad was a keen longboarder, and so he got my brother and I on longboards at a young age. And
nothing wrong with that.
Huntington. Yep.
Nothing wrong with that.
Just so fun.
Yeah.
So I have actually a great appreciation for surfers on small boards like this, tiny little toothpick shortboards that are able to keep any momentum going on when the waves are this small and weak.
Yeah,
it's an incredible skill set.
I don't know how they do it. Even when I was a grommet surfing, I'd look at these waves and I'm not going out. But these days it's an actual skill. It's part of surfing to be able to know how to. Because if they're looking at going into a QS situation and they're going to look for progressing into the CT events, they need to be able to know how to surf these small waves.
Absolutely, especially within that qualifying series, because event dates are locked. Occasionally you get some flexibility, but it's pretty rare that you have more than like 1 day in a waiting period that you can kind of throw away.
Yeah.
So usually it is learning how to surf in all conditions. Especially I'm thinking of, say, Surf Fest every year at Newcastle. It seems like there is an 8-foot day and a half-foot day.
Yeah.
It's just how it happens. You get like a 7-day waiting period, and you maybe throw out one of those days. But it's such a large field of competitors that they're just forced to surf 8 hours a day through anything. And
talking about the large, I was thinking last night with the setup that they're doing now with regards to having more regional progressions with QS series. I'm I'm looking at how many Australian male and female surfers that are out there. We've got this Australian Open of Surfing competition that's running now, and we're getting a round of 72, is it? That we're getting with the men, and there are so many names that are not here, so many people that are not here. So when we get into the QS events, we're going to have massive fields of Australian surfers, and I am pumped. I can't wait to see it happen.
Yeah, it's really exciting to know that the WSL is pushing forward with the QS for next year. So like you've mentioned, it's going to run in regions, 7 different regions around the world, which is all due to those restrictive travel bans happening at the moment. And that's going to really allow those Australian surfers to compete against each other. There's going to be from January 2021 to July of 2021, worldwide, there will be regional QSs, QS 1000, 3000, and 5000s. Those points will combine together to qualify surfers from those regions to the Challenger Series, which will run from August to December of 2021. And Surfing New South Wales has a big part of running events for the qualifying series that'll start up next year. So we're already starting the campaign towards the 2021 Pro Surf Series, which is some of those like 1 to 3,000 ranked events.
Yep.
And the series winner of this Australian Open of Surfing will get their full accommodation paid for that surf series.
I know, I heard that. That's such a big buzz. It's so good for them. Financially, I think this new system that's going to be in play for Australian surfers is going to be a benefit, because there are so many people that are restricted, so many surfers that are restricted in financial and also time-wise to be able to get to events. So not everyone can turn up to an event in China, for example.
It's an expensive sport.
Yeah.
As we see Ellie Lampkin, nice little carve back. That wave fizzles out. So current situation in the lineup, 6 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Molly Picklum still sitting out in front with a strong lead. She opened up with an 8.5. Her backup score at the moment, just a 4.7. Ann Dos Santos now with a quick in and out. Ann is sitting with that 3.3, and her backup score, her second wave came through as a massive 7.87. And then our other 2 surfers in the lineup, Charlie Hurst with a high score of a 5 at the moment. She's chasing a 6.28 to take an advancing spot. And Ellie Lampkin with a high score of a 3.57, chasing that 7.71. Now, what do you think, Vonnie, is going through Molly's mind right now? She's got a really strong start, but she has a pretty slow backup wave.
You know what? I can't tell what going through Molly's head. She could be thinking about what she's having for dinner tonight right now. Who knows? But I'm pretty sure she's focusing. I think she'd be saying, all right, depending on what priority it is, she's just going to wait for that good wave. Just to maybe close out the rest of the heat. 5 minutes and 5.5 minutes to go. She's just looking for that one more good wave. That's all she needs to do. She's looking at progressing into the final at the moment, and as you see, Anne here going through, trying to get this little connection in the inside, and almost right onto the shore. So I don't think that's going to go into a top 2, but trying. That's what they want to do. Try and do the best they can.
Yep, absolutely. Down to 5 minutes. Paddle back out for Ann Dos Santos. Ann is a very well-rounded person. She does a lot behind the scenes to help her in competitive surfing, does a lot of training, does some yoga and some meditation to keep her in the game as far as competition goes. And Molly Picklum deciding to pull the trigger. It's a couple of great turns connected together.
Yeah, that first opening turn, classic Molly, bottom turn into the lip, bring it back around, keeping the flow together into the second turn. She's getting another excellent score there.
Love to see that. What an exciting day here as we take a look at the Destination New South Wales replay for Molly Picklum.
Yep. Again, straight up, progression straight up through the lip and finishing it off. So that first into the second wave, then finishing off with that third. Yeah, that is classic small wave surfing. That's what we want to see out here today.
Charlie Hurst, quick in and out, and scores locked in so fast from the judges. An 8.33 for last to Molly Picklum.
There you go. Exactly what you want to see.
Exactly what you want to see. Setting herself up for a spot in the finals. We got a few more heats to go. Coming up in our second semifinal for our Open Women's, we have Sarah Baum, True Starling, Freya Prum, and Oceana Rogers. Each one of those women has been absolutely on fire. There's Sarah getting ready, taking a moment, calm her mind.
Yeah.
Head out in the lineup.
It's funny how some people are really relaxed and some people are just pumped and sort of happy and jumping around. And different approaches for different people to get out there. I'm pretty sure she's already got a plan set up in her head, and she just needs to make sure that she goes through with that plan to try and get herself into that final.
Yeah, she's a very focused, smart surfer. She's got a lot of years of competition underneath her. Unlike this one, Oceana Rogers, she has just been killing it. I feel like that Grom Froth has taken her through, and she's gotten some excellent scores as well.
Yeah, she's the definitely the grommet surfer girl out there at the moment. She's a little pocket rocket. I've had a lot to do with with hanging out with Brett, her dad, and again with Oceana throughout some of the surfing comps. Yeah, they're a definite surfing family.
Charlie Hurst with a nice little re-entry to finish off on. And Molly putting up the hands, waiting for maybe that time call, maybe even that score. I wonder if she heard it, dropped in for her already.
Yeah, I tell you what, if Winnie's if Winnie's out there commentating on the beach, he's giving a plug to all the to Visit New South Wales, to all the other sponsors, and the competitors are going, come on, Winnie, give me a score, tell me what happened.
It's always a tricky one when you're in the water like that, or even working as a beach announcer. I did that for so many years, is knowing like, surfers need to know everything, but also we want to be able to thank all the people that are supporting us. I mean, this week we've got, visit newsouthwales.com, obviously there on screen. We've got Volkswagen supporting us. We've got Her Wave. There's so many different initiatives behind this event actually happening. We've got to make sure to thank them.
And if they're not there, the event doesn't run.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, we're super, like surfers and parents of surfers and coaches, the sponsors, without the sponsors, we don't have an event.
Well, here we go. Ando Santos coming through to the inside. She's looking for a big score to take that lead away. Great snap. Finds one more reconnection under the lip. And Molly Picklum answers back straight away on her backhand. Gets some power out of that second turn. And she's going to fight with it just a little bit. Come through to this inside section. She's already got such a strong lead, but let's see what sort of finish she can string together. Great exchange between those two.
Yeah, I think Anna got the better of those two waves, and I think that will stabilise her position at second place. I don't think it's going to go into the excellent range, but it's definitely up there, high sevens, I'm thinking. But definitely going to get her definitely into the final. We see Charlie Hurst checking out this wave. Nice opening, sweeping turn. The wave just doesn't stand up enough for her to be able to get something going.
Charlie, the Port Kembla local. So not too far from home for her, coming down to Kiama this weekend. It's been such a nice time to spend in Kiama. It's one of the most beautiful areas along the New South Wales coastline. So many good waves on offer. And it's just been a pleasure to spend some time here.
Yeah, it's so good. I love coming down here. It's the people here are super casual. Got a lot of good friends down here that enjoy our company, enjoy being down here. The waves are good. It's a definite place where we love to come surfing.
Well, with 30 seconds on the clock, scores have dropped in. For last, Molly Picklum gets a 7.33, which is a high score, but doesn't factor into her top two. And Ando Santos drops in just shy of that, a 7.03, so that factors into her top two. She's still sitting in second, but with a convincing lead over the rest of the field, as Ellie Lampkin is keeping busy on the inside. Nice and smooth style as she kicks off through the Newcastle surfer, and Ando Santos with one last opportunity.
Yeah, as you see, I think she's just getting that wave to come in. Ellie, you know what? I'm really impressed with her progression in her surfing of late. She's really coming on in leaps and bounds. Her rail turns, her bottom turns, her progression up into the lip is really good. And she's still only a young surfer, and she's got a long way to go. And the way that she's going, I can see her really doing well in the upper areas of the Pro Junior Series when it comes on.
Well, what a great heat, and what a great way to get our first two finalists, Molly Picklum and Ando Santos. Thanks so much for joining me in the booth, Vonnie.
My problem? No problem, Shannon.
Thanks,
I've got my tongues all tied up, but yeah, thanks a lot.
It's been great. Great insights on all the surfers, and we'll be right back with more action. Women's semifinal number 2 for the Australian Open of Surfing at Kiama right after this.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
And welcome back to the action here at the Australian Open of Surfing at Kiama, presented by Her Wave. Up and riding on Her Wave is True Starling. Getting a quick start out the back. Our surfer in white got a couple nice carves to start off with. That wave hits a deep section, and she'll still keep her hair dry as she paddles out the back. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Surfing New South Wales team member Kate Cass. Kate, it's great to have you in here with me today.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. Lovely to be in here.
You've been running around the beach. Well, not quite running. You've got a boot on your foot from a major injury.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower than I usually try to run around, but it's probably keeping me a little bit quiet and, yeah, probably out of people's hair.
Well, I'm so used to seeing you around events. Can you just give our viewers at home a little bit of taste of your life at a contest and what it's like to work with New South Wales?
Yeah, so I started working with Surfing New South Wales just over a year ago now and came into the company as partnership manager. So that was really exciting, and since moved into the GM operations role. So I used to be at the beach working with the sponsors, making sure all the call-outs were going from the commentators and making sure the branding was right. But now I just sort of sit back a little bit, not so much at events in the last little while, but it's always nice to be on site. Would be great if it was a better day, but at least I'm not getting sunburnt.
And at least we're having a contest. I mean, I think that's been
true.
like the resounding theme through so many of the surfers' conversations is they're so excited to have the chance to compete again. It's been a long year without competitions. And they're so excited to get back together with the family. Surfing, competitive surfing, surfers in general, you make that connection once, you're friends for life.
Yeah.
And so many of the surfers have been just so excited. So we're really thankful to have your team at
Definitely.
Surfing New South Wales that's just put in all the effort to actually run a series of contests, not even just a one-off.
Well, running an event in bad waves is better than not running one at all. I've got that feeling. So I think all the surfers are really stoked just to have that series that we started to be back in the water.
Well, out in the lineup right now, Sarah Baum just goes lobster diving off the handlebars. 21 minutes on the clock. We do have a few scores that have trickled through. First to Freya Prum, our surfer in yellow, comes in at a 5.33. True Starling drops in a 3.07 for that opening wave. Sarah Baum with 2 small scores of a 2.23 and a 1.40 for her opening scores. And Oceana Rogers with a 2.6. So, 25 minutes on the clock for our semifinals. We had that for the quarterfinals as well. It's pretty nice for the surfers to be able to have the extra few minutes, especially when it's slow between the sets today.
Yeah, definitely.
But we've seen a lot of really consistent good surfing overall throughout all the divisions, and some really huge scores dropping in every heat.
Yeah, I think it shows that these girls, their professionalism and athleticism to have good sort of powerful turns in waves that are really lackluster.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, like overall, to see that level of competition, that they're clearly training and surfing a lot when it's really small, so that they're used to these kind of conditions, as well as just following some of the clips that are dropping through from some of these surfers. These women are charging some of the biggest, heaviest waves in the world. As we see Freya Prum with a nice little re-entry to start off with, and she'll kick out the back. So just building that campaign with her opening 5.33. And Kate, tell me about some of the things that are going on behind the scenes. We keep saying that our event today, the Australian Open of Surfing, is presented by Her Wave. You've had some experience with Her Wave and what's going on?
Yeah, so Her Wave is one of the new partnerships new programs that we kicked off this year. As you know, this year has been like a really weird year. So still for me, it feels like the beginning year, but we're nearly done. So a lot of those programs went on hold for a bit, but basically we're part of we just launched a Her Wave program, which is part of the Her Sport, Her Way initiative by the New South Wales government. So they've just got really behind women's sport, trying to get girls not just into a sport, but into all facets of sport. So like judging, commentating, whatever it is, grounds people.
Even coaching, I think.
Yeah, coaching and judging. Yeah, definitely.
As we see Freya Prum with a nice re-entry, a little bit of style, and throws the fins out the back. So Freya's taking that approach to just stay active and busy. Sarah staying a little bit more quiet. True as well, being really selective. And yeah, it sounds like an incredible initiative, and that it's something that's happening like nationwide with sports, or at least statewide within New South Wales.
Yeah, and I think our program, the Her Wave program, is more to encourage people or women into surfing or back into surfing. Like for myself, like I've surfed lots when I was a kid, but then after having my own kids, you sort of lose the contact, and you're like, oh, I don't want to go by myself, and finding that other person who's available at the same time you are to go for a surf is not always as easy and as motivating, as it used to be. So the good thing we're doing is trying to run some programs up and down the coast where we'll get women to either go to maybe 4 lessons or 1 lesson, and then hopefully they'll grow a little community themselves that will encourage each other to get in the water and meet up like you would for a coffee, and go for a board meeting, get in the water.
Oh, that's such a great idea, just to get that community development growing, and a couple of women that maybe are at the same level even, to be able to know they can all surf on similar days because they can handle certain conditions and that sort of thing. As we see another quick wave from Sarah Baum. So currently in the lineup, Freya Prum in the lead, Sarah in second with a score to drop in. Nothing too major to report at the moment, aside from the fact that we just saw Molly Picklum smash yet another heat. Molly, well done. How are you feeling to make it into the finals?
Yeah, of course, to make it in the final is always a good feeling. So I'm just doing my little routine and thing, and it's all working out, which is good to know.
And what will you get up to now between the next kind of 45 minutes?
Stay in my wetsuit and watch the rest of True's heat, and then just support the rest of the event, really. I won't get out of my wetsuit. I'll just go down, have a little snack, have a drink of water, and then reassess, and then get out there.
And were you feeling pretty relaxed after opening up with that 8.5?
For sure. I felt pretty relaxed before it, but it's always nice, especially with conditions like this when there may not be as much opportunity. So I was definitely relaxed once that score dropped.
Well, frothing, good job. We're missing you in the commentary booth, but we're so excited to see you smashing it into the finals.
Thanks, girls.
Thanks so much, Molly.
Yeah.
All right, look at that wave from True just now. So True is another surfer that has been bouncing between all sorts of things in Surfing New South Wales. It's been so exciting for me to watch her kind of grow up through the ranks.
Yeah.
Filling in as a commentator, starting her own little project on the side, but a lot of it, I think, comes from the inspiration through the Surfing New South Wales team for her.
Yeah, she's definitely such an she's made such an impression on us. She's really grown in her confidence. I sort of met her first last year in Avoca, and she was doing the morning wave calls and the surf checks and everything for us. And then to see that, and she actually was with us at the Her Sport Her Wave launch.
That's so good. So Freya Prum, with another wave. True Starling's dropped in a score that's taken her up into the lead. Last of True, an 8.33 while we were interviewing Molly Picklum. So she is going to be feeling on fire, drops in an excellent score, and now has some pressure on the rest of the field. Freya Prum, our surfer in yellow with a score to come through, is chasing a 6.08 to get the lead away from True Starling. Sarah Baum down into third position with a 2.23 and a 4.13. Sarah is looking for a bigger score to take her into that advancing position of a 4.94. And Oceana Rogers, the grommet, local surfer. Dad is a shaper. She is riding Pizel surfboards, is about to paddle into this wave. Now up and riding for Oceana. She had this really great thing dialed in her quarterfinal where she was sitting on a bank a little bit farther north to the rest of the surfers. As we see True Starling with a quick hit on her backhand. A little bit of a bigger wrap on that second one. Shuffles those feet forward just to try and get some momentum and move through. But she's sitting in a good spot with that 8-point ride sitting on the scoreboard. So it's kind of cool in this heat, Kate. We've got a big variety of kind of ages and generations of surfers. Freya and Sarah, both in the same kind of generation. They've been competing on the World Qualifying Series for a long time. They've been very hungry to get into that championship tour conversation for probably the last decade.
Yeah.
Where True Starling's a little bit younger within that conversation now, but still kind of, pursuing it. And then Oceana is only about 15 years old and was one of the up-and-comers.
Yeah, she's another one that we've really got our eyes on. She's part of our surfing Team New South Wales high performance, junior high performance team. She's very impressive. And she was down here just on Friday, actually. We had the South Coast group of Team New South Wales doing a camp down here, learning about priority and judging, and it was really good to have our head judges giving them tips on how to use priority, how not to lose it, and what a judge looks for when they're watching the waves, and how to surf to a score. So all those things for the up-and-comers are really interesting, and we're doing a really great job. Biba Turnbull is heading that up, and she's doing a great job.
That sounds like an amazing opportunity as we see True Starling. Wow, that was such good flair and momentum for the first turn. Unfortunately, Jess falls over on the second one. But I love seeing True kind of be able to relax now. She's got that giant score on the scoreboard. She's looking to just improve on it. And kind of comfortable at the moment to look at that spot for the finals. But Freya, Sarah, and Oceana have all been dropping huge scores this whole contest. As we see Freya come straight in front of True Starling, stomp the finish on that wave.
She's such a powerful back-footed surfer, isn't she? It just impresses me how they do that in such pretty poor conditions, really.
Freya and Bommy are staying together, Sarah Baum, with Surfer Stays, which is a great initiative to connect surfers with nice families around the coastline and allow them just a safe spot with maybe a home-cooked meal.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see those two staying together in the same spot, but also now competing against each other. True and Molly Picklum are also staying together. I don't think they've had an actual heat against each other yet, but they'll maybe meet up in the final.
That will be interesting dinner conversation later.
Yeah. As we see Sarah up and riding, nice backhand attack, so much flow between those turns. Like, her transitions are just absolutely seamless. Puts a lot of power into that finishing maneuver. So scores coming through all around. It looks like True Starling has dropped in another big score to improve her score line. She's improved on that 3.6 with a 4.03. Freya Prum sitting with that 5.33 and now a 5.17. So she's improved that heat total as well. Sarah Baum still chasing a little bit of a more decent score. And our surfer in blue, Oceana, chasing a 7.91 to take that advancing position as we take another look at that one from Sarah Baum. So waiting for scores now for Sarah to drop through. And we'll see if it's enough to affect her situation and potentially put her up. As we see Freya also with a kick out. So heaps of action in the lineup. True as well. It's great to see that even though it's been small today, with that tide now turned and pushing over the last couple hours, it's getting pretty consistent.
And if True and Molly haven't got a chance to surf with each other in this event, there's 3 more events on the AOS tour or AOS series coming up, and there's still spots available for our Coffs Harbour event that's next week. The men's is full actually, so that's really great news that we've got the men's full there. There's a 72-man heat full up there, so that's really good.
Yeah, that's great because we had an opening round of 64 for this event?
Yeah. So we've still got plenty of spots for the women, and then we go on to the newly announced Far South Coast, which is actually, I think we should see people start to enter now that we've got a confirmed position. I think we're going to be heading that up at around Narooma or Dalmini. So start booking your accommodation and get those entries in. And then we wrap it all up in the Northern Beaches.
So exciting. It's been so amazing to be able to see this series unravel, for these surfers to have an opportunity to travel and to see so many great surf spots on the list. Yeah, it's been a really great way to kind of showcase what's happening within New South Wales.
That's right, and I think our guys at Surfing New South Wales are doing a great job with visitnewsouthwales.com in highlighting the little towns that we actually visit along our way and doing a day in the life. So we've got a local surfer showing their local coffee shop, restaurant, going into the surf shops and stuff like that. So just giving us a real taste of what their area is like, which is really nice. And the coastline that we have here in New South Wales is spectacular, and getting a little bit of the local knowledge in each place we visit is really cool.
That's so great, because a lot of times you show up to a contest and you maybe know the local break, but you don't know what the best restaurants are and some of the other things happening behind the scenes, or even the best place to stay if you've never been somewhere.
Yeah, that's right.
And so that's really cool to have some of that insight. As we see some scores dropping in, Kate, we've got True Starling still out in front. She has that 8.33 as her high score, a 4.03 still as her backup score. Sarah Baum has just dropped in a 7.9 for that last wave. We knew it was going to be a good one.
Oh, it was close.
And it's so close to that excellent range, but it has bumped her up into second. So she's now advancing into the finals as of the moment. She's chasing a 4.47 to take the lead away from True Starling. And then Freya Prum has a 5.17 as her last high score. It looks like we might still be waiting for one more wave to drop in for Freya. She's currently chasing a 6.71 to take the lead, to take the advancing position away from Sarah. And then Oceana Rogers, the only one unable to find her rhythm in this heat so far. She's sitting with just a heat total of 4.13 off of a couple of small scores. She was really in great rhythm in the previous heat, like I was saying earlier, sitting at kind of a different bank to the rest of the crew. And now True Starling taking off on another left-hander. True's been really eyeing off those lefts today.
Yeah, you wonder whether the experience of the other, especially Sarah and Freya, just sort of play on Oceana's mind a little bit. She just may feel a little bit intimidated by the girls, or I don't know, but she's in the last heats that she's been in. She's been super impressive, and I was watching her yesterday in the judges' tent actually, and she was stand out like most of the day, a little pocket rocket, and yeah, definitely one to watch in the future. But you wonder if the experience of the other girls sort of just come into play, a little bit more maturity and know where to sit in the water and have a bit more control over nerves and things like that. So yeah, it's all definitely a big split there between the ages and experience of them.
Yeah, I think I absolutely agree with you for Oceana. She's now hitting this moment where she's kind of breezed through her other heats. She hasn't had much pressure on her. How exciting for her to have this opportunity to compete. Everyone's at her local area.
Yeah.
She knows the spot really well. As we get this beautiful view of the headland here in Gerringong, just located south of Kiama for the day at Wary Beach, the only beach that's breaking today, and we're so thankful that it is. But for Oceana, it's now a lot for her to come up against these big names. She would have been looking up over the years, watching events after events after events, and seeing the names of Sarah Baum, of Freya, of True, who's just a little bit older than her. And now for her to actually paddle out with the finals on the line, that's a lot of pressure for a young surfer.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as you were mentioning, well, let's take a look at this one. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck. That pressure again, just getting the best of her there. For her to be able to have had that opportunity on Friday with the junior surfers to really talk through this competitive space, that will be something that she'll be channeling within this heat, I think.
Yeah.
As we see her up and running now. So just staying active and busy. That was even kind of a smart move for her. Like, just get rid of some of those jitters.
Yeah.
Take off on another wave.
Yeah, and part of the other piece of our junior high performance program, we run through different aspects of being a complete athlete, like nutrition and things like that. And one of the calls that they'll have via Zoom, unfortunately these days, but in a way it's kind of good because we might not have had the opportunity to get everybody together without being on Zoom. So, but one of them is sort of how you channel your nerves, how you prioritize your day with school and training and all sorts of different life pressures, and this will definitely help surfers that are young like this to compartmentalize their feelings and emotions when they're going into an event, like park everything else and just concentrate on this. So it's a very interesting aspect of a junior surf program, but definitely more important. I think people, you're a professional athlete no matter, or starting to be a professional athlete no matter what age you are.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that's such a key element, is getting these surfers from a really young age clued into all of those factors that pull together for who you are as a person, for who you are as that athlete, to make sure you have the right support systems around you.
Yeah.
I'm hearing more surfers talk about having a mentor as well, which is cool. Not just their coach, but maybe their coach is their mentor. Maybe they have somebody else that's kind of keeping up with them, keeping tabs on them, making sure that everything else is going okay, and they're supported the best. As we see True, wow, just eyed off that perfect right coming through, put herself in position, found a great opening turn. Unfortunately, that backwash just became a little bit funny on that second turn for True, but such smooth style coming into the first one.
Yeah, I think the tide's having a bit of a play in that inside section there.
So the tide turned about 9:45 a.m. So it's been pushing for a couple of hours now, which could work in our favor. I think that was kind of the first of those big right-handers that we saw. It looked like True was paddling farther down to the south bank, which we haven't seen many of the surfers sitting at throughout today. So it'll be interesting to see how many more of those sets we see come through the lineup. And what else is going on with Surfing New South Wales? What other things do we have to kind of look forward to and pay attention to?
Oh, we've got lots of things actually. We've one of our other programs that, speaking about Oceania again, but it's poignant because she's in the water, it's easy.
Oh, perfect.
So part of the Team New South Wales program, they all get to be one of the first kids or cohorts of kids to take part in our Creative Kids program. So Creative Kids program is put together by Create New South Wales, and we've put together a surf photography and videography 6-week online program to give kids the sort of insight of what it's like to be on the other side of the event, so taking photos and taking videos and getting those published, and also how they can really look after their own personal profile and make sure that they're getting good clips and the right messaging and but for their own brand, which is them. So that's a really cool thing we've started, and you can get those vouchers through Service New South Wales. It's a free course if you download your Creative Kids voucher.
That's amazing.
It's amazing. It's a really, really cool initiative, and we've kicked that off, but really excited on the take up of that.
Yeah, that's such a good idea because there's, like we've been saying, there's so many things that are coming together to become a professional surfer, and for these kids to start learning all those aspects early on.
Yeah.
To learn how to maintain it well and put out some great content. I mean, being a photographer, it gets that creative box ticking.
Yeah, that's right. And there's so many facets to the surf industry. Like, it's not just being a professional surfer. Like, you've got the commentators like yourself. You've got Sam and the Fresh Air team who put together the broadcast that you're watching worldwide today, which is really, really cool. My little nieces, they should be in bed by now, but they were watching in Canada
awesome.
earlier, which is really cool. So it's just the opportunities that surfing can provide.
As we're coming down to the final 2 minutes, Freya Prum chasing a 6.71 to get that advancing score. Races through that first section, puts on a nice finishing touch on that first turn. Redirects from the right back to the left, and she's going to take this one all the way into the inside. Freya's last score that we were waiting for came through as just a 4.0, so it wasn't enough to factor into her top 2 waves. She's now so hungry to get that spot. She's so close. There's not a massive amount dividing her from our 2 leaders. The heat totals between first and second are nearly the same, with that 12.36 for True Starling and that 12.03 for Sarah Baum. Freya is chasing that 6.71. She's dropped in just a 4.7 for that last wave. So those turns not quite as critical as what she would have hoped for. I think it was just the quality of wave that let her down on that one. And then Oceana, our grommet in the lineup. Amazing accomplishment for her to have made it into the semifinals. Just sitting quietly waiting for the next heat, the next set to roll through. Oceana is chasing an excellent score of a 9.44. She got a 9-point ride yesterday.
Yeah, it's not undoable for her, but hopefully a wave comes through that she can get on and show us what she's got.
So down to the final minute.
This might be it.
This could be it. I mean, she is such a dynamic young surfer. All eyes on Oceana Rogers. Massive re-entry, unfortunately just misses the timing. That score is not going to be what she is looking for. We've still got 30 seconds on the clock. You can see True, our heat leader, sitting out the back, booking herself a spot into the finals with 30 seconds to go. Not sure who has priority. That's probably the only difficult thing about our setup in the commentary booth this weekend, is not being able to really have that conversation. But coming down to 10 seconds, True Starling in the lead, Sarah Baum sitting in second, Freya Prum sitting in third, chasing that 6.17, and the ocean has gone quiet. Well, Kate, it's been so nice to have you in the booth.
Thank you so much
Thanks so much
me.
for sharing everything that Surfing New South Wales is doing. I mean,
It's
we're
a
just
pleasure.
so excited to have these events happening and to be able to be invited into that space.
Yeah.
And yeah, you guys are doing an amazing job.
Yeah, well, it's not me, it's our team. We've got a great team led by Luke Madden, so we're really fortunate for that. But I guess for the surfers out there watching and listening, just make sure you get your entries in for the next 3 events. We've got Coffs next week, then followed by the Far South Coast, which is going to be at Narooma Dalmini area, and then finishing off in Narrabeen. So get your entries in and let's make this a great series forever. Thanks, Shannon. It's great
Thanks
to
so
be
much,
with you.
Kate.
See
So,
ya.
well, we'll be right
Bye.
back. The semifinals for our men's open division at the Australian Open of Surfing Kiama. We'll be right back after this.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
COVID-19 is very contagious.
And even one case can have hundreds of contacts.
Contact tracing alone can't stop it.
Please help us by distancing, even with friends and extended family.
By doing this together, we'll stop the spread.
Welcome back to Wary Beach, where we are into the semi-finals of the men's here at the Australian Open of Surfing. And yeah, small waves, but there's some great surfing going on throughout the last couple of hours. Women's semis looking pretty good there. Now we've got Dylan Moffat in the red, Coda Killorn in the white, Grayson Heinrichs in the yellow, and wrapping up this semis, Nathan Kawani in the blue. So another solid heat coming up here today.
It's been an exciting day of surfing. I mean, considering that it's so small and we thought might be fairly inconsistent, there's been plenty of high scores throughout each heat so far. We saw more excellent scores again in that last heat. True Starling came out on top with a big win to make it into the finals, and we have our women's finalists all decided, which is just so cool to see. We'll have Molly Picklum, Ando Santos, True Starling, and Sarah Baum, who have all been absolute standouts this week.
Yeah, they have indeed. Well, look at that. Dylan Moffat, speaking of standouts, opened up with an 8-point ride in the first minute. Here he goes, just streaking down the line on this right-hander. Nice section, just blows up. Beautiful turn out of the top and again. And, well, Dylan looking sharp out there and bringing this one all the way through. So 2 solid turns on the outside and just flares up on the inside. So, yeah, Dylan looked pretty good out there.
Yeah, that was an okay start.
Okay start, yeah.
It works.
Well,
no,
actually,
that opening floater was awesome.
It really was. When he was in here for the doing a bit of guest commentary, he said that was his plan: go out and get an 8.
Okay.
Yep. In the first 10 seconds, and away he goes. No, he wanted to get 2 good. His plan was hopefully lock in a solid score, 2 solid scores early, so then he can sort of wait for these sets. Because as you can see, the set waves are where all the points are. Looks like Grayson Heinrichs, big wraparound cutty, streaking down the line. Bogs a turn there, but manages to keep going. And just, wow, frantic on the inside. Heaps of energy.
Oh, he's going ham.
Tired just watching. And
Nathan
there goes
Kwani.
Nathan. Yeah, quick in and out.
So scores to come through across the field. Love that there's that little bit of rhythm coming through. We had the same thing with the women's heat just now, where it was like quiet, 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 and then suddenly all 4 surfers got a wave in the same set, which was nice to see.
Yeah, it's good because we haven't had many multi-wave sets over the last hour or so, so it's good to see it's just hopefully going to pulse regularly. We don't have long to go, you know. We've only got 4 more heats, 2 semis and 2 finals.
Coming down to it, 25-minute finals. Dylan Moffat out in front. He has been the front man. We've had a few really good heats from the men's side of things this weekend. But Dylan's had those 2 second-place finishes. He's super hungry to get the win, and he is already leading the rankings.
Yeah.
Off of that. So for him to be able to come in and maybe clinch the victory, he's definitely got to be thinking about it. He set himself up well so far at the start of this heat to be advancing into the finals.
Yeah, well, he's got his eye on that overall winners package of prize, I should say, of accommodation covered for next year's Whistler Pro Series.
Well, I would have to say that another surfer who has her eyes on that same prize is True Starling. True, congratulations on a big win. Excellent waves. Talk me through that 8-point ride.
I got an 8 on that.
Can't you hear the beach announcers?
I couldn't even hear, and then, anyway. Yeah, it was fun. I was kind of just, it actually reminded me of home a little bit. I got a left, and I was like, I'm just going to surf it, kind of hold it back a little bit, and just get a good score. I missed a really good left at the start, which I kind of, as soon as I pulled back, I was like, oh my gosh, why didn't I go that? Yeah, so I was just stoked to get that 8 and make it through the heat.
And you're already sitting at the top of the, well, you're sitting at second on the leaderboard, so this is guaranteed going to probably put you into that boosted spot over Cedar Lee Jones. How do you feel with that, and what kind of pressure do you feel coming into the final?
You know what? It was actually pretty funny. I was focusing that like on the whole leaderboard and the rankings and stuff at the start of the event in my first heat, and then again in my second heat today. And I was kind of nervous, and I was like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? Like, I'm focusing on something that may or may not happen. I just need to focus on my surfing, on surfing good, and just feeling good in myself and confident in my ability. And I think that I'm just going to keep focusing on that and not even worry about the rankings or the leaderboard at the moment, and just see what comes out after the final.
Well, you've been able to keep it together so far. Well done. You got some Firecracker girls, Molly Picklum, Ando Santos, and Sarah Baum in your final. Good luck against the field.
Thanks so much, guys.
Well, there you go. True. Yep. So that is a top final coming up in the women's. And True Starling, well, it doesn't look like she'll be back in the commentary booth today, does it?
Looks like we've lost out on True.
And so Dylan Moffat locking in some good scores.
She's such a doll. She just popped her head in the booth in her wetsuit. Can I come in and relieve any of you? No, go back. Start. Rest up. Get ready for your heat.
Yep, you don't need to come and work. We can handle it.
We can handle it.
Well, she doesn't have faith in us. That's a problem.
Yeah. No, it's been, I mean, we've been saying it the whole time. It's been so fun to get all the different voices in here. It was really fun to have Kate Cass from the Surfing New South Wales team from Partnerships in here. So much good that Surfing New South Wales is doing behind the scenes that I didn't even know about. I mean, the Her Wave, they've got the Grommet performance camps that they're running.
Yep.
They've got a creative kids initiative now, getting kids in all facets of what's happening in the surf industry. They're really trying to plug into each of those areas and start developing those young surfers into different spots in the surf industry from young age.
Which is great, you know, because it's a pathway. So Surfing New South Wales looking under a broader umbrella as we see a little wave. I thought that was going to stand up. So Dylan Moffat, and here we go. This is Coda Killorn. Just a quick in and out. Unfortunately, we saw Coda in his quarterfinal lock in an 8 or an 8.5, and then scrape through with a 2 right at the end. But we know what he's capable of. He'll be looking for something to give him more opportunity. 17 minutes remaining this heat. Dylan Moffat in the lead. He's had 2 decent little waves, and we've got Grayson Heinrichs, Coda Killorn, and Nathan Kawani. Just with small scores on their opening ride, looking to lock in something more significant.
That's right. Coda had that nail biter where he opened up with an 8.5 and then just couldn't get anything. His backup score ended up coming through as a 2, and he was marginally ahead of that third place surfer.
Yeah, nearly got eliminated with an 8.5 on waves like this. You would not be happy.
That would be such a bummer. But at the same time, stoked that you got a wave that good.
Yeah. But you'd be kicking yourself. Okay, 8.5. What was I doing for the next 15 minutes?
How do I make myself? Nah, he pulled it together. He did a great job. Surfer competed for Maroubra United over the weekend for the Australian Board Riders Battle. It's a fun event to see so many surfers just come together with a different intention to be able to support each other as a team unit and watch Scarborough Board Riders come out on top. As we see Grayson Henricks just went flying past the screen as fast as he could in that whitewater, looking for an inside connection. Dylan Moffat sitting out there out the back, and it has been a great weekend for the Australian Open as we see another beautiful set coming through the lineup. Nathan Kawani, nice high line to start off with, drives into a massive bottom to top turn combination, big wrap back into the pocket, Speed, power, flow, all coming through, connecting together turn after turn. And he's going to look for that inside section to line up. He'll kick out early. He's done all the work he needed to on the outside.
Yeah, definitely some great surfing there from Nathan Kawani, really locking in a good series of manoeuvres, and that'll put him up the totals as we see Dylan Moffat throwing it down. Yeah, Dylan, young surfer from North Narrabeen. As we saw, he might have been inspired by True Starling winning that last semi-final. Another Narrabeen surfer. They're everywhere. Breed like rabbits up there.
So many surfers from that area.
Yeah, it's a long time. For a long time, Narrabeen has pumped out some significant surfers, of course, all the way from the 70s. Very influential surfers, from Simon Anderson through to Damien Hardman. And now this young crew, Dylan Moffat's really impressive. He's heading back outside. So he's got a good position at the moment, in a good position with a two-wave total of 12.93. Unfortunately, my stupid live heats won't update.
Well, here we go. We've got a 4.93 to back up Dylan's opening 8.0. Nathan Kawani sitting with that 2.67, and he's just dropped in a 7.83.
Wow.
For his backup score. Grayson Henricks sitting with a 3.77 and a 4.33, and Coda Killorn with just 2 1-point rides as throwaway scores. Nathan Kawani has just returned off of 2 knee injury surgeries. He's just had 2 surgeries to fix a knee problem, so it's great to see that he's been able to rehab enough to be back into competition mode.
Yeah, well, he's was testing out the strength of his knee with those turns on that last wave.
He's a Brazilian pro surfer from the same area as Jesse Mendez and Caio Ibelli. And a lot of that information just came through from a text from our very own Jess Grimwood, who sadly is not commentating with us today because she lost her voice. And we love you, Jess. Thank you so much for still doing a great job behind the scenes and giving me the majority of cool facts that I've had today.
Yeah, there you go. I'll have to give her my number so she can text me.
My little secret in my pocket. Thanks so much, Jess.
I was wondering where you're getting all this from. I'm going, where have you had a chance to do any research?
The secret.
Yeah.
No, it's been so cool. It's great also like catching up. Jess was one of the crew that had been at the other events in the Australian Open so far, Cronulla and Port Mac. I know for both of us, Reggae, this is our first event of the series. True Starling has been at all the events, a couple of the other crew around. So it's great to get those little tidbits of they've already seen the same surfers, some names that we're not familiar with that we haven't commentated on before. And yeah, thanks so much, Jess, for sending me those text messages throughout. That's why we know that Nathan Kawani, coming off of a massive knee injury, stoked to see that he is back in that position to be competing again. Dylan Moffat sitting with the lead at the moment and just holding it together strong. Grayson chasing a 6.18 to take that second position away from Nathan, and Coda Killorn chasing a massive 9.01. Super patient. That's what we saw from him last heat. A lot of that priority coming into the equation again, as we've been mentioning in these small, slow conditions.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen in the back half of the heat leaders, when they establish that good lead with 2 solid scores, have been able to just sit out the back and hold position while the other 2 surfers have had to fight for scraps underneath. And really difficult to get the points you need if you're not getting access to those bigger sets. We've got 11 and a half minutes remaining in this. Dylan Moffat looking good. Nathan Kawani currently second. Grayson and Coda have been former surfers in the earlier heats. Grayson and Heinrichs totally dominated his quarterfinal. Be interesting to see whether they can get things moving as we approach the back half or back third of this heat. So well into the second half. 11 minutes remaining. Dylan Moffat on screen.
Yeah, it's going by quite quick. Even though that extra 5 minutes, it felt like ages in the first couple quarterfinals, and now it just feels like such fast heats as we've adapted throughout the morning. The tide has turned. It's starting to push. It's pushed up for the last couple of hours. That wind, we've had like a flurry of different weather that's hit us today. We arrived to some rain early this morning and then cleared up and got really kind of hot and muggy, and then we got another cold spell with some rain around 10, 11 a.m. Dylan Moffat just having a little yawn out the back there, falling asleep with the surf being so slow.
Yeah, well, it's been a while since been between waves. Probably
That was awesome. That was like a full proper yawn. So, but some nice clean conditions that we have once again. We've seen that wind kind of like change the face of the ocean a few different times. Coda, he'll be feeling a little bit frustrated to be just behind that section.
Yeah, he's not getting much look here, just shaking his head, going, what is going on? So nothing's working out for him at the moment. Semi-final number 1.
And in finals day for our 3rd event in the series of the Australian Open of Surfing presented by Her Wave. Next group coming up, Kalani Ball. He's already got 1 win under his belt at the Cronulla event, the opening event of the series. He'll be looking for maybe a 2nd win today. And that's Kate Cass having a drink of water. She's the one that was just joining us in the booth in the last heat. It's great to hear lots of insights about what's happening. And Kalani will be super hungry to get another heat underway. He has been on fire.
Yeah, he's been surfing so well, just looking really sharp and crisp in these small waves. And, you know, he was a standout in the Board Riders ABB on Saturday. So, yeah, he's had a good run this weekend.
Pretty good considering that he's been spending the last few months building some swimming pools.
Oh, has he?
Behind the scenes.
Oh.
Getting some work under his belt, some tradie work. A lot of surfers, it seems like they're just picking up kind of some random tradie work to make ends meet at the moment without that contest prize money to keep them going.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Jackson Baker's been working as a courier for 5 months, you know. Sarah Ball, she's been doing a couple of days in a cafe in Newcastle in between surfing 3 times a day. And here we go, Coda. Better looking wave for him, just snaps it up into the top, but unfortunately just does the penguin off the front.
Coming up in that next heat, our final semifinal on the men's side of the draw, Dean Bowen, Kalani Ball, Jarvis Earl, and Kai Warner will be hitting the lineup. Our women's finalists already decided, so 3 more heats to get through, and we will be calling it a day. Really thankful that we've had as good of waves on offer as we had today.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky given how small this swell is, but this sandbank is like a little magnet bringing it in as we see Nathan Kawani looking to get rid of a 2.67. Meanwhile, Grayson Heinrichs just nice. Yeah, because Grayson, ISA World Junior Champ in 2018 at Huntington Beach.
Amazing. Well, he's used to little waves like this.
Yeah, well, he grew up from Bondi. Won his world title at Huntington. Sort of all matches together, doesn't it? Have to see him do the Huntington hop across a high tide bank.
Great surfer Grayson. Dropped some massive scores throughout the week so far. There's Dean Bowen getting ready to paddle out for his semi-final. And here we go, Coda Killorn with a nice left opening up in front of him. Drives into that first turn, put some flare into the tail. Similar turn for the second one, and a big wrap back to the pocket. Staying in that top half of the wave, and just unable to complete.
It's the 3rd time in a row he's done that sort of dive without, just head first.
Bit of a different finish.
Yeah, it is a bit of a different finish.
Good couple of turns, though, those first 3 turns.
Yeah, no, they were nice. He was looking pretty solid there. And here we see Grayson Heinrich just driving it off the top. Another small insider, and a little bit of a fin waft there as he slides around, getting off the back of that one. So Grayson and Coda grabbing a couple of waves there. Dylan Moffat's been fairly patient out the back. I would presume he has priority. Not really 100% sure on that.
Scores to come through for all 4 competitors, actually. And we may see some situation changes. So Coda Killorn drops in a 4.97 for that last wave. Does factor into his top 2. He's now chasing a 5.54. So he's just put himself back in the mix. Before that, he was chasing a 9+ ride.
Yeah, no, it's an attainable score.
Coming up underneath that, we're still waiting for another score for Grayson Hendricks to drop in. So I'll wait on his. Nathan Kawani drops a 2.97 for his last wave, which moves into his top 2, but just barely. Dylan Moffitt has just dropped the hammer with a 7.43 to back up his 8-point ride. Look at Dylan there. He is sitting pretty now in that position. That's where he wanted to be. And with 5 minutes to go, 2-wave total of 15.43, 8+ and a 7+ ride. So got to be happy with that. Nathan Kawani still holding a low score as his second wave. Needs to break out of that 3-point barrier. Has that 7, of course, as his first score.
while Grayson and Coda still some catching up to do. But if Nathan can lock in another 7, he'll really stretch away and really turn the screws on Grayson and Coda. Only 5 minutes remaining.
Grayson's last score just dropped through as a 4.17, so that improved, but
Yeah.
he's still chasing a 6.48. So Nathan's in an okay position, but he definitely needs to improve that throwaway score.
Yeah, just needs to make that second place just a little bit more secure. Dylan Moffat on screen, obviously in a perfect position in this late stages of this heat. Solid scores. And you see Dylan just sort of spotting something, moving to the north a bit.
Keeping an eye on what is happening out the back. Another little bump coming up just underneath. And here we go. Grayson clearly under priority. Made sure Nathan wasn't going for that one. Driving that high line, trying to gain some speed.
Nothing in that one, hey.
That wave hits the gutter, unfortunately. Good decision from Nathan Kawani not to use his priority up on that one. Coda Kaloran now up and riding. First snap, second snap, finds almost more of the pocket, but he just keeps seeming to slip off the wax.
Yeah, he just gets not having too good a time at all out there, Coda. So, Nathan Kawani, he's not totally safe yet. Grayson Heinrichs there in the yellow. Doesn't need much because Nathan with priority at the moment, so he'll be waiting for something. Well, Dylan was saying the middle-sized sets are offering the most scoreable potential as we see. Well, look at that Warner that channels through the middle there. So he's been getting a lot of speed out of that board, Kai. So obviously been working on those designs with his dad, Brett Warner, master shaper. And we've got just on 3.5 minutes remaining. Dylan Moffat from North Narrabeen holding the lead and looking like he's just going to cruise on through to the final. Nathan Kawani still in good position, but wants to get rid of, wants to build on that second score, holding us a high 2, and that wave just backing off. It's on 3 minutes. Nathan be a little bit nervous, doesn't know what Grayson, well, he does know what Grayson's capable of if he gets the opportunity. So Grayson Heinrichs in potentially positioned to overtake Nathan. Nathan with that just one really good score of a 7+ and holding down a high 2.
Nathan in a similar situation to Coda Kaloran in that previous heat in the quarterfinal, where he has one really solid score and then can't find a decent backup. Dylan's going to let that wave go. Doesn't look like anyone else is going to get a piece of it. A little bit of feathering there. Seems like that wind has finally turned a little offshore.
Yeah, it's not that strong. It's just swinging a little bit further around to the west. You've got that southerly coming through later on this afternoon. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So, right on cue, Nathan has a look at his watch, waiting patiently for a bigger wave to come through. There hasn't been anything really standing up on this bank for the last 5 minutes. We're presuming Nathan has priority. Kind of looks like it. And making a move now. Is paddling to the north. Is this one going to stand up? I'd say so. Nathan Kawani on the left. Oh, well, he uses priority on that one. And, here's Grayson looking the other way.
Oh, it's standing up for him on the inside.
What's Grayson chasing? It's not a huge
He's
score.
chasing a 6.48.
Well, Nathan's not going to improve his situation. That wave just died after one turn, not even a proper turn. So Grayson Heinrichs putting the pressure on. Only 1.5 minutes remaining. Have a look at the replay.
Drives around that
snap
first
on the outside. And another good turn. So 2 good turns on the outside, just linking it through. Bit of power through that third turn as he sets it up on the inside. Fair bit of speed and finishes off cleanly. Whoa, 6+ ride. I don't know. It's going to. That's a big score, a solid score for these conditions. 50 seconds remaining. Are we going to see Grayson leapfrog Nathan Kawani? Nathan, he used his priority on that last wave and it just went nowhere. You can see in his face, he's just going, what? Waiting for the score to come through. There you go. So Grayson has leapfrogged into second place. Nathan Kawani now, 35 seconds to go. Well, we've been talking about it happening, had a 7-point ride, but just didn't capitalise on that. Had nothing left in it, and the clock is ticking down, so frustration there.
So much frustration. It's still so close. Grayson Hendricks drops a 7.0 for that last wave. Put him up into second. Nathan chasing just a 3.51.
Oh, here he goes.
To take that advancing position. A 3.51 for Nathan to back up. He's going to need something special here. 2 turns so far. Super powerful, dynamic. If this wave hits that sandbank and opens up for him, we could be looking for a clean finish. Oh, it goes so soft. What are your thoughts? 2 turns out the back.
2 turns out the back, needing a 3.51. He caught that
that's so close.
With about 12 seconds to go. Nathan Kwani was holding second place all the way through. Now have a look. Here's a replay. Needing a 3.5. Small wave. Just builds up some speed. Throws it straight up in the lip end again. Pretty flicky turns. I don't know. The judges, there's not a lot of rail work going on. But it's not a huge score. So Nathan just got that flat section. Bounces over and nothing. So it's really just those 2 turns on the outside. I don't know.
Wow. Right down to the buzzer. I love that he had an opportunity to get another wave.
Yeah, he'll be spewing. He did do something earlier. But he had no choice. He sort of waited for a long time. But he wasn't to know he was only going to need a 3. But all he had to do was improve on that 2.8 there. He looks pretty frustrated.
Still waiting for that score to come through. Judges taking their time with it. And he gets it.
He got it. Look at his face.
He needed a 3.83.
Oh, there you go. Well, he just survived by the skin of his teeth. And there you go. Wow. He's pretty emotional. He can't believe it. He said, oh, geez, I can't believe it.
Jamie Thompson in front. This is an amazing moment.
Wow, that was great. Awesome.
The Brazilian through into the finals. Frothing. Yeah. Oh, the 2 Brazilians. That's Lucas. They would have known each other a long time.
Yeah, well, there you go. That was awesome. So a great finish to a solid semi-final. So Nathan and Dylan Moffat moving through to the final. And we'll be back with the second semi-final of the men's right after this break. Hello and welcome back to Wary Beach. The second semi-final of the men's division of the Australian Open of Surfing is out there right now. Next heat in the water will be the women's final. And we get right down to the nitty-gritty end of this event. Small Waves joining me here in the commentary booth is someone who just missed out on making the women's final. Freya Prum, congratulations on some great surfing, but commiserations on just missing out.
Yeah, thank you. It happens. 3 in a row.
3 in a row?
Oh, I'm stuck in the semis.
You're stuck in the semis? What's going on? Come on.
You tell me. Wave selection.
Yeah, well, you just you weren't chasing anything too big at the end there, but
6 point something.
Yeah, well, actually 6 point something is significant in this. Yeah. So yeah, with that, like, okay, you couldn't find that wave you needed. How difficult is it out there?
Yeah, I felt like in the back half of the heat it was pretty slow, so I kept busy at the start, accumulated about 10 points. And then I was like, okay, it's time to get something a little bit more substantial.
Yeah.
Because I think True dropped an 8, which I didn't realise at the time, but I knew she was winning, so I knew the 2 5s weren't going to cut it. And yeah, I had priority at the end. I had rolled the dice on something, got a 4.
Yeah, you didn't quite get what you needed. No.
But that was pretty much my only opportunity, and to be honest, I don't think it would have had a 6 in it anyway.
No.
Unless I was to pull an air or something. But
yeah, you never know.
That was a bit of a task.
Well, as you said, 3 events in a row with the semi, so it's got to turn your way maybe next week, Coffs Harbour.
Yeah, I'll just do the machine gun approach and just do them all and hope, I get one of them.
Well, you're surfing really well, so I think it's just a matter of time before you lock something in. Yeah. And, well, semi-finals, it's better than losing in the quarters.
Yeah, that's right.
Or in the first round.
Yeah,
so you've got to look at it that way. Take the positive out of it. Okay, out there in the water now with second semi-final of the men. Some clean conditions out there, but still some small waves. But Kalani Ball, again, is... Look what he's done. Like, how long has this? It's been on for 4 minutes, and he's got a 2-wave total of 13.16.
Yeah, it's an excellent way to start the heat. I wish that were me.
Next time, I keep telling you that. Come on. Yeah, I'll just sort of get out our live heat so I can see what's going on, but...
Oh, he goes blue.
Okay, it's Kai Warner from North Narrabeen. Nice looking little insider there, surfing it really well. Leaking some nice turns up and out of the top. And again, yeah, we've been talking about this board. It's got some flat channels right through the middle of on the bottom.
I did notice that, actually. I wonder what that does to, like, the rocker and stuff.
I don't know, like, he seems to be getting a lot of speed out of it. And
there's it out.
Yeah, Dean Bowen throwing it up. Big, powerful hack. Dean's been on fire through this entire event as well. Yeah, not renowned for, well, he's renowned for his performance in solid waves. He's actually been ripping on these small waves as well. The complete surfer.
Yeah, I feel like Dean's one of those guys who just has it all. I watched him over in Chile at a 3000, and it was like a slabby wave, but it had good turn sections, and yeah, he was amazing in that.
Yeah.
I think he might have come second or third.
Yeah, he's a great surfer. Knows what he's doing, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Local too, I believe.
Yeah, he is indeed. So out there now, we Kalani Ball in the lead. And, well, we've got the winner of that heat down there. Dylan Moffat, how are you, mate?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Well, we were talking about it when you were in here in the commentary. You said you're just going to get out there, get an 8 and pick up another good wave, and away you go, and perfect tactics.
Well, I guess you plan to be silly if that wasn't it, but it doesn't always happen.
No. Well, you had a few opportunities out there, made the most of it. You've got to be feeling pretty good going into the final because consistently performing well, and your board just seems to be on song as well.
Yeah, it's going really good. I kind of haven't gotten off the thing for like the last 3 weeks, so I probably should be icing it in between events, but I'm really stoked with it, little epoxy.
Yeah, so the waves, they're still reasonably consistent. Had a couple of pulses through there. How are you feeling prior to the final?
Yeah, good. Feeling good. Let's go out there and do the same thing, I guess.
And now, of course, you've had a couple of seconds in the Australian Open of Surfing. It's about time you stepped it up and won, don't you reckon?
Go for the second again.
Oh, okay. No, that's the wrong attitude. I'm expecting you to go a bit psycho.
Yeah. Get some waves and hope for the best.
But, when the waves come through, as you said, they are small, but they look like they're a bit of fun.
Yeah, definitely. That was a good heat to be a part of too. Like, it kind of roller coasted at the end there, and then Grayson got the score, and then the other guy only needed like a 3 and then ended up getting it right at the end. So it was kind of fun to be a part of and fun to watch while I was out there too.
Yeah, and the good part was you weren't part of the chopping and changing.
Yeah, that helps as well.
All right, Nathan. Well, we've been enjoying watching you. It's not Nathan, sorry, mate. He was the guy who got third. But all right, Dylan, been great watching you throughout the event and looking forward to seeing you in the final, and all the best on going one better.
Thank you.
There you go. So, Dylan Moffat there had a great heat. And, looking pretty casual.
Yeah, he's ripping.
Yeah, so he's had a bunch of seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, oh well. About time he won then, I suppose.
Yeah. So this is what you're going to think next week.
Yeah.
Okay, had a bunch of semis. About time I made the final and won it.
Yeah, I was thinking that this week and last week and in the first one.
Yeah, well, look at
Just
that.
Got to put the money where the mouth is, I suppose.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right.
This Grom's ripping. How old is this kid?
I'm not sure. He's a good little surfer, though.
He is. I watched him in the quarters, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah, Jarvis Earl, like, he's been on fire. And, he's making the most of these small waves condition. Yeah, I think I know he looks like he's about 16.
Okay.
I haven't met him, but impressive young surfer.
Absolutely.
And locking in what looks like a decent wave there. Because at the moment, we're seeing Kalani Ball with a 7.33 in his first wave and a 5.83. Kai Warner just one wave, a 5.617 with that 5, and Jarvis Earl about to lock in something as well. It's on 16 minutes remaining. Coming up next will be the women's final. Who's your tip?
For me, all the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so it's going to be interesting to watch, I reckon.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah. I think Molly's surfing really well. True's she's really improved. And who's the fourth member of the final? Do you know?
Are you going to ask me that? Because I haven't got it
Sorry.
in front of me.
Who got Molly and Annie DeSantos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's right.
She had a great heat in the semi. Thought she was gonna get up into the 9s, but got her high 7, and great surfing from Annie in that semi-final.
Yeah, no, she's been solid all the way through actually. Yeah. And so as you can see, that Kai Warner locked in a second score as well, and currently sitting in second spot. So he's got a 5.67, a 6.33. Dean Bowen, having a look at this. That one's not going to stand up. Looks like, Kalani.
Nice.
Some serious work out of the lip. And again, so putting a lot of energy even into that kick out. So Kalani Ball on another good-looking wave. So things are starting to tighten up. You see Jarvis Earl.
Is Kalani still a Mayhems?
I really don't know. I think so.
Yeah, I actually purchased
So the stickers are under his feet.
Yeah, I purchased one second-hand on the Gold Coast, and it said Kalani on it. I was like, it's probably his. And it was
okay.
Such a great board. It was a bit of an Old Faithful when it was a bit bigger, and I snapped it.
Oh, Kai Warner now throwing it up vertically.
Gentle.
Great surfing.
Yeah.
And, of course, another North Narrabeen surfer. We saw Dylan win the heat previous semi-final, and True Starling win the semi-final before that. So Kai can make it 3 Narrabeen surfers in a row if he wins
there
this
you
one.
go. Maybe that's my problem. I'm just born too south.
Born too south. Yeah. How the waves been down your way?
Pretty hard.
What about winter? I heard there was some.
Oh, yeah, it was good.
Winter was good. I heard the bar was good.
I think everywhere was good, actually, to be honest. Like, I know Goldie was pumping. I'd moved back to Merimbula when COVID hit, and we had swell and we had offshore, so you can normally find a bit of a closeout barrel at least. So that keeps me entertained.
And what about
Booty's 4-3 in Hood, though.
Yeah, freezing cold.
Yeah.
Did the southern end of Merimbula get any good? That right-hander down there?
No comment.
No comment? I actually saw some video that a mate of my son took, because he lived, his parents owned that in the caravan park down at that unknown river mouth.
Yeah.
And it looked pretty sick. I couldn't believe it.
In winter, the sand wasn't right. We did surf it. I actually saw Mikey ride out there, so the word is sort of out, but the sand was pretty hard. Here we go. Yellow up and riding.
Jarvis Earl. Looking good. Beautiful style, this kid. He's got the... he's a complete package, isn't he?
Yeah,
just looks
pretty much.
It's good style, solid on the rail as well, and looks like
Dino's up.
The big man. So Dean Bowen does know how.
Far forward. Look at him.
I know. I did really well to get around that section.
Yeah. I felt his pain through that. I having the same issues.
Yeah. Well, how difficult it is motivating yourself in these little waves. Did you walk up the... Well, you knew it was going to be small.
Yeah. I mean, if I was at home surfing this, I would just be trimming to the end, trying an air. I wouldn't even think of turning. I'd be riding my Phoenix DH, having the best time. Not really getting much done, but just enjoying going fast.
Yeah.
So I probably should stop doing that because...
Yeah,
it's summertime and I need to start learn how to turn when it's small.
Well, that's right, because the events are going to be held in waves like this.
Yeah.
Well, not guaranteed, but it's not unusual, is it? Especially in
that's correct. Yeah.
November, December.
And
it's not prime surf time for swell.
That's correct. And are you aware of when the regional QS will begin next year?
I haven't heard. I'm presuming February.
Okay. Right.
Although they used to have one late Jan.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. And rumour out on the beach is that there's confirmed locations for a regional QS. Is that correct?
Oh, I can't tell you.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a secret.
Okay.
Because I don't know.
You don't know. That's right.
No, I haven't heard that, so I'm not
Okay.
quite sure. I know Shannon's got some inside goss on the QS. I mean, I don't think there's anything on the WSL website yet, and nothing's turned up in my my email. I usually get all those sort of press releases from the WSL, and here's Kalani.
Yeah. Boom. So smooth.
Look at that beautiful turn out of the top, and again.
How's that spray?
Far out, like he's just going psycho.
Yeah, he's whippy.
Yeah, just whipping some big turns. So, yeah, Kalani and Kai Warner, similar style, and a similar approach. Really powerful on their backhand. These small waves.
Yeah. Do you feel that because Dean and Kai, you know, they're bigger frames, you think they're struggling a little bit more than the whippier, the more whippet builds?
Yeah, maybe, but I saw like
Kalani and Jarvis.
Well, you know, Dean in his last heat just smashed two solid scores, and just you saw that in that last wave. Then, like, just that second turn was super powerful out of the lip. So. Look at these.
They get it done despite their size.
This is tightening up pretty quickly. You can see Jarvis Earl now has snuck into just in front of Kai Warner, and Dean Bowen. I just got to see where. Hopefully, I can get this thing to work.
Oh, it's bit of frustration shown by Kai there.
A little bit, but plenty of time to go. 10 minutes, doesn't need to freak out too much. And there's Jarvis Earl, currently in second position. Jarvis getting busy out there. And yeah, he serves a little. You can tell he's experienced. He's got a 6.83 and a 6.4, so still looking to break into the sevens.
Yeah.
And Kai Warner prior to that wave, he's needing a 6.51. Dean Bowen, just with a pair of like a 5 and a 5.23. So Kai and Dean all looking to lock in something pretty solid. Kalani, look at him. He got an 8 on that last wave, so 8 and a 7.33.
Yeah, I agree with the judges on that one. That was pretty phenomenal.
Look at his speed off the bottom. That board's so smooth.
Just flowing through each
isn't
turn.
it? Yeah, beautiful flowing turns and serious hits out of the lip. So Kalani Ball, well, he's been on fire over the last 3 days. I think he was a performance surfer in the ABB the other day. He got the individual award. Yep.
Good lad.
And he was on fire then. I think he had an 8 in every heat.
Oh, you're kidding. That's MVP standards.
Yep.
And he had a win in Cronulla, was it? Or
Cronulla, yeah.
in the first event of the series?
Yeah, I think it was Cronulla.
Yeah. There's Annie warming up.
Annie warming up. She serves at North Narrabeen too.
Yeah, right.
They're everywhere.
Yeah. Confirms the theory. I'm too south.
And here we see Kai Warner speaking of Narrabeen.
Oh, look at this thing. Looks offshore now.
Yeah.
When I was out there.
It was a little bit onshore, was it? Or just sort of
of
cross?
no wind, crumbly, yeah.
Yeah, this one, there's a little breath of wind now out of the bit northwest in it.
Yeah, perfect. Although maybe not ideal when it's this small to have offshore.
Yeah, you don't want a strong offshore to flatten it out. But yeah, the forecast is for a southerly this Arvo.
Yeah, and 2 to 4 foot tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, but that's all right.
You heading home this Arvo?
Yeah, I'm back to work tomorrow and figure out Coffs Harbour by Thursday, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, you go driving all the way to Merimbula, then drive all the way back up to Coffs.
Yeah, it's the life I chose.
Yeah.
Nah, it's good that work's flexible and I can bail.
Yeah. Well, you need to be flexible when you're surfing.
Yeah, that's right. Surfing parents is a bit of a blessing. They get it.
They get it. No dramas.
Lucky.
So you're working with your dad?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's
Shout
all right.
out to Dean. Yeah, Dean.
So Dad.
Happy birthday for tomorrow too.
Oh, you'll be there though.
I know, but you know everyone needs to know.
Everyone needs to know it's your dad's birthday tomorrow.
He's the boss, so.
Happy birthday, Dean.
Yeah, happy. Oh, you know Dean?
No, I've never met him.
Okay. Yeah, he's a good man.
Okay, just on 7 minutes remaining. So Kalani Ball and Jarvis Earl, the two surfers, looking good for the final. Although Kai Warner doesn't need much, just hunting down a 6.51. So Kalani way in front, has the rest of the field combo. They both need 2 waves. So Kalani's got the 2 highest scoring waves of the heat by far. Wow. He got a 9 on his last wave. So 9 and 8. So his third and fourth wave, he sort of upped the ante. And yeah, I thought that's the one was marginally better than the previous one.
Yep.
But I thought, wow. So there you go. He's throwing away 7.33 and a 7.5.
It's unbelievable.
So Kalani.
That's unbelievable.
Holding a, yeah, that is unbelievable. That's
He could
dominating.
get an interference and still win, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not if they stole one
What would
wave.
they do? A whole
I
wave
think-
or half your best wave? I can't
don't
remember.
know. It's best not to do it, though.
Yeah, just avoid them.
Yeah.
So we don't have to know.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So Jarvis Earl and Kai Warner, they're going to be battling out for second place.
And there's Molly on the Phoenix.
Yeah, Molly, she's been on fire, hasn't she?
Amarok's in. Might have to try her fin combo in my Phoenix. She seems to have it working for her, that's for sure.
Yeah. 5.5 minutes. Kalani Ball, home and hosed. Jarvis Earl with a pair of sixes, a 6.4 and a 6.83. Just ahead of Kai Warner, has a 6.33 and oh, your stupid thing doesn't work. Another 6. Dean Bowen just lagging behind a bit. Can't break that 5-point barrier. He's had a couple of solid ways, but it's only been that one manoeuvre, so he's just needs to find something decent. He's chasing an 8.01. See, there's the overview. Clean offshore conditions, small waves obviously, but as we can see, there are opportunities out there. Kalani Ball with an 8 and a 9 as and he has discarded a 7.5 and a 7. So you think the 2 waves he's not counting are higher than the other 3 surfers' totals as well. So Kalani Ball has just
that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, so he's
found apart from 2 10s. But
well, you think he's got 4 waves over 7 in these conditions. That's just someone who's in total rhythm.
It reflects his consistency to surf at that, excellent sort of standard as well.
So we got Kai Warner having a look at that. Doesn't need much, just chasing a 6.51. Not quite sure who's got priority. Looks like Jarvis. Here he goes. Can he make things more difficult for Kai Warner? Needs to get up into the 7s. Nice cutback with a jam on the tail there. Swooping back, but that wave just runs out of steam, so it won't improve his situation. Meanwhile, at the back, well, Dino just kicking off there. Didn't see what the start looked like. It was another short wave. Kalani Ball and Kai Warner on screen. Kai Warner looking at that 6.51, 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So Kai has, well, they have either first or second priority. So you're probably hoping, well, if a set comes, Kalani might just go, well, I don't need another wave. You can have it.
Yeah. You'd always just go in and prepare for the final.
If you're Kalani.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't really lose from here, but
impossible.
Anything can happen.
He's got the whole field combo. No one's going to get an 8 and a 9 in 3 minutes.
I don't think so.
Yeah, so Kalani Ball, wow, what a performance here today. He's just been dominating each heat, but this has been really impressive. And there's Jarvis, quick in and out. 3 minutes remaining. So Kai Warner looking for a 6.51. He'll be have priority. And this is Dean Bowen cracking it off the top. And again, smaller inside wave, but Dean Bowen trying to get across his flat section, and he does.
Rides out.
Another critical
the
turn
sand.
there.
Oh, did he just get hit in the face then?
On the sand, he's going to head back out. So Dean Bowen.
What was Dean needing?
No, he's needing an 8, but that wave may, if he can replace one of his 5, he's got a 5 and a 5.3 3 something. So if he can replace one of those, he mightn't need anything near an 8.
Well, 2 minutes to go. He might be able to sneak something.
Yeah, here we see
young Jarvis.
what's Jarvis got. Again, he's taking this
Really
one under
far
priority,
forward.
looking for something.
Boom.
Nice. Turned, hitting the lip, and again, smaller wave. He's trying to see if he can extend his lead over Kai Warner. He knows Kai can reel him back in. 1.5 minutes. Kalani ball just hanging out there. What was he thinking? I hope I haven't used up all my wave quota.
Yeah.
Can
He's probably like, oh, I picked
yeah,
too early.
he probably wants those 2 throwaways. He
Yeah.
could have them for the final just to start with.
Yeah, exactly. You might need him, but I mean,
Yeah.
given his surfing, he probably won't. But
No.
I'm sure he'll put on another good performance.
I'm sure he will. So Dean Bowen
Always looking at this.
has changed the situation a little bit. Not sure
yeah.
what he needs. 7.11, so he has improved his situation slightly.
Yeah, 1 minute to go.
Yeah, 1 minute now. Kai Warner. Haven't seen much. I don't know where he is. He's not on screen. He's needing a 6.51. He'll be trying to hunt out a wave in this final minute. We've seen it a couple of times. It happened 2 heats in a row, actually.
Oh, really?
Someone was in position.
That's
We
pretty
saw it in that
exciting.
last heat, of course. It changed twice. It looks like Kalani is going to go for a
now.
bit of a cruise on the victory lap.
Yeah.
And
Nothing worse than paddling in. You.
just muck around a little 360. Okay, there's Kai Warner. Anything going to come his way in the final 25 seconds? He's I don't know, head
No,
down.
leg rope.
It doesn't look like anything's going to come. And 19 seconds remaining. Come on, Waves, just stand up now.
Yeah.
15 seconds, and there's Kalani ball. What a heat he had. That was amazing. Just beautiful surfing. And they'll be counting down on the beach, and it looks like Jarvis Earl has managed to just hold on to second place ahead of Kai Warner. Kai just couldn't find that 6.5. Didn't really have an opportunity in the final 5 minutes, and sure enough, right on cue after the hooter.
Oh, he'd be spewing.
And here goes, yeah, so Kai, anyway, he knows the story. So there you go, Kalani Ball and Jarvis Earl into the final. And we'll be back with the final of the women's right after this.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
And it's finals time. We are into the Australian Open of Surfing at Kiama here, presented by Her Wave, currently located at Wary Beach. And the women's final is underway. 25 minutes on the clock. Sarah Baum already got out the gates with a quick 4.33. Molly Picklum with a nice check to start off with. Goes in for a big re-entry on the second, and she'll kick out in the froth. Ando Santos in the lineup as well, and True Starling. Sarah Baum having a look at that one, and scores to come through for first of Molly Picklum. My name is Shannon Hughes, and I'm joined in the booth by Freya Prum. Freya, it's so great to have you in the mix still.
Thanks, Shannon. Appreciate it.
Great to have you back in the booth. You said it had been a while before the last semifinal? Since you've been in the booth and doing a little bit of commentary.
It was in France in like 2010 or something.
So good to have you back in the mix and
Thank
calling
you.
some live action.
Yeah, I was wondering if I'd get asked.
It's been such a fun week of just being able to change it up and get so many different athletes
Yeah.
and different people from around the contest side, and
Yeah.
to be able to share kind of some of your story with people and to be able to like tap that in with so many different surfers.
Yeah, no, I'd love to. I'm hard to shut up most of the time, so I can definitely tell you some stories.
So a couple of scores have come through so far. Molly Picklum gets the better of that first exchange with a 4.9 over Sarah Baum's 4.33. And Dos Santos staying quiet, and True Starling as well, waiting for those opening waves. So it's finals day. These women have each surfed a couple of heats already today into their third one. Started out in the quarterfinals. And we've got Molly having a look at that one, decides not to go. Freya, you were in the semifinals and unfortunately bowed out, but you had a great showing so far. What's it like to be in the water today? Talk us through the conditions and what these surfers have been through to get to this spot.
Yes. It's tricky when it's so small and pretty inconsistent. Picking a good one becomes like a bit of a task. And here goes Baumie, Sarah Baum.
Looking at a nice left-hander opening
Baum,
up.
that was sick.
Oh, great opening turn. Makes it around that first section. Connects in with a second just to put the finishing touches on.
Yeah, we didn't see a 4.33 because of the ad. So we'll see where it fits in comparison to that.
Yeah, what did you like about that first turn?
Yeah, it looked like she got a bit of fin release there. So that's generally what the judges like to see. It's a pretty critical manoeuvre.
And coming into a day like this, as we take a look at the Destination New South Wales replay, talk us through this.
Yeah, nice turn there.
Yeah, so she definitely got some fin release on that first one. Nice critical section.
Yeah, if only the wave had sort of stood up a bit better, she could have had a nice combination, but the wave just wasn't allowing that, unfortunately, for Sarah.
So that second wave drops through as a 4.9.
Okay.
Puts her in that lead with a 9.23 heat total. Molly Picklum down in second, and Dos Santos and True Starling both still waiting for their first waves. So going through the lineup, Molly Picklum from North Shelley, part of a massive board riders community there. She's got a great coach, Micro, Glenn Hall, backing her for the last few years and has been one of the standout surfers of the event so far.
Yeah, she surfs in a way which is unique to girls, I think. She's definitely probably the uprising star from Australia in my eyes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people around the world are starting to see that. As we see a really strong paddle, super committed, that hunger in her eyes for Molly Picklum. Nice opening snap to start off with. Gets around this section. Can she keep that speed? Nice bit of flow as she comes through to the inside. Waiting for it to open up onto the sandbank. So started out with a good turn, a little bit of frustration kicking out on the inside.
Yeah, I feel like in the heats I've watched with Molly, she seems to keep busy, and that's paid off for her, and I think she's just carrying on with that tactic. Baumie, I reckon, is been playing a little bit more selective, so we'll see which strategy pays off in these conditions. And here goes Annie. Had a blinder of a semi-final. Scoring 2 sevens, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, she had an absolute cracker in that one. Comes through to the inside, puts that finishing touch on. Kicks out just before breaking the fins.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, Dos Santos from Brazil originally, but residing in North Narrabeen.
Yeah, she's a good little surfer. I've been at a multitude of events with Annie, and she got a great backhand, actually. And we got to see it in the first semi-final. So she could be a bit of a dark horse in this heat. Probably all eyes are on Baumie and Molly, given their experience, and Molly's won a couple, I believe. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if she can come up through. A bit of a dark horse.
Yeah, she's been looking really smooth, I think, with her surfing. A lot of really clean transitions, which the judges have been rewarding pretty well throughout this week in 100%. Such kind of soft conditions.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then we've got True Starling in the lineup. True has been kind of in and out of the commentary box. She's been doing a lot of things behind the scenes, as well as has been doing a fantastic job competing so far in both events in Cronulla and at Port Macquarie. She made it into the finals in Cronulla, and she's currently sitting at number 2 on the rankings for the Australian Open of Surfing.
Yeah.
So another final result for her, and she'll be hungry to take the lead if she can out of this one.
Here she goes.
She's been on fire as well. She's already been dropping some excellent scores as we see her first opening wave, 17 minutes on the clock. True Starling 2-turn combination, looking really smooth.
Yeah, it was. Nice way to open up.
Absolutely.
I feel like True's a bit of an MVP. She's, you know, really lovely to have around, really bubbly. Her family's, you know, they're beautiful people, really. And she's a bit of a, like, come from COVID and a bit of a surprise standout for me. She's pipped me plenty of times in this series. And, yeah, just big improvement over the COVID break. And, yeah, obviously she's doing really well in the commentary.
Look at that. That, two-turn combo. I mean, such smooth surfing from True. We'll see how that score comes through for her starting wave. Judges still debating it, but yeah, that's definitely like the best term I've heard to describe True so far as the MVP.
Yeah. Is that an American term?
Oh, it totally is. Yeah. It's perfect. Like, she's just come
she's
together. She fully has blossomed in this COVID period where the
Yeah.
world has gone into like such shock, and so many things, so many people I think have struggled with it. And for True, it's just been like this pressure cooker that has just put her out in the open.
Yeah. I'm really proud of her actually, because she's so lovely. Like, she actually gives you the time of day. I'm a bit bummed that she keeps beating me, but I'll get her back eventually. But yeah, stand out. Yeah, she's cool.
Yeah, she's been doing so
I'm
great.
happy for her.
Well, she dropped in a 5.83 for that first
nice.
wave.
Yeah, like, I think they're just rewarding just the flow and the smoothness that she's putting on for us on the beach today.
Four standout women in the lineup, 15 minutes on the clock. Each one of them have been dropping huge scores throughout the last 2 days. Small conditions on offer, and they've all really risen to the occasion of just adjusting their surfing to that slow, really thought out competitive mindset of small, slow surf.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're all great surfers, and it's possible that when the waves are so bad like this, maybe luck plays a bit more part, but I mean, perhaps that's not true. It's, you know, maybe brings more strategy into it, and the four girls have really risen through what nature's thrown at us, which is not much.
Definitely not much. I heard that there's some good swell that's coming tomorrow with this little southerly that's blowing through today.
I saw 2 to 4 foot and I was like, oh, are you kidding me? That's all right.
So often that happens at the contest, huh?
Yeah.
Day before firing, day after firing.
I know, but I'm calling it the far south coast event will be pumping.
So that's another event. Of course, we've already had 2 events in the Australian Open of Surfing. We're currently in our 3rd as we see Ando Santos paddling and True Starling heading into this little wave. Maybe True has a look, decides not to go. So we still have 3 more events in our Australian Open of Surfing series. One of those will be close to your home where you grew up. Let's take a moment and look at Ando Santos. Nice check to start off with. A little bit of variety, extends that back foot. Her backhand attack is so lethal. Everyone's been saying it this whole event. I've been really excited to watch her surf a little more. I haven't seen too many of her actual heats. I've seen her at events heaps.
Yeah, she just needs some open face, and you know, she can go vert. So if she can channel one of those, I reckon she'll be in the mix with, you know, with the first place.
Sarah Baum,
Balmy, yes.
Having a look, talk us through this one.
Baum, beautiful opening wrap, and another one, roundhouse. Oh, I like that little S turn. Like how she linked that one up, even though it didn't really pay off because the wave died out. She didn't go for the kind of hunting and hop maneuver. She just did the S turn, which I think may be easier on the eyes.
Yeah, it's just that nice, smooth transition.
Yeah.
I know as someone who watches a lot of surfing as a commentator, like, it makes a big difference to see something like that as opposed to a hop.
I mean, when you consider riding a wave, he goes True in the replay.
All right, so a little snap on her backhand. Again, comes through to the inside section. Those were the outside turns. We picked up on it a little bit farther down the line, and we just saw this finish right on the shore break. So True staying active and busy. And then this one from...
Yes, replay.
Sarah
I really
Baum.
like these opening calves. So strong.
Yeah, really lethal attack.
It's a shame it didn't link up into a closeout shore break.
It's that really smooth rail to rail to make it through those flat sections rather than that pumping that looks like you're putting a lot of effort into it.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Bormy, she really nailed that.
She's been such a fierce competitor on the qualifying series, and she was out to a great start at the start of the year. She had some great results on the qualifying series. She won the trials to get into the first Challenger Series of the year.
That's correct. Yep.
I mean, what a start, and then for everything to come crashing down. It's been great to just kind of hear from her a little bit how she's managed to kind of reassess and how she attacked this year to stay in the water surfing as much as she possibly could, to work a little bit on the side, but to still really keep that competitive focus going without as many events.
Yeah. Her story is pretty phenomenal. It's the true tale of, you know, dropping everything for your surfing career. She's left her family to move over to a foreign country to make it happen. And everything was starting to blossom for her. I've always been a fan of Bormy surfing. She's probably like in my top 3 all-time favourite female surfers. And I truly think she's going to get there 100%. She's just got a great attitude, and her ability is like second to none in my eyes. And if there was barrels, like, oh my God.
Love it. Well, Sarah Baum has put herself up into the lead. She's just dropped in a 6.67 for that last right-hander.
Yeah. I think the judges really appreciated the smoothness of that.
True Starling sitting with a 5.83 and a 4.93 in second place is chasing a 5.75 to take the lead. Molly Picklum having a slight bit of a shocker from what we've seen in the previous heats leading up to this one. She's sitting with a 4.9 and a 4.43, chasing that 6.68 to take the lead. And Ando Santos down in fourth with a couple of 4s. So it's kind of an interesting final as we've seen so many excellent scores coming through from each of these competitors on their journey to get to the final through even yesterday's event, but then through the quarters and the semis today, and to see no one really break into that space yet. As we see True Starling nice and composed. Oh,
that's a nice little back foot jam there. Unfortunately, not riding out of that, but I liked that bit of aggression from True. Such a nice girl, but she's still got some mongrel in her.
You need that. You need that as a competitor.
Yeah,
you got to have
100%.
that hunger and be afraid to just really show that you want that.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, here goes Bormy. This could be a nice looking wave here.
All right, so Sarah Baum currently sitting in the lead. 2 decent scores so far. Beautiful wrap to start off with. Goes for that second one. Great rail-to-rail surfing. And now starts to find that critical section on the inside.
Yeah, I think she would have hoped it would have stood up a bit more on that inside, but we'll see what the judges think.
So her high score so far, that 6.67. As you were saying, her story, leaving home in South Africa, grew up in Durban. As we see Molly Picklum getting busy. What a beautiful left-hander. 2 turns we've seen so far. Comes through for the third one. That wave goes really soft on her, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a sign of a bit of frustration from Molly kicking out there. The first half of that wave was pretty nice. I'm interested to see what the judges do there. Molly's been uncharacteristically quiet in this heat. Normally she's catching a ton of waves, but I feel like we haven't seen her ride a wave for a little bit. So, the judges have just given her a score and she's popped into the lead.
All right. Well, Molly Picklum just dropped in an 8.17, so clearly rewarding the technique.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And Ando Santos with a big re-entry, working her way through to the inside, again hunting out those right-handers. That wave's going to go too soft. So Molly Picklum drops in an excellent score in 8.17, jumps her up into the lead above Sarah Baum. Sarah down into second, not chasing a massive score, but just needs a 6.41 to put herself back in first. True Starling down into third, chasing a 7.25 to take the win. And Ando Santos just dropped in a 3.27 for that last one. She's chasing an 8.75 to take the lead. And of course, as we are into the finals, it is the Open Women's Final for the Australian Open of Surfing here at Wary Beach in Gerringong, the Kiama Open. And it's presented by Her Wave, which is an amazing initiative put on by Surfing New South Wales to get more women in the water.
Yeah, it is.
They've done such a good job putting some activations together through Cronulla, Manly, and Byron Bay so far.
Yep. Yeah, thanks to the campaign, I'm able to do my level 1 coaching.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah,
oh, that's so cool to hear that you've benefited from the movement.
Yeah, okay, so I want to do some stuff with the board riders in Marumbilas, South Coast board riders. And Molly's looking at this one. She's paddling hard.
Super strong paddle.
Ooh, not quite. I think Molly was really blessed on that one with the steep face. Yeah, I guess that's the name of today. If you can just find one that's a bit steeper, you can go a bit more vert.
And she really had been patient. Like, she had those
Yeah,
2 4s, but
yeah,
she sat quiet for a long time,
paid
as
off
you
for
say.
her. Yeah, it did. Well done to her. That shows a bit of maturity, I think.
So Sarah still sitting in that second position, chasing that 6.41. True, potentially sitting with priority. We're not sure what the priority situations are in the lineup at the moment. Thankfully, the surfers are good to go.
I think you're right in saying that True would have priority, though, because Bormy did get that one, the 3 turns. So, yeah, I would say it's with yellow.
So down to 6 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Kalani Ball getting ready to paddle out in the men's final. We have Dylan Moffitt up against Nathan Kawani, Kalani Ball, and Jarvis Earl. We'll be heading out in the lineup soon, but first, one of these women will be taking away the trophy today. Sarah Baum.
Kicking out of that one, knowing it's not going to provide her the score that she needs. What do you know what she does need?
So Sarah is looking for a 6.41.
Okay. Yeah, definitely achievable from Sarah.
And yeah, that's just so amazing, Freya, to hear that you've been able to benefit from the Her Wave project that they're putting forward.
Yeah, I'm excited by it. I'm pretty busy at the moment, but I can't wait to dive into the course, actually. It should be quite interesting and maybe help some of the Groms at home, and maybe when I get back to the Gold Coast as well, see if I can do some stuff up there. So, yeah, I'm quite thankful for the initiative. Yeah, it's a great program.
And talk to us about the far South Coast Open that'll be happening.
I don't even know where it's going to be. I've heard all sorts of things. Yeah, I can't wait though. We'll see what happens.
What are some of the waves like in the area that you grew up?
Oh, we've got a bit of a long left-hander, like a river mouth setup. So that's probably one of the funnest waves. It's actually near to where Kai Otten grew up, so we've sort of had him as our idol. But mainly beaches. You can find a couple of reefs if you're prepared to drive an hour each way.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got some spots that we don't tell anyone that. Like they're novelty waves, you know, but they're just like a good adventure.
Yeah.
And you might get eaten by a shark because there's seals around, and yeah, we've had some all time. Like it's just an epic place to grow up. Like, yeah, I'm thankful that the parents decided to set up there and raise us there. So
that's so good. Well, it's pretty exciting with Destination New South Wales backing yet another surf contest. Reggae and I have been talking about all event, how much support they have given into the surf community, and it's just given us an opportunity to be able to showcase the coast of New South Wales, and that's another opportunity. That'll be our fifth event. Will be on the far south coast of New South Wales, the 5th and 6th of December.
Yep.
But before that, next weekend, our Australian Open Series will be heading to Coffs Harbour for the 29th and 30th of December, and then we'll be wrapping it all up at the northern beaches of New South Wales the 13th and 14th of December. Close to where our Surfing New South Wales headquarters is located. The team will be back, probably sleeping in their own beds that week. It's been an amazing couple of, well, it's 6 weekends in total. The team has done such a good job. There's so many people behind the scenes who are spending time away from home, on the road, back in contest mode, up super early, down on the beach by about 5 o'clock as soon as it's that first light to check out where the best bank is going to be.
Yeah, so much work behind the scenes, and the surfers don't really give credit to the staff for, but yeah, that Surfing New South Wales do an amazing job.
And Sarah Baum with a big re-entry on the inside, shaking her head a little bit. She is chasing a decent score, though, of a 6.41 to take the lead away from Molly Picklum. So it's been an interesting final, Freya. We have Molly in the lead. She's got that 4.9 she opened up with, and then she finally found that 817. Like you said, a wave with some decent face to it. Actually found a wall, which has kind of been the thing lacking for the rest of the girls.
Yeah, I feel like because remember Sarah got those long ones, but they were nice drawn out calves. If that was a bit steeper, the scores could have been more dangerous, but Molly just found that one, as we saw, and resulted in an 8. So they're just few and far between, unfortunately, at the moment, but the ocean just needs to hold out for another half an hour, and then we've made it.
We've made it through.
Yeah.
It's been great that there has just been enough to continue running.
I know. Like, I honestly thought it was going to be maybe I had to go on hold until the tide swapped over, but I think we're going to make it.
Yeah,
so.
I think we'll be just fine. Having, seen that set come through for Molly, that was pretty good. And
Yeah,
then Sarah's got a couple great scores. She's got a 6.67 and a 5.07.
Yeah.
But she's still chasing that mid-range good score to get the win away.
Yeah, 100%. She'll be going for the win, obviously. Probably enough to get her through most heats with that heat combined heat score. But, when you're at the end, obviously, there's only one position you want to finish in.
So I would say Molly Picklum has priority over Sarah right now. Potentially having that little eye off, sitting just under her. Anything Sarah goes for, Molly's going to be on too.
Yeah, I think so.
True Starling sitting in third position. She's had an outstanding run so far in the entire series. She is our current AOS leader, sitting with a 5.83 and a 4.93. True's going to have a look at this one and give a dedicated paddle. So that left-hander opening up.
Committing.
She's fully committed. Will we get a bit of that face? Nice opening turn. Comes in for that second re-entry. Unfortunately, unable to complete the combination. And that's a bit of frustration for True. And she'll get right back out to lineup, but she would have used her priority, and that moment is gone.
Yeah.
Heading out into the men's final. Getting ready for another cracker, Dylan Moffitt. He's had 2 second-place finishes so far.
Yeah, he rips. That's all I can say.
He's had some really good heats this week.
Yeah. Seems like a nice young chap as well.
Yeah, he graced us with his presence. He had Reggae had a heat with him in here.
Oh, yeah, nice.
So it's been good, like we've been saying, just to get a lot of the faces that we see, surfers we see your names on so often, but we don't always get the chance to catch up during these busy contest days.
Yeah, because he actually stayed with the same family I stayed with in South Africa. So the family would always talk about Dylan, but I'd never met him or anything. But yeah, they really loved having him, and so I've been watching him since.
So exciting. So Dylan Moffitt will be up against Kalani Ball, Nathan Kawani, and Jarvis Earl in the men's final, which will be in about 30 seconds. Currently, Molly Picklum leading the women's heat, the only excellent score of the heat so far. You can see a little chit-chat between those two.
Come on, Bormy.
Come on.
There's still time.
Sarah Baum sitting in second, True Starling in third, and Ando Santos in fourth. It's been such a fun week. Great to see so many of the surfers back together after a lot of time away from competition. And there we go, counting it down. Love those moments of congratulations out in the lineup. Molly Picklum, our Australian Open of Surfing winner for the Kiama Open here at Wary Beach. She has been the standout for the entire event.
Yeah, I'd have to
dropping
say that.
9s from the first heat.
Yeah, yeah.
And just such a great girl to hold that trophy.
Yeah, she's a good little character, Molly. Like, apart from her, technical ability, I like her on land as well. I think she's a good egg.
We've loved having her in the booth throughout many heats. So if you were tuning in yesterday, you would have heard a lot of Molly, a little bit of banter here and there, and some great insights to surfing and that excitement. Now the pressure's off.
I was listening to them now talking about relationships, and I'm thinking, you kids are too young. Like, it was them two in the booth, and I was like, the Groms are taking over.
Oh, how good is it? Those two, they've made it into the finals, but they spent probably 4 or 5 hours in the booth yesterday commentating between surfing in different heats and getting that practice time in. And
they would have loved it.
Just such a well-rounded group of Groms that are coming up, but a great showing as well from Sarah Baum and Ando Santos. Congratulations to Molly Picklum.
Well
for
done.
taking out the win. We're going to go to a quick break. Thanks so much, Freya Prum, for joining me in the booth to call the women's final. We're going to bring Reggae Ellis back in for the men's final. We'll be right back. Last heat of the day after this.
Thank you.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. wide open spaces. So you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing. Men's final has just started here at Wary Beach. Last 30 minutes of the event, or 25 minutes I should say.
25 minutes?
25 minutes, yeah, I don't want to give him too much scope out there. A couple of waves ridden by Jarvis Earl, a 6.6 on his opener and a 4.7. Looks like Dylan Moffat locked in a good score as well. Presuming that's on one wave, an 8.17. Here's the replays. Dylan, he's been on fire this whole event, just looking sharp out of the top there. Swooping cutback, and yeah, nice way to get things moving in the final. I think it's fair to say that Dylan and Kalani Ball have been the standout surfers in this event, and really racking up some huge scores. And not a bad little opener here as well.
Well, a nice bit of action coming through for the start. Jarvis Earl taking it all the way into the sand.
Yeah, Jarvis, he had a good semi-final. It was very close. He just finished ahead of Kai Warner. And, of course, we saw Kalani Ball just rack up. In his semi, he had an 8 and a 9, threw away a 7.5 and a 7.
How?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
I don't know, he just was going off. He just had 4 waves. Of course, a 7.5 and a 7.
4 waves when most surfers are battling to get 1 wave out there.
Yeah, 14.5 he threw away, and that would have won the other semi.
That's fantastic.
Yep. Yeah, he's on fire out there. So Dylan Moffat opening with that big 8-point ride, as he did in the semi-final when Dylan was in here in the commentary booth. We were talking about that, and he said the perfect thing would be to open with an 8, back it up pretty solidly, and then allow yourself to have a bit of time to exercise wave selection and try and get another high score. So he's starting off quite nicely. Kalani Ball out there in the white. Of course, he has had a good run this weekend. He won at Cronulla.
He won at Cronulla. So he's already got that taste of victory.
Yeah, so we've seen...
he also had a good win for the Australian Board Riders battle.
That's
for
right,
Scarborough Board Riders.
And he got best on ground, didn't he?
Yeah, he did fantastic.
Yeah. 3 heats where he scored 8s. That's what you need in your board riders. Yeah. So, so Kalani Ball, of course, has won one of these events. Dylan's had 2 seconds and keen to notch it up. And we see Nathan Kawani out there. Nathan, of course, he had a 7-point ride in his semi and couldn't find anything. Got pushed back to 3rd place, then with about 12 seconds to go, managed to find something. Needed a 3.7 from memory, ended up getting a 4. And, jumped straight back up in a second. So probably doesn't want to sort of make things that little close again. But, of course, no progression in this one. It's all about winning it. The first prize is $1,500. And, of course, the whole Australian Open of Surfing series. Well, as we see Jarvis Earl just snapping it off the top, coming around. Quick little glide there. Looking sharp. And again... Well, Jarvis getting busy, very busy on the inside. And speaking of looking sharp, I can see someone looking pretty sharp down there waiting for us to interview her. Molly Plicknam, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much. It was tough out there, but I'm pretty happy to get the job done after a solid event, so yeah.
Yeah, well, you're the winner.
Yes.
Can't do better than that. Now, of course, you had that 8-point ride and... trying to find a solid one wasn't to back it up. Wasn't that easy?
No, I started the heat off with pretty much every single one of my heats. I started with an 8 and I started with 2 4s and carried that through until the last 10, 15 minutes. And then I got that 8, which I was happy to use priority on. And make use of priority, which was good, and then got the 8, and it was so tight that heat, and all the girls ripped. So yeah, I was really happy to, get the win, and yeah, it's good. I kind of felt like I kept the same consistency through the whole event. So.
Oh, that's so great to see. And how did it feel just being out in the lineup with True? The two of you are staying together at this event from what I heard. You've been in the commentary booth yesterday. It's been so fun for us to just watch the two of you guys bounce back and forth and then to meet up in that final match.
Yeah, for sure. True, I look up to her. She's a great friend of mine, and she is a good role model for me to try and be that. And yeah, so I was happy to surf a heat against her. And yeah, we were commentating in the booth together, having a laugh all event, and just keeping it super fun and cruisy, not much pressure, and just yeah, it's good too. Also, like we're really good at getting the jersey on and then surfing a heat, and then coming out and hugging and laughing and stuff like that.
100%.
Well, it definitely comes across that way, and we love seeing it. How excited are you now, back in the jersey, back in competition mode? You've got a win under your belt, looking into the qualifying series starting up for next year.
Yeah, I've been saying it for each interview, like just so grateful that Surfing New South Wales, Surfing Australia put on these events, because exactly that reason of like keeping our skills up to date and getting ready for the QS. But I was grateful for Freya and Sarah and stuff like that to be in it, because they're obviously good girls on the qualifying series who come in these events and give me a good run for my money. So.
Well, so good. We're so excited for you.
Yeah, congratulations there, Molly, and look forward to seeing you at the presentation. Go and dry off and relax.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thanks, Molly.
Yeah, so Molly looking pretty happy out there. Now, this is a turn up. Like, Kalani Ball has not caught a wave yet. What is going on? Like every other heat, he's just gone psycho. And we just saw Dylan Moffat lock in another good score.
Just sitting so patient. Now that he's made that decision, 10 minutes down, just about 9 minutes down.
He's got to stick with it.
You got to stick with it. Stick with your guns.
Yep.
Wait for that set to come through.
Well, he knows what. When I was commentating that semi-final, I said to Freya, well, I hope Kalani hasn't used up all his wave quota with throwing away a 7 to 7.5. But plenty of time. 16 minutes remaining in this final. Kalani Ball in the white. Only surfer not to have a score under his belt. We see Jarvis Earl. Two-wave total of 13.53. And Nathan Kawani just with a 4.7.
So the three Australians from sort of the local area, the kind of New South Wales area. And then Nathan Kawani, originally from Brazil, from Sao Paulo, representing the Brazilian contingency here at the Australian Open. He's coming off of a pretty bad knee injury with a torn meniscus. And he's had 2 surgeries in the last couple of years. His previous surgery, though, was just in September. So he's already been rehabbing that, working with a great doctor, and able to be back in competition mode already, which is great to see. Kalani Ball now utilizing that priority. Nice, big left-hander, great opening snap. Goes in for a second, super vertical turn. 2-turn combination, and he's out.
How's that drive off the bottom, into that second turn? And, yeah, looking pretty solid there. We'll be happy to get that one, though. Here it is on the replay. Just snaps it off the top, and this one just extends that bottom turn, gets a lot of speed, and gives him a fair bit of power out of the top.
So scores to come through for first of Kalani Ball. And Jarvis Earl has dropped in a decent score as well.
Yeah.
An 8.43 for last of blue. Jarvis takes him in that second position. So tight now between him and Dylan Moffat for the lead. He's chasing just a 5.65 to take the lead away from Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan holding 5.9 in his second wave. And be interesting to see how Kalani sits within the pack. That last wave, 2 manoeuvres, but they were special. And Dylan Moffat, Jarvis Earl out in front. Nathan just with one wave at the moment. Oh, no, a couple of small ones, 0.83 and a 3.87. So yet to lock in something decent. And as we can see, to stay in the mix after Dylan and Jarvis, both with 8-point rides, you're going to have to lay down something special to stay in touch with the heat leaders. So this is the final, of course, the Australian Open of Surfing Men's. We just saw Molly win the women's. And Dylan Moffat currently leader here. Well, this final's flying by. We're actually in only 13 and a half minutes remaining.
It's going really quick. Great to see that we've already had a couple little pulses. We should have at least 2 more, maybe 3 more pulses before it finishes.
Well, there's another 8 from Kalani.
There we go, that
So,
8.1.
Wow, so we've got 3 surfers with an 8 or above at the moment. Dylan Moffat, Jarvis, Earl and Kalani. So Nathan Kawani's going to have to lock in something solid. And here's the next wave, I imagine, once he gets priority. Well, he doesn't have much choice. He's just got to sit and wait for an open-face wave to try and stay in touch with these guys. But, wow, high-performance surfing going on in these small waves from Dylan Moffat, Jarvis, Earl and Kalani Ball. And I'm sure Nathan Kawani will join them if he's given the opportunity.
Coming down to it, Jarvis. I mean, man, I just am now thinking about that. Okay, Kalani up and riding again. He's already got that 8.1. Took him ages to catch his first wave, but now finding some rhythm. Nice, smaller size wave. It's running really well on the bank. It's given him some more critical sections to work through on those first couple of turns. So he's now going to set himself up really nice and right back in the mix for taking the lead.
Well, he would not have had priority then. So Kalani Ball, wow, like he waited. We caught his first wave at the 16 with just 16 minutes to go. So after 9 or 10 minutes of the final had elapsed. And have a look at this replay. Smaller inside one, clean face, so no hiccups, really smooth and plenty of power out of those turns. Just I like about Kalani, sort of, the core of the judging criteria, speed and flow, and his surfing has a lot of speed and a lot of flow. Throw in power and timing, and yep, he's looking pretty solid. Yeah, there you go, into the lead.
Oh my
2 waves, back to back.
7.03. So it took him 15 minutes to catch his first wave, and then within 4 minutes, he's got the 2 highest scores of the heat. Well, 2 of the highest scores. 8.1 and a 7.03 has Kalani Ball in the lead. Kalani Ball from Stanwell Tops, south coast of Sydney. He's already got 1 win in the Australian Open of Surfing Series at Cronulla. Took out the opening event. And Dylan Moffat on the hunt, sitting in second place. Dylan's now chasing a 6.97 to get himself out of second and into third. Jarvis Earl from Cronulla. Beautiful opening carve to start off with. Big open face for the second one. Similar turn for that third one as that wave goes a little bit soft. He's going to race through into the stand-up section on the inside, puts the finishing touch on, kicks off onto the sand, grabs the board before he loses the fins.
Catches, hey, Style Master.
So good. The 16-year-old just looking on fire and putting himself right back in the mix. Jarvis is chasing a 6.71.
Yeah, that was great surfing there from Jarvis. So a little bit flatter, but he linked those high-speed cutbacks. Nothing too critical in the lip, but have a look at the replay. Just nice jamming turn there. Comes off the bottom again and just holds that rail. And again, so that wave didn't really stand up, but Jarvis doing the job and just finishes off nicely. So completes that wave. And I think, well, here we go, Dylan Moffat now. Throws it up into the lip. Ooh. Nice section ahead of him. Well, goes into the kick-tail reverse, whatever you want to call it. And again, throwing some variety into his wave. This is his final is awesome. So we've seen some great surfing there from Dylan Moffat. Of course, he's come second twice in this. He's looking at the judges, a little bit of smile on his face.
Giving him a straight stare.
Yeah. Wow. It's going to be a high-scoring heat. So Dylan trying to put the pressure back on Kalani.
Oh, just, coming off of 2 back-to-back runner-up positions. He's leading the series. Taking a look at the Destination New South Wales replay now for Kalani Ball. Jam right in the pocket. That second one flicks the tail out. And then just those S-turns to get him right back into position. Nice big swoop on that third turn. The fourth jams the tail out. Comes through to the inside. Connects through about 6 turns, 7 turns, all the way into the sand.
Man.
This heat is absolutely on fire. Checks the fins out the back and then taking a look at that replay from Dylan Moffat.
Yeah, because Dylan had that really critical turn to start with, straight through the lip. So a great exchange here from the 2 form surfers of the event. And we've still got Jarvis Earl's wave to get locked in. So judges got a lot of work to do. And you can see Dylan pretty stoked with that one. And we're going to see some pretty high totals in this. Well,
So scores to come through for all 4 surfers.
Yes.
Kalani, Dylan, and Jarvis all sitting with excellent scores already.
Yep.
Nathan Kawani, the only one to not be able to find anything super significant yet. We'll see if he's able to find one now that he's kind of sitting out the back. We just saw him on screen a moment before. Kalani Ball with a 9.67.
That's the highest individual score of the event. And Dylan with a 7.93.
And Kalani up and riding again.
Now, he didn't catch a wave for 10 minutes at the start of this heat, and now he's gone psychotic out there. And nice little reverse on his backhand. That won't go in his top two totals. So a 9.67 and 8.1. Dylan has an 8.17, and I think his last wave was a high 7.
7.93 for last of Dylan. Moffitt keeps him in second place, chasing a 9.61 now to take the lead away from Kalani Ball. Jarvis Earl sitting with a 5.67 for his last score that dropped in, bumps him his heat total up just a little bit to back up that 8.43 that Jarvis already dropped. Jarvis is now chasing a 9.35. So Kalani Ball has put so much pressure on these guys. They all need an over a 9-point ride in order to take the lead away from...
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go. So Kalani, well, you know, he's throwing away a 7. You saw in that last scene. Man, he's on fire. And it kind of looked like, well, I said, well, I hope he didn't use up his quota in the semi-final because he hadn't caught a wave. And then he got back-to-back, you know, got the 8, then he backed it with a 7.03, and then that last one, that right. And that just kept going. Like, you know, I was watching that replay, and you think, okay, it's going to run out now, and then hit after hit. So Kalani Ball taking it to his opponent. Dylan Moffat surfing really well. Probably lacked one more good hard turn. Here we go. Here's his wave again. Look at that. Just, I love that little snap. And just he sets things up on the inside. Just keeps his speed going beautifully. Cuts back. Mixing up the series of turns here. Quick snap. And again. Wow. So there, Kalani Ball. This is live action, and he's just in and out of that one. 6 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. So Dylan Moffat and Jarvis Earl needing 9-point rides. And as we know, that potential is out there. Dylan's laughing. I don't know why.
He knows. He's got so much pressure now. He thought he had it. He thought he had it in the bag. He paddled out straight away. He got the 8 that he knew he wanted on takeoff on the buzzer. And then the other surfers came back swinging. Kalani Ball, with a massive lead at the moment, had a chat with Christian, who is the president of Scarborough Board Riders. Took that team to a win on Saturday for the Australian Board Riders Battle. And he said he just saw something click in Kalani running out in those heats on Saturday, and he just knew there was this air of like a quiet confidence.
Right.
In knowing even just the way that Kalani was running down to the water, he knew Kalani was going to be able to win that heat and find that rhythm and get those good waves. And I feel like that's what that same presence Kalani's been able to carry through with him yesterday and today as well.
Yeah.
Sitting so patiently those first 10 minutes without catching a wave, he knew the game plan he was going to stick to.
Yep.
And it's worked out so well for him.
Well, as you said, after 10 minutes, he had no choice but to stay on that game plan, looking for a set. And here he goes again, Kalani Ball, current leader of the final, on another left, driving off the bottom. And quick little snap. That wave not offering much opportunity. Gets off that. Just under 5 minutes remaining. Kalani Ball in the lead. Dylan Moffat needs a 9+ ride to reel him in. You know, Dylan's got a 2-wave total of 16.10. And you go thinking it's not enough to be in the lead is unusual.
It's so unusual. It's a huge heat total.
Yeah, massive heat total. It's a great heat going on here. Nathan Kawani's the only one who hasn't been able to find a decent wave. And there's a southern headland here at beautiful Wary. Of course, Wary Point gets fun waves out there, the right swell.
Such a beautiful area that we got to spend our time in.
Yeah, I know. When you drive around from Kiama this morning, you come around that corner and there's just those amazing, you know, pastures of the dairy farms, the mountains behind you, the ocean on one side. It's quite striking. Renowned for its beauty down here, the south coast.
Yeah, we've been so thankful to be able to get some fun waves and just to see another part of the gorgeous New South Wales coastline. It's been one of the key parts of this series is taking surfers to all different parts of the New South Wales coastline. Of course, we have the Coffs Harbour event coming up next weekend, and then the far south coast will be the 5th and 6th of December, and the northern beaches for the 13th and 14th of December. Big thanks to the team at Surfing New South Wales for putting together a series, not just one event, but actual 6 events connected together over a 6-week period to give our New South Wales surfers the opportunity to get back in the jersey. Kind of the theme of this event, I feel like, is just getting surfers back with the family as well.
Yeah.
All these guys and girls able to hang out with their friends again. A lot of surfers they haven't seen for a while, and get back into that rhythm of competitive surfing and hanging out together. And it's just been a great time and a great warm-up to the start of next year. Of course, we'll have the WSL qualifying series. We'll start up in January of 2021 and run through till July of 2021. Surfing New South Wales has a number of events that they will be running within that for the 2021 Pro Surf Series. So make sure, for those of you listening in, surfers, parents, family members alike, and anyone else up and down the coastline, keep an eye out. The World Surf League will be making some big announcements about the qualifying series in the next week. And keep an eye on surfingnewsouthwales.com.au for more information about the events that they'll be running. Some great destinations in that series that I get to be involved with at the start of every year. My husband and I working up and down the coast, and so it'll be really exciting to see some of the world's best surfers, the country's best surfers together.
All right,
as we see Dylan.
What's he got? Needs something big, massive slash out of the top, and again, it's one flattening out. Needs something special on the inside. He's looking for a 9-point ride. Well, he's giving this thing everything he can. Busts out, huge front side air. Oh, unfortunately, I think his fins just landed on the sand.
Yeah, it just stopped him.
Yeah, it just
like
went kaboom. But wow, great surfing there from Dylan Moffat. Just looking so smooth. And having a look at that board, his fins are still in there. Wow. Just the other thing, he would have made that if he landed on water.
Oh, yeah.
It was a bit difficult landing on sand. Good to see he didn't leave anything to chance. And then Nathan Kawani just sitting out there going, what the hell did I do not to be the one not to get any good waves?
Oh, man. He needs 2 big fresh scores. He's in a combination situation of 17.78 to take the win. But it's been a good run for him. Made it into the finals. He's got some prize money he'll walk away with. He's got some points in the series he'll walk away with. And he's got to spend some time with some friends.
Yeah, and as you said, he's coming off the back of a major injury.
Major knee injury.
With a meniscus going under the knife with that. So, and he's been testing out the the surgeon's work with some solid surfing throughout this event. So, just on a minute remaining, be looking to see whether Dylan Moffat has caught Kalani, who's chasing a 9-point ride. I don't think it's going to be that, but might narrow the gap a little bit. The times are the thing coming down at now. 45 seconds remaining in this final.
Kalani Ball with a huge heat total, a 17.77, the highest heat total, I believe, that we've had for the entire event, with that 9.67 backed up by an 8.1.
Yep. 30 seconds. So Kalani Ball, it looks like he's going to take this one. And here we go. Jarvis Earl, what's he got? Little inside runner. Snaps it up into the top. Young goofy footer from Cronulla. Beautiful wraparound cutback. And throws it up again. And Jarvis just finishing off there. Needs a big score to move it into second. And there's the countdown from the beach. And Kalani Ball. Dylan Moffat, another second.
Another second. So scores come through for last of Jarvis Earl. Great looking wave. Not enough to take him into the lead. Drops in as a 5.97. And there we have it. A massive congratulations to Kalani Ball for taking out his second event in the Australian Open of Surf Series. He took out Cronulla, and he's now taken out Kiama. Dylan Moffat with his third second-place finish for the series. So he's got some consistency. We can't fault him for that.
Yeah, he's just got to... Well, he's unlucky there, like Kalani, all Dylan needed was, that left where he did the air. I reckon if he had one more opportunity for a serious vertical turn before that reverse, he would have... but that's just the way it goes. He made the most. But what did he get on that last one?
His last wave came through at... Oh, I've just lost it. I'm so sorry. We'll get it up
in
a
right,
second.
Not to worry. So there you go. Kalani Ball and Dylan Moffat 1 and 2 in this. Oh, synchronised underarm there. Like
so cute.
It's like... That was quite funny.
Shake the hand of the grommet on the beach.
Yeah, there you go. Well done, guys. Yeah, great final. That was exciting to watch. Some awesome surfing going on. And Kalani, well, man, you can't take anything away from him. Didn't catch away for 10 minutes and then just went berserk and just surfing so well, as is this guy. And Dylan, he's probably thinking, second, eh? Second. He's going to go to sleep with a 2 in front of him, you know. Okay, so there's the overview. That wraps up the competition. Of course, we'll be back with the presentation. Don't go away. Well, welcome back. So there's the overview. We just ran a major surfing event in those waves, and looking at, you'd probably be surprised to know that we had massive high scores going down in both finals. And Shannon, like a great day surfing this morning. Everyone's a little bit concerned how this swell would it hang in, and it obviously did. And we've had a great day.
Yeah, I mean, it's turned out to be amazing. Like you said, who would have thought that we could get some 9+ rides out there on conditions like this? But that bank stayed alive for us just enough. All the surfers had heaps of fun. Plenty of critical sections on offer, and we had an amazing finals day here for the Kiama Open. Yeah, for sure. That was like the common thread for talking to the surfers after heat interviews. You know, they said the waves were fun. So small wave surfing, but the performance level was extremely high, and it augurs well for the rest of the series. Of course, this was the third event of the Australian Open series, and next week we're up to Coffs Harbour, then down the far coast of New South Wales, and it wraps up just before Christmas. Mid-December up at North Narrabeen in Sydney, so it's a pretty exciting time. Pretty exciting. There's still some spots open in those events as well, so if you're tuning in, if you want a spot in that, check out surfingnewsouthwales.com.au, and there are definitely some openings for Coffs Harbour next week and for the next couple of events coming up. Yeah, so if you do have the opportunity, get up there. It's good to get some surfing under your belt, some competition. As we said earlier, of course, a lot of these surfers are pretty stoked with this series, especially now they know that the regional qualifying series will start here in Australia early next year, and there'll be details of that coming out over the next week. So exciting. Well, we're going to go to a highlights package from today. Make sure to stay tuned, though. We will have the presentations happening. Ray Gay will be heading that up, and we got some great highlights to have a look at. Yeah, enjoy it.
All right, welcome everyone to the presentation of the Australian Open of Surfing, the Kiama Open, presented by Her Wave. Congratulations to all the competitors. It was a great couple of days surfing. Of course, this event pays tribute to our dear friend John Shmoo Shamuka, who has left us, but Shmoo will never be forgotten. So please give Shmoo a big round of applause. All right, with this event, we'd like to give a big thank you to our presenting sponsor, Destination New South Wales, Surfing New South Wales program surfers Her Wave, Kiama board riders, and the event staff, Adam Hubin, Rowan Fell, and the work crew, and of course our judges, Head Judge Phil Courtney, and all the judges. And once again, a big thanks to the Surfing New South Wales staff for putting in a big effort over the last 3 days. Now, the winners today, they'll walk away with a share in $7,000 in prize money and go in the running to win the overall tour prize for full accommodation for the 2021 Whistler Pro Surf Series. Of course, this event is number 3 on the stop. There's still plenty more to come. And of course, if you haven't entered an event yet, jump on the Surfing New South Wales website and enter the remaining events. Stop 4 Coffs Harbour is next weekend, 29th and 30th of November. Then we're heading to the far south coast of New South Wales on the 5th and 6th of December. And the final stop 6, will be on the Northern Beaches on the 13th and 14th of December. Well, we've got a pretty big storm coming through here, so I might get things underway. Get a little bit blowy down here. Okay, congratulations to everyone who competed in the event. We got first place $1,500, second place $900, third $600, and in fourth place $500. First, we'll present the trophies in the women's final. In fourth place, great surfing throughout the entire event, Ann Dos Santos. Yeah, so Ann was pretty looking good and consistent throughout the entire event. Congratulations, Ann. Okay, in third place, True Starling. So True taking a cool trophy and $600. In second place, after a great run throughout the entire event, Sarah Baum. And Sarah, congratulations. And of course, our winner. And Molly Picklum, and Molly was a standout surfer in all the heats, scoring at least one 8-point ride. Got a bit greedy a couple of times and locked in 2. Congratulations to Molly.
Thanks so much, and no, I'm super grateful for the comps being put on, and the girls are ripping all events, so thanks everyone.
All right, congratulations, Molly. It was awesome surfing. And get a quick photo before we get blown to oblivion. They said this southerly was going to come through, and it came through 5 minutes after the final finish. So how blessed are we? All right, Open Men, another great final, scintillating stuff, awesome surfing. In fourth place, Nathan Kawani. And Nathan, of course, fresh from a major knee injury and surfing awesomely throughout the event. Congratulations, Nathan. In third place, Jarvis Earl. Jarvis, another consistent performance, was ripping through the whole thing. Congratulations, Jarvis. In second place, and I think he's been here before, Dylan Moffat locking in his third second of the series. And awesome surfing, Dylan, throughout the congratulations. And winning, Kalani Ball. And Kalani was on fire the whole event. Of course, he waited 12 minutes to catch a wave in the final, and when he did muck around with the highest heat total of the entire event with, I think it was a 17.77. Congratulations, Kalani, and say something.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to just make the final in this event. Everyone was surfing super good, especially all these boys in the final. Dill's been ripping in the whole series, so just stoked to make another final and to get the win again is awesome. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. It's great watching you guys surf. Big round of applause for our 4 finalists in the men's. It was an awesome display and small waves, but as they all said each time, the fun waves out there and enough power in that small swell to turn on some awesome high-performance small wave surfing. Okay, we're going to wrap things up pretty quickly before we get blown away, but a big thanks to everyone who's watching. Of course, thank you again to all the organisers and Surfing New South Wales and Destination New South Wales, and we'll see you next week in Coffs Harbour.